Hey everyone. Welcome back to the third part of A Deceitful God. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 11. Who should we visit after making our stop to Tsuna? Naruto asked the Kyuubi. He was hopping through trees in high speed within the fire country. He'd yet to decide on which nation to visit to begin with his dream. There was no trouble in laying the foundations now with the Akatsuki almost finished. He still had something to do, but he could begin with his dream. It wouldn't be good if he got sidetracked into doing other things anyway. It's not my plan, the Kyuubi said with indifference. You don't want to do anything, so I won't bother with it. It is almost as if you are afraid of going through your plans. Naruto was amused. Him, afraid? Hell no. He'd beat himself too much to be afraid of something like this. He had cut off ties with Konoha and spent 5 years in the middle of the sea training. It wasn't for nothing. It wasn't just so that he could run loose in this elemental nations without doing anything of particular to begin with his preparations. He would not die before he began with his dream. Maybe he was talking and thinking too much about it without any real action, but he would get around the issue. He would begin with his dream. Had it not been for the fact that he really wanted to go to Tsunade to see Gaara's standing, he would be turning to the direction of Iwagakure now. The Raikage was going to be difficult. The man believed in power. Being weak appeared to be a crime to that man. It wasn't to say he was a bad person. He was willing to do anything for his village. For the future of the village he led. But it was still not good enough. This attitude was the same attitude that has led the elemental nations to start pointless wars and try to balance power by distributing baijuis as if they were their toys. It was something that had to stop. After Tsunade, we will visit Iwagakure. I've heard that the Sandaimate Tsuchikage is a rather stubborn old man. Naruto responded in a calm voice. It would make things difficult, but it still had to be done. Force would be used to get these people to listen. My power will be ready when you need it, Kurama said. Perhaps it was fitting that his power be associated with evil, as humans have continuously called him. What was he again? Ah, yes, a demon. It was laughable at times, but should things go the way he expected, this container of his would be the very incarnation of evil. Kurama had never asked Naruto, but he was curious as to why someone like Naruto, who was shunned by Konoha for being a Jinchuriki, would be willing to become evil just for the sake of this world. He could live his life happily, go to any village he wanted. If he went to Tsunade, he wouldn't have to worry about being used for his power. He didn't have to worry about being hated. The Kazekage was a Jinchuriki and someone who seemed trustworthy. Of course, Kurama could never trust a human. But the brat just seemed like a pleasant person. His host was something else. The blonde always treated him like a partner. Perhaps it was what needed for him to fully master his power, even so things were different. The blonde could use his power, but yet he never depended on it. It will be definitely needed. I will have to unleash our combined power just to make these people see that I am serious. Naruto felt a little excited about it. It wasn't going to be anything that would result in deaths, it would be a simple demonstration of his power. If he didn't do that, they would think that he was no problem, just a Jinchuriki gone mad. Naruto stopped his movements after sensing someone tailing him. He stopped and waited for about 4 minutes before the person landed on a tree branch behind him. The blonde turned around. He didn't smile when he saw Itachi. No, a clone of the Uchiha. The Uchiha did have an interesting conversation with him the last time around. Naruto hadn't given it much thought after the meeting, but seeing the Uchiha once more, it made him think about it. There had been deeper meaning behind Itachi's words. It was curious, but not enough for him to stop his thought process and think about it. Naruto sat down on a tree branch and swung his legs slowly before speaking. How long have you been tailing me? It wasn't a coincidence that the Uchiha was before him. He was looking for him. For a reason Naruto could not fathom. For a fact, he knew it had nothing to do with the Akatsuki's mission. I wasn't tailing you, I had multiple contacts looking for you. Itachi responded in a tone that had no emotion in it. I'm guessing that Sasuke has yet to find you, Naruto said in a curious tone. Who will win when brothers do battle, Itachi? The Uchiha didn't respond to the question. He didn't have to answer it. Naruto probably had no real interest in asking. Unless if he still cared for Sasuke. But the fact that the blonde mentioned his younger brother's name just meant that he did see him not long ago. What is your relationship with Sasuke? I don't have a relationship with him. He was a friend, but those connections were cut off long ago. Naruto's voice was cold, his eyes were just emotionless. Why do you ask these kind of questions, Itachi? You don't look as evil as people make you out to be. I don't have sense any malice from you. Even in the last time we met, there were no evil intentions towards me. Naruto is ever as it seems in this world of shinobi, Itachi said in a mysterious tone. I can't figure out what you are really after. That has me curious. You are not a bad person. But this power you have accumulated over the past years. It is for a reason. Itachi spoke in a hardened tone. His eyes never left the blonde, not even for a second. Naruto appeared amused more than anything. Itachi appeared to be a totally different person from his younger brother. There was a reason the Uchiha was asking him questions. Maybe he wanted to know what he was planning to stop him. But this was just a clone and he was going to battle Sasuke. If he was going to stop him, he would have to defeat Sasuke. He could not figure out Itachi's motive. There was something the Uchiha was after, but he could not put a finger on it. But it was almost certain that Itachi had no desire to stop him in his path for destroying the Akatsuki. The last time the Uchiha had been more concerned about what he was after. But that was still the question even now. Back then, Konoha had been referenced a lot. He could not make the connection. Naruto tilted his head to the side. You don't think I gained this power to defeat the Akatsuki? Getting out of Konoha would be for its own safety. There would be no telling what the Akatsuki would be willing to do to get the Kyuubi. Why do you always give out possible reasons for your actions? Itachi asked. It sounds believable. Even the reasons you gave before sounded reasonable, but they are not truly the reasons for your actions. You Uchihas have always been blessed. The Baijuu sealed within me goes to the point of hating you people. Naruto responded calmly. Regardless, if you tell me your reasons for the Uchiha massacre, I will tell you the reasons for my actions. Itachi was displeased, but he did not say anything. Not for a moment was he willing to say anything to Naruto. He would not say anything. This was his secret for now. My reasons for my past actions are a past. They have nothing to do with why I am here, Itachi said firmly. You're not willing to tell me anything, but since you are targeting the Akatsuki, I will give you a warning. He could do that. If Sasuke was looking for him, then his time was upon him. He didn't even have long anyway. But at least he would wish for the Akatsuki to go. He would not have a problem with it. If things go awry, it would end up with Naruto facing off against Sasuke. He just hoped that person didn't taint Sasuke. If his brother allowed himself to be manipulated, there would be a problem. But Itachi had plans for that person. I'm listening, Naruto said. There are two leaders in the Akatsuki and both have powerful visual prowess. Both are powerful, but one of them is being used. For you, the big problem isn't just the members you know, but the leaders. Pain, he will find you to deal with you. The communication we received from him was that he would deal with you personally or his partner. Should you find yourself fighting Pain, be on the watch out for a masked man with a Sharingan. I believe he will try to manipulate Sasuke into becoming a member of the Akatsuki. Should Sasuke meet that man, there is a possibility that he will try to attack Konoha. Should that happen, will you stop him? Naruto looked up for a moment. Life was something else, wasn't it? The man who took out Konoha's powerful clan was asking him if he could stop Sasuke from attacking Konoha. Naruto had a feeling it had nothing to do with Sasuke ruining his image to become a criminal. There was something hidden in those words. If Sasuke joins the Akatsuki with the purpose of going after Baijuu, I will deal with him in the same way as I have dealt with other members of the Akatsuki. If Sasuke even tried to get in his way, Naruto would not be against killing him. He wasn't sure what he would do if Sasuke tried to attack Konoha. Maybe he would simply watch. Maybe he would stop the Uchiha. But it would depend on how that action would affect his plans. If Sasuke tries to attack Konoha, will you stop him? Itachi asked once more. Naruto stared for a couple of seconds. Well, the thing of shinobi doing evil to spread the hatred was something was trying to fight against. Yes. But the interesting question would be why Sasuke would go that far. I don't see any reason he would think of attacking Konoha. There is a reason, Itachi said. But if you deal with the Akatsuki, there shouldn't be a problem. Of course, there is still the question of what you are really after. My desire is simple. It is genuine and noble, Naruto said with a smile. He did not explain. He just spoke about something else. Your intel leaves me with a puzzle and more answers. Your disclosure regarding the hierarchy of the Akatsuki makes me think there are two different dujutsus in the play. Not counting the Byakugan and aside from the Sharingan, what other dujutsu is there that is equally as powerful as the Sharingan? Naruto asked in a curious tone. He still did think that those born with bloodlines gain an advantage against other shinobi in terms of growth potential. He didn't see much with Kakashi, but he has come to understand that the Sharingan has more powers than he has seen. The Rinnegan, Itachi said. It might be even more powerful than the Sharingan. The man you are no doubt going to face possesses the dujutsu. Rinnegan? Naruto adopted a thoughtful look on his face, going through his memories. That is something of a legend. Jiraiya would be all over that information. He said the first man who possessed the dujutsu was. Ah, yes, the Sage of Six Paths. What of the other man? Sharingan. I don't know much about their abilities. But you must be wary of him. He might try to manipulate Sasuke. Itachi paused. But I am curious if you really can fight them head on. They are nothing like the opponents you have faced so far. Nothing like you. Naruto added. He leapt onto the ground gently. There was no sound. Nothing. As he landed. Disappear, Itachi. The blonde spoke in a very powerful tone. Itachi didn't need the Sharingan to see Naruto's chakra. It was just a powerful brute force that was overwhelming. He immediately burst into a murder of crows and scattered around. Naruto closed his eyes and clasped his hands together. This was a little trick he learned from the Kyuubi. It was useful and powerful. It could be used for both defensive and offensive purposes. A powerful shockwave blasted into the trees with a violent force that tore through the ground. The shockwave was so powerful that it uprooted the trees that surrounded Naruto. There was nothing that stood after the force ripped through. Everything was pushed away from Naruto. It was just debris, and dust clouding the atmosphere. When the crows began to gather in the clear field, there was no sign of Naruto. He was gone. Emperor's Palace. Naruto. A man called the Blonde who was sitting on a bar counter, reading a log of intel supplied to him. Naruto looked behind him from the bar. A man was looking at him with a smile on his lips, glasses over his eyeballs. This was Yamato, the man who deals with his intelligence within the facility. Jiraiya was here. He settled dead and said he was going to Omega-Corps to follow a lead regarding the leader of the Akatsuki. That would probably mean the sage has gone on to investigate the same lead he has. Well, Itachi had confirmed something about the Akatsuki, but it was now a question of which leader was in the hidden reign. He also wondered if both leaders had the same plan. Itachi had made it sound as if there were two plans in mission. You could never know without investigating. Naruto wasn't going to bother send anyone to Ame when he knows the person won't return. It was like that with the hidden reign. It's good that he settled his debt, Naruto said with a nod. I am more concerned about Kumo and Iwa's security risk. Can you send someone over to Komagakure? It would be helpful if you can find more regarding the Raikage's brother whereabouts. I will see Iwa when I return from the sand. What of Kirigakure? Naruto was silent for a couple of seconds. I will go there myself to see the situation. River Country. Naruto's movements came to an abrupt halt when a black vortex appeared in front of him. A certain masked Uchiha formed before his very eyes, causing Naruto to be on guard. This was most likely the Uchiha Itachi had warned him against. He felt powerful, and unhealthy. That cold dark menacing visible Sharingan gave off a creeping feeling. The Baijuu inside of him seemed to be at unease at the sense of his chakra. Because of their perfect link, the Baijuu could easily sense the chakra signatures before him. It wasn't to say the Baijuu was afraid. The Kyuubi feared no one. Not a human no less. If anything, there was pure unadulterated contempt. Naruto knew the Kyuubi loathed the Sharingan and the Uchiha in general. But there was only one person who made the Baijuu's first stand, and that was Madara. This man was not that. At least as far as he was concerned. Naruto Uzumaki, Obito said to the blonde Uzumaki. His eyes watched him carefully as he jumped to the ground and stared up. You have become a thorn in the eyes of the Akatsuki. Well, thank you. Naruto responded with a smile. It is my intention. Obito wasn't amused. He stared for a couple of moments before speaking. What are you really after? You are no longer with Konoha, so there has to be a reason. It is certainly not because you felt you did not wish to involve the Leaf in the battle against the Akatsuki. For some reason, Naruto didn't feel like taking out his sword to fight against this person. First of all, he didn't know anything about the power of this person. He could not just recklessly charge in without knowing something of use. "You're speculating things," Naruto said with a wave of his right hand. "I do what I want because it is convenient. There is no grand scheme. It is simply a fight for survival. Konoha has not been good for me. I saw no reason to remain loyal to a village that could turn its back on me within the blink of an eye." Obito's eye narrowed slightly. "There is nothing convenient about your actions. You have been acting according to a plan," he said, walking over the blonde. His body just phased through Naruto, greatly surprising him. "Well, no matter, just save the Jinchuriki and gather them for me." Naruto blinked after the man disappeared. Did he just become intangible? "What do you think?" Naruto shook his head. "How do you fight against something like that? How do you fight against an ability that makes a man intangible?" 3 days later. River Country. Naruto halted, and put on an expressionless mask on his face. He was looking at his former partner in the summoning world. The son of the Toad Chief. Gamakatchi. Naruto greeted the large toad that was now as big as the Toad Chief. He could never forget the toad he met when it was just little. He had basically watched the toad grow. Still, how long has it been since he last made contact with the toads? Since he cut off his ties with them, he had thought that the only way he would have any contact was when he was in battle with Jiraiya. He didn't expect to see a toad like this. There was even an unpleasant air about the toad before him, and it made him feel slightly unsettled. But he did not show it. "You have truly changed and grown, Gamakatchi," Naruto said calmly. He didn't make any movement, he stood still watching the toad. "You just look mature. But I have to say, I have missed you," Gamakatchi said in a rough voice. "If I said didn't, I would be lying." Naruto still did not smile. "You were able to track me down. Is it possible that if the toads really wanted to find me in my years of absence, they could have done so?" The toad did not respond to the question. It went straight to business. "Fukasaku-sama wants to speak with you, Naruto." Naruto stared for a long minute before shaking his head. "No," he said firmly. "I have nothing to say to him. I cut off my ties with the toads long ago. Please go back, Gamakatchi." The toad stared but did not move. He had been instructed to get the blonde no matter what. He didn't want to do this, but he decided to just say it. "Jiraiya is dead. He was killed in a battle against the leader of the Akatsuki and Omega. Naruto's mask turned cold. The life in his eyes disappeared. He knew Jiraiya had gone to Omega. He had known but hadn't done anything. Even so, he hadn't thought that the Sannin would actually die. Not after their last conversation. No, everyone could die, but not Jiraiya. Not that perverted Sannin. The man had ways to survive. He always survived. The Sannin was a survivor. He had survived his mad rampage several years ago, and that had the Kyuubi involved. Naruto considered that the toad before him pulling a fast one. But the chances of that happening were zero. Gamakatchi would never joke about Jiraiya's death. The blonde jumped over to Gamakatchi's head without saying a word. The toad reverse summoned itself to the land of the toads. The familiar scent of nature that brought peace to both the mind and the heart. Naruto had spent time on this beautiful world of the toads that wasn't ravaged by the injustice and hatred of the elemental nations. He enjoyed the time spent here. Naruto was standing just outside of Fukasaku's house. The elder toad appeared pale, but maintained a stern gaze. "Fukasaku-sama." Naruto greeted the sage with an expressionless mask. He then sat down, legs folded, and leaned forward a bit to enable himself to rest his head on the palm of his right hand. His mask remained intact. "Naruto-chan. We did not part in the best of terms, but Jiraiya gave me a message regarding his battle with the Akatsuki. This information might become important enough to save your life." The toad said. "Jiraiya wishes to save my life even though he has an idea of what I desire." "Jiraiya cared for you even in his death," Fukasaku said in a firm tone. He went on to give Naruto details regarding the battle with the Akatsuki. He made sure to mention about the Rinnegan's abilities. Once Fukasaku was done explaining things, Naruto didn't say anything. He stared into the space between him and the sage. "I guess I should make a visit to the Hidden Rain. But I need to calm my mind first." "You can take him away," Fukasaku said to Gamakatchi. The toad did as told. Naruto had nothing to say Gamakatchi. He simply drifted away into the back of his head and walked without purpose. It was certain now that he would have to cancel his trip to Tsunade and head to Omega. It wasn't in the plans, but he had to go. It was important that he goes there. Not just because the Akatsuki leader had killed Jiraiya, but because the Akatsuki leader was in the village. Nothing ever went to plan. Not in this world of shinobi. Naruto. Kurama called the blonde. You need to cool down before you even head to Omegakure. I know taking out the leader of the Akatsuki would be important to your dream. Naruto stopped the Baijuo before it could finish. Don't go there. I understand things. But I do need to cool down my head a bit before I rush in. However, I still cannot make the trip to Suna. 5 days later. Hidden Rain. The Hidden Rain was a truly different nation to all other nations Naruto has seen. He has done a fair number of travels in different countries, trying to understand how things are done, but he had never seen a country like Omegakure. The land was surrounded bottomless water that looked like a sea. No wonder it was difficult for spies to enter the village. But even if they entered, they never returned. It seemed like a law. Or they just became lost within the waters of this crying village. Jiraiya had sneaked into the village. And he had been like all those other spies who go in here but never returned. The Sannin was powerful, yet he fell into the same fate. It was truly a sad reality of things. But this just meant that Itachi had been right, the man with the Rinnegan was powerful. The Rinnegan was a powerful dujutsu, as it was even rare. Who else had it? Wasn't its last wielder the mythical sage of 6 paths? Naruto stopped midway through the empty streets of the Hidden Rain. He wasn't hiding his appearance. He was here for a war with the man who killed his sensei and finally rid himself of the Akatsuki, or at least its visible leader. It was raining, but he didn't care that it was raining on him. He even faced the clouds, allowing the raindrops to slap him on his face. Are you sure you are in a position to fight Naruto? I will not allow you to humiliate me because that perverted hermit got killed. Kurama could sense that Naruto was sad. He knew that the Toad Sage had meant a lot to Naruto. The blonde had yet to harden his heart to the pain, so he was pained by the death of the man. Then again, this is what could be needed to push him to work harder in pursuing his dream. He still worried that if Naruto allowed his emotions to get the best of him, things would become problematic. Especially if they were going to be fighting against the Rinnegan. He knew all there was to know about the Dujutsu. He didn't say anything to Naruto or anything about the Sage of 6 Paths. He would not say anything about the old man. Regarding the Rinnegan, he would only talk if it was convenient. Maybe it is emotion that fueled me to come here, but it would be stupid of me to come here without any confidence and purely because Jiraiya was killed. Naruto responded in a calm tone. Kill the leader, you kill the Akatsuki. He would only have to worry about the masked Sharingan if he manages to deal with this situation. There were plans for a strategic retreat if he is unable to win. It was possible, there were ridiculously powerful people in this world and he didn't know all of them. Why does it even sound as if you are only worried about your pride? Naruto appeared before the Kyuubi. It was no longer in a cage. The scenery was still the same, but the bars had long been released. It had been necessary for him to use the Baiju's full power. The link between them had to be perfect for full utilization of the power. And he had used this space for have some rounds with the Kyuubi. Kurama looked down at Naruto's form. If you are defeated, I'm the first Baiju to be captured. Naruto smiled. It a small smile. He would have normally laughed at that response. I'm sure the other Baijuis will laugh at you. He said. But capture means the death of me. Jiraiya is dead, I have more reasons to win this or at least continue to survive. Naruto quickly pulled away when he sensed something. His eyes were staring at missile. It was heading straight towards him. He quickly pulled out his sword and charged toward the missile. He swung his sword straight towards the missile as it neared him. The blade cut through the missile cleanly, splitting it into 2 halves. Both halves blasted past him, and then crashed into explosions that came with booms. The moment the explosions went off, Tendo and the Gakido path crash landed right in front of Naruto, causing the blonde to quickly jump backwards to create some distance. The rain had stopped raining. And the battle was beginning. Naruto Uzumaki, Tendo said, staring at the blonde expressionlessly. You have saved us the trouble of looking for you by coming here. Naruto could tell that this wasn't the normal shinobi one battled. He hasn't even had a fight where he was pushed. The blonde lightened the weight on his sword and gripped it firmly. With the trouble I have caused you, I expected you'd be looking for me. Naruto responded. He kept calm and his face didn't reveal a single emotion. Yes. You have caused us trouble. But once we have dealt with you, we will take a step closer to peace. Peace? That was an interesting word he didn't expect to hear from the leader of the Akatsuki. If it wasn't because the man was also hunting down Jinchurikis, Naruto would have paused to hear what the man thought of peace. The blonde sheathed his blade. The moment his right hand retreated from his back, the two lunged towards him. The Gakido was in front with Tendo following behind. Naruto didn't just stand still and allowed them to reach him, he leapt into the air whilst doing hand seals. Futon, Hanachiri Mai. Naruto summoned a cyclone of petals. The jutsu tore through the air, twisting the air around it as it headed straight Gakido. The path halted and held out both its hands with Tendo remaining behind it. The wind jutsu slammed into a barrier. The force behind the jutsu forced the path to slide backward slightly, but its barrier still held firmly as it absorbed the jutsu. Tendo suddenly burst into the air like a bullet, coming from behind the Gakido. The path headed straight towards Naruto, who was still in mid-air. When the path neared him, Naruto took out his sword. He'd already cancelled his jutsu after seeing it being absorbed. He didn't wait for Tendo to initiate an attack. As if he had been waiting, he swung his sword with both his hands in a horizontal strike. He was intent on cutting the opponent in half. In more than two angles, Nagato the swing and Tendo avoided the incoming swing by propelling itself into the air, above the swing. The moment the path avoided the swing, Naruto cursed. Another missile came from a position he could not see. It was aimed at his chest and he couldn't swing as fast enough cut it. He could only hold onto his sword in a vertical position for defense as the missile reached him. Within seconds, it collided with his blade. Boom! The missile exploded. It blasted Naruto down to the ground like a bullet. A second after crashing, there was another boom when Gakido landed above him. The path had attempted to stab him through his chest with a kunai. Naruto blocked the kunai by his sword, having held it in the same position it had been when a missile hit it. The kunai cracked. The second it so, Naruto exhaled a blast of wind mixed with fire straight into the face of the path. The jutsu exploded when it hit the path's face, but it quickly leapt away from Naruto. Naruto had enough room to stand up and he did so. He had a couple of bruises, but nothing damaging. This environment wasn't suitable for his kind of destruction jutsus he had mastered for destroying things. It was already a problem that he was on the defensive in this fight. But he had yet to break a sweat. So, all was still well. HMM? Naruto's thoughts were disturbed when he sensed movement from behind. Another path appeared, Nagato. The path landed behind Naruto silently. Its back was facing the blonde. It was also in a crouched position with both its hands touching the hard ground. It suddenly twisted around with its right foot sweeping through the ground, heading towards Naruto. The blonde avoided getting swept off the ground by doing a quick jump into the air. The moment he did so, he flipped his sword to his left hand when he sensed movements. The Gakido flashed in front of him, its left foot cutting through the air in speed, heading just above his right shoulder. Naruto raised his right hand, and channeled wind chakra through it to strengthen his grip. When the kick neared, he caught it and quickly twisted around before hurling the path into a building. The path blasted off like a bullet. The moment Naruto released the path, a brutal kick on his face from Tendo sent him flying into the wall of an opposite building. Naruto flipped several times before his feet touched the wall. He stuck to the wall using chakra and bent his knees slightly. Tendo was charging towards him once more. The blonde blasted off from the wall. The grip on his swing hardened. He swung his sword from his left on a horizontal strike. Shinra Tensei. An invisible force hit Naruto, sending him back to the wall he just left. The blonde managed to hit the wall with just his feet once more and then landed on the ground. Seeing Nagato and Gakido darting towards him, Naruto handled his blade through his right hand. He held the sword in a reverse grip and took a stance and then closed his eyes. Wind cutter. The paths only jumped back instinctively after nearing Naruto and managed to dodge the lightning-fast strike from Naruto. When they landed on the ground, the vision started to change as if the world was moving upside down. The path's upper bodies separated from the rest of the body from the waist downwards. "We dodged that," Gakido said as its half hit the ground. "It looked like you did but you didn't," Naruto said. He would not explain his jutsu to people he was still fighting. He sheathed his sword once more, ready for another round with the remaining two. Banshu Tenon. Naruto tried to hold back when he found himself being pulled towards the Deva path by an invisible force. The path had its right hand held out. The force was unshakable and Naruto found himself being caught by his throat by the path. The grip was firm like an iron grip. Naruto didn't struggle much when the path's left hand flashed towards his left shoulder with a black rod. The rod stabbed him on this left shoulder. The second it did, Naruto's knee slammed into the path's gut. Without even doing hand seals, he breathed out flames from his mouth. The flames hit the path head on, causing it to let him go jumping backwards. The flames then dispersed quickly. Naruto took out the rod on his shoulder without so much as flinching. He didn't mind the blood. "You move rather well," Tendo said calmly. "You have cut down two of us, and although you have taken some hits, you don't seem to have dented your chakra reserves. What was the reason for gaining this power that you have?" "It wouldn't hurt to catch a breather. Because I have a dream." "A dream? Our sensei desired peace. What could your dream be?" "Peace," Naruto said before pausing to ask. "Sensei?" Naruto was surprised. Fukasaku hadn't said anything about the leader of the Akatsuki being a former student of Jiraiya. It was almost laughable. Jiraiya's students were after peace, and one of them had killed him for this peace. It must have been a bitter experience to know that his students have turned into something like this. Naruto truly pitied the Sannin. "Jiraiya was once my sensei. Our master desired peace. He disagreed with my methods and attempted to stop me. But there is no other way to bring peace to this world of hatred. If you really desire peace, you should let yourself be captured." If that was a joke, it wasn't funny. Naruto wasn't going to let himself be captured. Not for someone's peace. "I want peace. But it could be that I have a different way of bringing peace to this world. Yes, my methods differ from yours, hence we fight. I think I'm right, you think you are right. Because we differ, and although the goal is one, we see each other as enemies. Ultimately, this is how things work in this world. When we cannot agree on something, we fight to sort out those differences, and the winner is the right one. This is what brings about the wars and the pain and hatred that follows after the war." Naruto paused and gave Tendo a stare. "My fight with you is because you are in the way of my peace." Nagato was honestly surprised to hear Naruto make sense in his words. He seemed to understand some things about this world. It had even been a surprise to learn that Naruto was even trying to bring peace. "As Jiraiya students, you and I should be able to understand each other. We both desire peace. There is nothing to discuss if you are still going to try to extract the Baijuu inside of me." "That is unfortunate," Tendo said. The Asura path crash landed beside Tendo, and without wasting time, the path released a missile. Seeing the missile, Naruto fled. He wasn't looking forward to taking another hit from the missile. As he sped through the ground, the missile followed him. Naruto didn't smile seeing the missile charge behind him. At least the two were not following him. The blonde turned into a corner at the end of another building, but the missile still followed him. Naruto cursed loudly when realized he turned blindly. It was an alley. He still rushed forward. When he was closer to the end, he leapt into the air and twisted around. Once more, he channeled chakra through his hands and watched the missile carefully. When it was about to hit his gut, he sidestepped it in the blink of an eye before catching it with both his hands with a gentle touch. He spun around quickly while still holding onto the missile. Ninjendo flashed in front of him like a silent killer. Its foot slammed into his face, causing him to lose concentration. The missile went off and he was blasted backwards to the wall behind him. Naruto hit the building with his back. The moment he crashed into the wall, both Gakido and Tendo flashed in front of him. The Gakido slammed an unforgiving punch on his gut that had Naruto spitting out a mouthful of blood, while Tendo pierced through his left shoulder with a chakra rod, pinning him to the steel wall. The two paths suddenly disappeared away from Naruto. Naruto had a clear view of a mechanical punch heading towards him. The punch seemingly hit him on the chest and exploded. Boom! There were metal plates from the building that fell to the ground. But when the explosion cleared, there was no sign of Naruto. It was just a hole in the building. Naruto was sitting quietly on the other side of the building, catching his breath. These guys attack all at once and brutally so. This will end up being our greatest fight, Kyuubi. Your opponent has the Rinnegan and it makes ninjutsu useless. Kyuubi said calmly. The damage so far was still nothing. Naruto could do this all day. Because he wasn't using too much of chakra, it meant that he's still plenty of power to do this. The environment doesn't even benefit me. The ones I cut are back at one piece once more. It's really not fair. But I know of a way to get this done. He said with a smile. We just have to attack the real body with your most powerful jutsu. We, however, have to contain the explosion by using a barrier. I can't gather enough chakra to supercharge with you fighting. Not a problem. Naruto said. We will use the clouds to our advantage. I will fuse my chakra with them to create a shield. But you first have to gather natural energy. Get it done. They will notice me, but there is no way about this, he said before slamming his right hand on the ground. He closed his eyes as his chakra washed over the village. Having sensed their location, Naruto created a clone in Kurama mode. The clone disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 6 paths gathered before Naruto. He was staring at the 6 of them all at once for the first time. It was just as Fukasaku said. But this was still dangerous. Naruto stood up and removed his burnt and torn cloak. He sheathed his sword and massaged his neck for a couple of seconds. It was about time to get on the offensive. He held out his right hand, lightning encased it for a couple of seconds. He pointed his index finger towards the Ningendo. Divine Judgment. The lightning hit in the blink of an eye. The paths had no time to react when the lightning hit Ningendo. When the jutsu hit, it caused an explosion of lightning and it caused the other paths to jump into safety. Ningendo was covered by a white dome of pure lightning. Naruto didn't wait for the lightning to clear before making his next move, because the paths had separated in an attempt to escape the range of his lightning jutsu. He was able to go after one of them. The blonde flashed behind the Gakido. He was twisting slightly above the ground before his right foot was swung for a high back aimed at the pack of the path's head. Even without seeing him, the path ducked under the kick while lifting up its right foot. It did a back kick, slamming the base of its foot on Naruto's gut. The moment it connected, Naruto grabbed the foot with both his hands. His reaction was lightning faster. He slammed the path down the hard ground, causing a loud boom as the path got buried down. Naruto quickly formed a Katen Rasengan and attempted to slam it into the down path, but as he bent down, the Asura path released a blue wave of energy from a bazooka cannon. The blast covered the distance in massive speed and slammed into Naruto's chest. Upon collision with Naruto, it exploded and sent the blonde crashing into the tall building behind him. Naruto's collision with the steel wall was loud and the wall was damaged slightly, but the Katen Rasengan was still alive on the palm of his right hand. Naruto was forced to shift his head to his left side when the animal path's fist drove through the wall like a bullet. Having missed, the path quickly attempted to flee, but Naruto raised his right hand and hurled the jutsu on his hand towards the path. The jutsu slammed into the path's chest. Boom! Powerful flames with intense heat covered the path's entire body for a couple of seconds before it fell down the ground, its cloak burnt and looking lifeless. Naruto removed himself from the wall and flexed his muscles slightly. I see why you have been able to cause us problems. You truly are strong, Pain said calmly. This was the 4th path the blonde was destroying. Ningendo had been turned into ash, so it could not be revived without getting another body. It has truly been an honor fighting a fellow student of Jiraiya. Our master has truly trained powerful shinobi. Well, thank you for the compliment, Naruto said with a smile. He didn't like that the remaining 4 had gathered together once more. But there was just no avoiding it. He flashed through hand seals before inhaling a bit of air. Katen, Goka Mesitsu. Naruto exhaled a powerful stream of flames from his mouth. The flames rushed towards the paths in a stream. The Gakido moved to intercept the jutsu by activating its chakra absorption barrier. The flames never set off into a beautiful explosion of incinerating flames as the path slowly absorbed them. Naruto suddenly flashed behind Tendo. He had his hands on his sword. His knees were bent slightly as his body twisted to face the path, with the blade cutting through the air as it made its way towards the back of the path. The path held out its right hand without even looking at Naruto and pulled the blonde. The force was so powerful that Naruto couldn't resist, and it occurred quickly that the path grabbed him by his throat in the blink of an eye. Before Naruto could even think of moving his sword, the path twisted its body and brutally slammed his body to the ground. Naruto flinched in pain as his back slammed into the ground. The shock of the collision caused his body to shake silently in pain. You have held yourself quite well, but this ends it, the Devapath said. It was still holding on to his throat. The moment those words left its lips, the other 2 paths attacked. They both had chakra rods and attempted to pin him down the ground by piercing the rods through both his shoulders. But Naruto's reaction to the attack was faster. He let go of his sword and moved both his hands quickly to grab the rods. Oh? You have good reflexes, Pain said. Naruto was sweating. He was only barely holding on. Both his hands were bleeding and the paths were still pushing to stab him. The Gakido moved. It was done absorbing his majestic flames. The path moved quickly to pierce a kunai through his right foot, just above his ankle. Naruto cursed loudly as the kunai pierced through his foot. The path had put so much strength that the kunai went through his bone and pinned his foot to the ground. Blood did not waste time gushing out. Your struggle is futile at this stage. You should just let yourself be captured and contribute to our dream of bringing peace to the world, Pain said calmly. You must be commended for fighting so bravely without even using the Kyuubi's power. Naruto couldn't respond, not when he was desperately trying to hold back two merciless paths from disrupting his chakra flow. Using the Kyuubi's power would not have made much difference when the opponent made ninjutsu useless. It would have just increased his speed. But given that he had 12 eyes watching him, it wouldn't have made much of a difference. He would have just used more chakra. Itachi had warned him, if that masked man appeared to him after burning too much chakra, he would not be in a position to fight. You seem to be in a bind. Do you need my help? Kurama asked with amusement. This isn't funny. If I drop this, I'm done for it. That's what you get for fighting the Rinnegan without my help. Kurama said carelessly. Naruto went through some thoughts before asking. You seem to grasp that the Rinnegan is more powerful than I imagined. I will interrogate you on how you know that after we survive this. Naruto said in a serious tone. Can my clones set up the barrier? Yes. Naruto turned his attention to Pain. I have to admit, I'd never been stabbed like this before. I didn't think things would be like this. But I still cannot lose, for the sake of peace. You are still holding on very well, Tendo said. A second later, the Gakido stabbed a rob through his left foot. Naruto let out a small cry with his foot being impaled. Both were not impaled. Savage bastards. How do you plan on finding this piece of yours? This world is full of hatred and pain. I killed our master, can you not say that some of your actions today were fueled by anger? Can you say you don't hate me? Naruto closed his eyes for a moment. His clones should have gathered enough chakra to set up the barrier to shield the village from the hell he was about to raise. Around the tallest tower, a large crimson barrier quickly formed, encasing the building. Above the clouds, a massive 9-tailed chakra manifestation of the Kyuubi had already supercharged a tailed beast bomb and condensed it to a small bomb that would fit through the barrier. Baiju Dama. The tailed beast bomb blasted through the clouds in the blink of an eye. It hit the tallest tower and set off a massive explosion that shook the hidden rain. The entire village was alarmed as flames threatened to break through from the barrier. The barrier didn't hold for too long nevertheless. The force of the jutsu was just too powerful to be contained by the clones. Massive amount of debris went through like waves as a mushroom of flames and steel took the skies with no sight of the tallest tower. It lasted for a couple of minutes, but when the debris finally died down, the entire building had been wiped out and all that remained was a large crater within the village. Without his mechanical walker or the rods on his back, Nagato was lying with his back. He was still alive. He had survived the blast, but it has taken so much power from him he didn't think he could continue to fight. Nagato. Konan rushed over to her partner with a worried look on her face. She had been watching the Battle of the Paths in Naruto. She hadn't thought he would plot something like this. Konan, Nagato said in a weak tone. Jiraiya-sensei's message must have included something about the real one not being amongst the ones fighting. He paused. I never thought I'd be defeated this way. He has also suffered damage, I can end him, Konan said confidently. The damage the paths had dealt on Naruto was significant and enough to deter him from making reckless moves. That I have, Naruto said as he walked up into the crater. He was battered, bruised, bleeding and shirtless. The Kyuubi had taken care of the damage on his ankles, but he was still in pain and would need some time to recover. Seeing Naruto, Konan took a defensive stance to protect Nagato. Naruto held out his right hand, causing lightning to spark. I have recharged enough, I can smite you now. But I'd like to talk. I want to hear your way of peace and see if it is better than mine. If not, I will end you. Do you think I will let you? Konan asked. She was still a member of the Akatsuki. In his condition, Naruto couldn't take her on. Konan, it's fine. He won, Nagato said. I was wondering why you didn't use that jutsu again. That is the drawback with powerful jutsus, you can't use them randomly. When Naruto got close to Nagato, he threw himself down, literally. He fell on his butt and looked at Nagato. He looked so thin and Naruto was sure it wasn't because of the tailed beast bomb. I can't believe I got brutalized by a cripple, Naruto said with distaste in his tongue. You said we could understand each other because we are Jiraiya students. I do believe that people can understand each other. It is a matter of whether we are willing to put ourselves in their position or not. I am willing to do that to understand you because we both desire peace. I just said that, Nagato said blankly. But you won, it's only fair I share my story if you are willing to listen to it. I am willing, Naruto said. Most of the pointless battles shinobi fight are simply because they don't want to listen to anyone. Without listening to other people, you can never understand their side of the story and conflicts can never be resolved. But there are situations in which people listen to you but still don't understand you. I'm sure Jiraiya tried to talk you out of your ways, but you could not understand each other and so he died. Nagato thought for a couple of moments. Naruto's language was interesting. He didn't speak as someone who understood pain, but he spoke as someone who understands how the shinobi world works, how shinobi think. He appeared to understand all that. We are not only former students of Jiraiya, but we are both from the Uzumaki clan and have lost our parents, Nagato said in thought. Perhaps we are best suited to understand each other better. It is also something that we both desire peace. Perhaps we have seen much pain and injustice that we want to change this world. Naruto adopted a thoughtful look on his face. There had been pain, injustice and mostly loneliness. For him, it had been because of the hatred, and the perception around Baijuus. Maybe. Naruto started slowly. I just experienced hatred in the hands of people for something that I had no hand in. What was it? Yes, the pain Konoha's people felt for losing their loved ones caused them to look at me as nothing more than the Baijuus sealed within me. For years, they denied my existence. Jiraiya-sensei taught me a lot about peace. Maybe it was my past experience, but the more he spoke of a peaceful world, the deeper I thought and desired for it. I have been willing to kill for peace. Perhaps does the opposite effect because when you kill someone, someone is hurt, someone will hate you. When people are consumed by their hatred, they can never be at peace, not with themselves and certainly not with other people. Naruto paused for a moment before smiling sadly. With his death, I am more determined than ever to achieve my dream. At this, Konan finally spoke. You sound a little more like him now, she said, pointing at Nagato with her eyes. It did appear that even the blonde was willing to go the extreme to get things done. For his dream. For peace. Yet, he appears to be someone who understands pain, someone who has experienced it. Nagato had mentioned that. Well, we are all Jiraiya-sensei students, Nagato said in a measured tone. He went on to explain his story, his pain and his willingness to do everything to get peace. Naruto had listened attentively. He understood but did not agree with everything. This posed him with a question: what happens when you understand someone's pain but still can't agree with his actions? It was perhaps the same scenario Jiraiya faced before his death. He also had a situation with the hidden leaf. Tsunade should understand his pain, even though she knew it wasn't the reason for his desire to leave the village, but the god Hokage has refused to understand his reasons. She didn't want to understand them because she thought he was wrong to leave. Those in power always think they are in the right. He had power and he was going to force his ideals to other people. Power wasn't a bad thing. It was how it was used. Naruto was willing to be evil if it took for the shinobi world to see peace. I think Yahiko was not wrong in his way. You were doing good. At least even you guys experienced this yourselves. You were happy. You enjoyed living. What happened wasn't naivety, it was simply with people who did not want you to achieve your dream. Just because you are doing good doesn't mean that people will treat you good. People will feel threatened by your power and will do whatever possible to stop you for their own power. When bad things happen, your worth is determined by your attitude. Do you continue or do you give up? If you made a difference and people willingly join your cause, you were making a difference. Naruto had his ways of doing things, but he was certain that the original group headed by Yahiko was doing something wonderful. People willingly joined a good cause without expecting pay but merely for the sake of doing good. Perhaps, Nagato said in thought. We had good days but they only brought us pain. Naruto shook his head. It wasn't your ways that brought you pain. But it was the treacherous part of human nature that brought pain. We all experience pain and love. I was kind and joyous, but I was not loved. I was loathed. I was miserable and lonely in the inside. Had I changed my way of living, it would have just turned me into something else. Perhaps fueled by hatred, but I would be miserable. Then why have you changed? I can't say I have changed. At least not everything about me, Naruto said with a small bitter smile. But I understand that there is a bigger problem than just people hating each other. The shinobi system can be good. Compared to the warring times, these days are peaceful. But there must be measures taken to ensure that major villages are punished for their wrongs. People still need to stop being selfish and think for other people. The elemental nations must change their attitude. For peace, all this has to happen. But people still have to be willing to understand each other for cooperation. When we share, we know each other, we understand each other. Nagato nodded and went silent for a couple of moments. Perhaps Yahiko would have found joy in talking to you, he said. My ideals have fallen away from what sensei desired. Naruto, you have been complaining about bloodlines and the lack of an idea to grow your power. Kurama said to Naruto. How about you take his eyes? The Rinnegan has always been a symbol of peace or destruction. Its abilities are unparalleled. Not even the Sharingan's abilities can measure up to the things that can be done by the Rinnegan. Naruto appeared before the Baijiu with an expressionless mask on his face. You have been in existence for years, so you would know. If you know about it, then you must know about the sage. I'm giving you an idea. You can take it if you like. Kurama said. Naruto didn't say anything. He considered his options before speaking. He talked to Nagato about the Rinnegan, but Konan intervened. Nagato said it was fine, he had run his race. It had ended miserably, but after speaking to Naruto he had hoped again. He discussed the issue with Nagato. He was willing to use force to get it. He could still smite Konan to clear the way and even put his blade through Nagato's throat. But the man didn't disagree to anything. He was more than willing to support the dream. Konan, Naruto said in a serious tone. The masked Uchiha. As Nagato said, he is likely to come for the Rinnegan. Can we make him believe I didn't take it? Konan raised an eyebrow and asked. Why? She wasn't surprised that he knew about Madara, but the surprise was why he wanted to keep it a secret. I met him, I don't know a damn thing about his jutsu. As things stand, I'm not sure a battle between him and me would produce a result favorable to me. I had something planned up for him. I can take him on. We have always known that a day would come because all he has ever been interested in with Nagato was the Rinnegan, Konan said. Naruto nodded. He stood up and faced Konan. Give me your right hand, he said. Konan did so with a raised brow. In case things don't go as planned, just activate this seal, he said, drawing up a seal on the palm of her hand with his chakra. It will save your life. Well, if you need it. I'm going to be away a couple of weeks. He paused. Where is Jiraiya's body? Bottom of the lake. Naruto looked thoughtful for a moment before nodding. I will look for it. Not now at least. My body has taken quite the beating. Konan looked at Naruto strangely. Even though it does look as if you have taken a path that would have led you to fight Jiraiya sensei, and are genuinely sad of his death, you didn't come here to fight for revenge. Naruto smiled sadly. Being able to control your emotions is important. Thoughts of revenge are some of the reasons shinobi are soaked in hatred. Would I have any right to fight against it if I allowed my decisions to be pushed by hatred? Somewhere in the fire country. Itachi's eyes lit up as Sasuke appeared before him. He was sitting, having been waiting for the younger Uchiha. He stared blankly. Hello, Sasuke. I have been waiting for you. Sasuke glared murderously as his hands became engulfed in lightning. The Sharingan spun wildly for a couple of seconds before he spoke. I hope you are prepared to die, Itachi. The elder Uchiha shook his head. Unfortunately, I have too much to do to die. I want your eyes. They will give me unimaginable power. Chapter 12 Amigakure. Obito was standing atop of the lake that surrounded the hidden rain with Konan standing on a steel pole. It was something that Konan would come here even though her jutsu was at its weak when it came to contact with water. This was going to be a battleground. There was no reason the woman would come here unless she wanted to fight him. He'd come here expecting things to happen in this way because he wanted to the Rinnegan. He couldn't let Nagato do everything now. He'd run out of patience. There was also the likelihood that Nagato was dead. A battle had taken place in this village but he didn't know anything about it. Zetsu hadn't observed it. Where is Nagato, Konan? The Geto Mazo has been summoned by someone else. If Nagato is dead, then someone else took the Rinnegan. I can only think of Naruto, but we don't know where he is because he has disappeared once more. Konan felt no urge to respond to the question. She wasn't here for that. She was here to put an end to this man. I have been waiting for you, Madara, she said calmly. Obito narrowed his eyes dangerously. So you have betrayed the Akatsuki. I have not betrayed the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki was there before you came. Yahiko created the Akatsuki and named it, Konan said before his lower body burst into butterflies. She held out her right hand. You just tried to use Nagato for his Rinnegan. The Rinnegan was never Nagato's. I gave it to him, Obito said. A chakra rod burst out from his right sleeve. You will tell me where it is and where Naruto is. Konoha. Naruto was standing by the gravesite before a memorial stone of his former sensei. He had the remains of the Sannin, so he knew these people hadn't buried anything. Still, the Toad Sage was a massive loss to the shinobi world and especially to Konoha. He might have been getting old, but he had still been a powerful member of the Hidden Leaf who contributed much to the village's security than anyone. The Toad Sage was dead, he was no more. Perhaps he could bring the man back with the Rinnegan, but Jiraiya had run his race. Besides that, he wasn't looking forward to using that kind of power for such purposes. With the Dujutsu, there would be no need for him to even get the Kyuubi's other half from his father. The power of the Dujutsu was just godly, and from how the Kyuubi kept describing its abilities, Naruto knew there was much more. But perhaps he could not do anything more because he was not the original bearer of the Dujutsu. Even so, with how Nagato fought, he fought in a weakened state compared to when utilizing his main body. But it was understandable with Nagato given his lack of mobility. Naruto wasn't just here to drop off the remains of the Toad Sage, he also brought the Toad contract to Konoha. Had the Sandaime been alive, maybe Konohamaru would inherit his grandfather's summoning contract. But he had already shown the boy the Rasengan, someone had to take over the Toad contract. Naruto's shut eyes turned to his right as Tsunade slowly made her way towards him. She was walking slowly, the Anbu were creeping in the shadows, and man, there were a lot of them. It looked as if the Godime Hokage was walking in enemy territory even she was still in her very own village. The good thing was that it didn't feel as if they wanted to attack him, neither did Tsunade. He couldn't feel any intent from her. But he knew it could change at any time. The Godime Hokage stopped beside Naruto and stared at the memorial stone in silence. She had an unreadable look on her face and her eyes looked tired. Not long ago, he had been threatening to blow up the Hokage monument if they did not let him go, but today, they were standing here, there was no sign of animosity. They were just standing before the stone, a man they both once cared for. Jiraiya. The legendary Toad Sage. When the Toads came to bring the message, I thought you'd return, Tsunade said in a quiet, sad tone. I waited for you. But you never showed. I know he meant a lot to you, but you never showed. When she finished speaking, there was a bit of bitterness in her tone. Naruto wondered, would he really have been welcomed in this village even though he would have come here to mourn the death of his former sensei? These people of this village would have likely blamed him for the death. They would have found fault in his actions. He would not have cared, but he still didn't regret not coming here. What would it have changed? Mourning? He could do that alone. He had been alone when growing up. Other people just came now into his life. He didn't have them anymore though. He only had the Kyuubi. The Baijuwu was his one true partner. They might have been enemies, a warden and his prisoner, but the Baijuwu has always been with him. It wasn't by choice, but it just meant he wasn't truly alone. He couldn't say he was alone because he didn't have other humans with him, because really, the past month had taught him he had graduated from just being a mere human. He held the power of life and death in his hands. He could choose to create or destroy. He could do either perfectly because he had the power. I'm still a rogue shinobi. Naruto's tone was low, there was a bit of emotion in his voice and his eyes were open slightly. There was no life in those patterns, it was just power and power alone. I thought Jiraiya's death would convince you to come back. It would show you that you can't fight alone, Tsunade said. Her eyes remained fixed on the stone before her. She never glanced at Naruto's direction. Jiraiya's death did convince me of something, but it wasn't to come back. Besides, I'm not alone. Not in this world, not in my fights. Naruto responded. The Toads told me and I went to fight the leader of the Akatsuki. I won, of course. It wasn't easy as I make it sound, but I won, and perhaps we might have a revitalized Akatsuki. Upon hearing that, Tsunade's head snapped towards Naruto. The Akatsuki isn't dead? There was anger in her tone and eyes. If not, Konoha will hunt them down. Naruto shook his head. This anger. This emotion. Why couldn't people just forgive? It wasn't easy, was it? It was difficult, especially when someone has taken your loved ones. Yet it was not impossible. Acting in anger only continued the cycle of hatred, and it didn't bring an end to conflicts. That attitude is what is wrong with shinobi. When you have a problem, you think of killing people. You think of tearing down your enemies, Naruto said with a shake of his head. Where is the peace in that? The Slug Princess frowned. Please don't tell me you have taken Jiraiya's ideals, she said. Look where his ideals took him? He never saw them because he thought of the impossible. That is just high emotions talking. Idealistic. Yes, but Jiraiya made sense when he spoke. That is why I listened to him, Naruto said calmly, his voice a bit stern. But it is a bit pitiful that he ended up dying in the hands of his former student and the student he had once thought to be the child of prophecy. Perhaps it was some sort of sick joke from whoever controlled the fate of man. At that thought, Naruto shook his head. Did he want to think like a certain Hyuga he had defeated in the Chunin exams? He'd never believed in crap such as a fate. It was especially worse now since he took Nagato's position as the god of peace. Maybe, but Jiraiya's world could never be realized in this world. Not with the shinobi system. The god I'm Hokage said with a shake of her head. It is because you don't believe it that you don't see it. You can never even give it a try because you think it is impossible. Naruto responded to the slug princess. When you truly want something, you make an effort to get it. To try by all means to ensure that your plan succeeds. But when you don't give an effort, you can't make anything happen. I will make things happen. I will do it because I believe it. I have seen the world I desire. I have seen a world where Kages act as one not only in the interest of their homes but of the elemental nations. Naruto paused and sighed. I didn't come here for this, he said with a shake of his head. So even after this, you will not come back. Their anger and frustration was evident in Tsunade's voice. I will not beg you, Naruto. I'm tired of it. But if you do anything we don't like, we will fight you. I expect you to do so, Naruto said lightly. They would be forced to fight because he would not show mercy even to this village which was his former home. It was certain that striking an understanding with Tsunade would be difficult. It was either her way or nothing happens at all. But then again, his actions would make the Kages feel that the security of their villages is under threat. You really sound prepared to do whatever you want. Tsunade eyed the blonde Jinchuriki. I truly hope that this thing of peace isn't just a mask you will be wearing to justify your actions. Naruto smiled. It was always like a principle. Shinobi had ways to justify whatever evil they do. And as long as they justified whatever it was, they would be without complaints or a threat of regret. Maybe I have just lost myself in the pain and loneliness and I just want to let it rip, Naruto said. Nothing is fair in this world. Those with power are always right because they are winners. They get away with everything because they are the strong. What are you suggesting? Naruto shook his head and took out 2 scrolls from his coat and handed them to the god Im. One contains Jiraiya's remains and the Toad contract. I recommend Konohamaru for it. Naruto placed his hands inside the pockets of his coat and started walking away from the god Im. Tsunade didn't say anything to him. She merely watched him leave in silence. There was no attempt to stop him. Not from her. Not from her Anbu. She had learned from last time. If Naruto was going to walk into the village, she would not force things. Meanwhile, Yamanaka flower shop. It was perhaps fortunate that he was able to find the blonde woman. Naruto had looked for a little before finding Ino in the flower shop. He was sure there would be some yelling from the blonde, but it wasn't anything that made him frightened to walk into the shop, in the disguise he was wearing. Ino was busy watering her flowers, alone in the shop. He smiled and held out his right hand, waving it slowly. Ino. He greeted. The Yamanaka looked up and stared at him for a couple of moments with a thoughtful look on her face. She then pointed out her index finger with eyes wide slightly. You, she exclaimed with mild anger. There was recognition in her eyes. Even with the disguise, she was able to tell it was him. You violated me and then disappeared, she shouted as if she didn't care if someone hurt her. It had been more than a month since she last saw him. With everything that happened around the village, she had expected to see him but there was nothing. He hadn't shown up. He hadn't written. It was just silence. Almost made her feel as if she had been used. Not so loud, Naruto said in a hushed tone. You don't want people knowing it's me, do you? He wasn't going to tell her he was still just a clone. She was likely going to try to destroy him if he did that. You are in a henge, who would see you? Ino responded carelessly. Besides, I can't even recognize your chakra signature. She tilted her head to the side and then walked closer to him, staring into his eyes. You feel different. I am different, Naruto said, but he did not even go further, even when Ino gave him a look. You still look refreshingly beautiful. But it hasn't been that long. About 6 weeks is a long time in the shinobi world, Ino said with a stare. I could have been married or knocked up by that time. Things happen quickly. Naruto blinked at the choice of words by the woman. But she was still very true. Hell, A war could start and end with thousands of shinobi dead within that time. Perhaps it was no wonder they say once you put a headband, you are old enough for anything. It was just an expression, but something that genins took very seriously. It was also something that was used as an excuse to do things adults do. Hey, if you were old enough to kill, you were old enough to screw, drink and sleep wherever you wanted. A morally crippled society, and this girl was the sort of person who'd say things like that. Was she morally flawed? No, she just liked living her life to the fullest. Marriage? Naruto looked thoughtful. You looking into marriage, Ino? You are at that age. Ino shrugged. Who knows? She said. I still want to have fun with my life. The might be thinking about it. But I don't want it, not now, she said. Naruto nodded. I have never thought of marriage since I grew. I did fantasize about it with Sakura, but that was about it. Ino laughed at this. Your crush on Sakura was a bit laughable. How can you be so hopelessly in love with someone like that? Naruto stared for a long minute. Weren't you a fangirl of a certain Uchiha that you were willing to curse anyone who badmouthed him? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Hell, you girls cared more about how you looked before the princess than your training as kunoichi. Ino didn't find it amusing that Naruto called Sasuke a princess. But she was embarrassed about her old self. At least I grew out of it. She thought of Sakura and shook her head. The pinkette wasn't going to move on. Not with Sasuke still out there. At least you did, Naruto said with a nod. Who could have even thought you'd be standing with me now like this? Had someone said it years ago I would have been disgusted, Ino said with a straight face. You were loud, bright, obnoxious, annoying and an idiot. Hey, Naruto said with a hurt look on his face. I have feelings, you know. Once more, Ino shrugged carelessly. So? Naruto looked shocked for a moment before shaking his head. You are cold, he said as he removed the distance between them. His hands moved around the blonde and he pulled her closer. His fingers walked down her spine for a couple of moments before he pushed her away. The blonde smiled. So, what did I miss? Ino glared and folded her hands across her burst. It was rather cruel for Naruto to tease like that. She had feelings. For a moment, she considered just glaring at him. Jiraiya-sama's memorial service, Ino said with an intensive stare. There were tears. Despite the man being known as a self-proclaimed super pervert, he was well liked. Even though you are still a missing nin, I thought you'd have come. Naruto was silent. Everyone seemed to put some importance in his appearance at the village for the Festival of Tears. Had there been time to cry for him? Admittedly, he was aggrieved by the whole situation. Taking care of the leader of the Akatsuki had been priority. It would be a blatant denial if he denied that there hadn't been some thoughts of anger in his actions. But he hadn't been influenced to going to Ame because of it. There were other pressing matters, Naruto said. He paused and eyed Ino with a raised eyebrow. I'm not under interrogation, am I? No, but it was just curious. The Yamanaka said. What were you doing? You seem to be busy. I can't say I'm not curious on what you do when you move around the elemental nations. Naruto looked at Ino silently. He wasn't going to tell her things. He wasn't that stupid, but at the same time, he did understand she would be curious. He hasn't done anything yet. But he would be checking with Konan to see if the Akatsuki was over. If so, then he would get busy. No one would have to guess his motives. You'll hear in the next weeks. I'm going to be famous. Infamous rather, Naruto said with a smile. If he slipped and said something, Baijuwu inside of him would certainly have a field day with him. Want to join me? Ino blinked at this. She stared for a long minute and tried to figure if the blonde was serious, but she could not figure out anything. And be hunted down? I don't think so. My dad would be saddened. Ah. Daddy's little girl, Naruto said with a smile. For a grown woman that's a problem. I should be saying you are my girl, but it seems I must compete with your father. How is that fair anyway? You're not funny, Ino said with a bite before she sighed. On the bright side of things, you got Big Daddy to protect you. The blonde said with grin, his chest puffed up a bit. Ino smiled. Well, if the rumors are true, you have become powerful. She paused. I want to see you in action. I'm not crazed out by bloody things, but I just want to see what you can do. One day, Naruto said. He repeated those words once. I should come and kidnap you one day. That'll just get me in trouble with Tsunade-sama. I was forced to lie to her when she asked me questions, Ino said with a shake of her head. I figure if I get caught it will be a big deal. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Ino didn't seem worried. Not even the least. Why does it sound like it will be a fun ride for you? Well, my life is a little dull. Even if I'm caught, nothing major will happen. It will ruin my prospects in the intel division. She sounded thoughtful but then shrugged. Well, you didn't disappoint last time. If you don't next time, I will be worth it. Naruto stared and took a step back. Get away from me, you senile woman. You'll scare my customers. Ino hushed him. Naruto looked around the empty shop. There were no customers to speak of, and so he faced the Yamanaka. Imaginary ones, or are they just invisible? I'll become invisible as them if you continue speaking like this, Ino said with a straight face. Naruto stared for a long minute before laughing. He shook his head. You are one special person. I think being around you will give me some special moments, he said with a smile. You should be worried about getting caught though. It will bring you unnecessary pain. His tone was serious. What he would end up becoming would not be something anyone would want to be associated with. Ino shrugged. The only way I'm getting caught is if you knock me up. I don't think my dad would try to get into my head. The blonde said carelessly. Naruto blinked. I'll bury myself if that happens, he said. What? Ino said. We are at that age. I should be married now, thinking about having children. That kind of thing. Had things not changed, it would have been Naruto's thoughts as well. It would have been his desire and he would be pursuing Tsunade's hat. But he was not thinking about it. He wasn't going to get married. But could not be married on this road. The sacrifices he had to make for this world. He was born miserable, but he didn't have to die miserable, did he? If you get married, I won't have reason to come here unless I want to break off your marriage, Naruto said with a sad look on his eyes. I'd kill you with my bare hands if you did that, Ino said in a firm tone. She made hand motions to show him how she would go about it. Naruto shook his head. He could see the Yamanaka doing it. What time do you knock off? I got to be somewhere tomorrow. If the clone was staying with her, there would be no need to worry. But the original would take over. So there was the question that affected his travels. As soon as I call my mother to replace me, Ino said. 2 days later. Amigakure. The site where the tallest tower once stood now stood a steel structure. It was apparent that Konan was rebuilding her base of operations. The hidden rain was hers without Nagato. The clouds were not above the village, the sun was shining bright and the people seemed happy to be seeing the sun. It was always raining. So when it stopped, it was a joy. The rain had been Hanzo's village. He was a man who made the Sanins famous. He was a man who Nagato killed and eradicated everyone who had connections with him within the rain and then turned it into a peaceful village. The people worshipped their angel and their god. Naruto smiled at the thought of an angel. Hadn't he said he would smite Konan? It was ironic, wasn't it? Naruto looked up as he saw paper butterflies. This was Konan's ability. When the butterflies flew away, he followed them slowly. He figured they were here to lead him to the leader of the hidden rain. The building he was led to wasn't as big as the last one, but it was still a tall building. It was still not as tallest building within the village. Naruto found Konan sitting at the balcony, her body unmoving with her eyes looking down at the village. You sneaked into the village days ago, she said as Naruto stopped on her right side. I wanted to see if the village was still as secure as it had been while taking Jiraiya's remains. Naruto responded calmly. He could have greeted, but he had been unwilling to do so at the time. You are still alive, I'll consider this a success in your attempt to stay alive. That other Uchiha would have come here if he couldn't get anything from Nagato over the past month. If he had known that Nagato had battled someone, he would have still come here for the Rinnegan. Nothing was a sure thing. Maybe what Itachi feared became the reality and the man found a curious case to study in the form of Uchiha Sasuke. Either way, Naruto was still not willing to face the man. Not when he didn't know his abilities. Speed was fundamental in fighting that kind of person. He came. I would have died but, thanks to you, I stayed alive, Konan said. There was no smile on her lips. Her mask remained expressionless. Hearing this, Naruto smiled brightly. That is a case to celebrate. The blonde said happily. This means that the Akatsuki is no more. I can finally begin my conquest for peace. I will be here to support you as I supported him, Konan said. Naruto smiled upon hearing those words. He now had a companion that was human. It was funny how things worked in this world, wasn't it? Either way, he was at peace with the thought of a friend he could count on. Even better, the woman had been a student of a man who taught him many things about being a shinobi. They would get along just fine. As long as he didn't try to betray the dream. I will take you up on that, Naruto said. Where is this Madara? Konan didn't offer an immediate response. I sealed it. You can't get to it. The seal is set to ignite millions of paper bombs. He came back from the dead once, I don't want to take a chance if he does the same trick twice. The moment his chakra becomes active, the bombs go off. Only I can go in. Naruto appeared thoughtful for a moment before nodding. But he was wary about this woman. She appeared meticulous. She appeared like the kind of person who studies your abilities and uses that to destroy you. Because she knew his abilities, she likely had the means to stop him, or at least try to. But she certainly knew the weaknesses of all jutsus Nagato used, if there was any. I don't want to be your enemy, Naruto said with a smile. The blonde then stared into the space ahead of him. What do you want to do after peace, Konan? Do you not want to enjoy it by doing something? Konan looked thoughtful for a few moments before responding. I've never thought of that, she said. You should, Naruto said in a firm tone. I realize that the core desire is peace, but you cannot deny yourself happiness. And we cannot end our thinking with just peace. We must also imagine ourselves living in this peaceful world. When you see yourself living in a world you created, you have the desire to continue living no matter what. You don't see your life end with your dream, but you see it continuing, and that gives you the confidence to continue fighting for what you believe in. Konan last thought of happiness when Yahiko was still alive. There had never been a time when she felt the need to think about love and happiness. Who could she even love now? She had been focused on caring and supporting Nagato, nothing ever mattered. When was the last time she sat down and laughed? Those days are long gone, but Naruto was telling her to think about it. Between the days with Nagato and the happy days, she would certainly pick the latter. She cared for Nagato, but there was never a happy moment. Then again, Nagato hadn't been like Yahiko. Still, could she even have happiness? The thought was always about the dream and the plans, but there was never anything about what would happen when the dream was achieved. That is a different way to look into things, Konan said calmly. I wonder if I can still have that. I'm not young as I was. Naruto laughed at this. You're still an active woman and beautiful. Age doesn't have anything to do with happiness. You make the effort to be happy. The blonde said. I could have chosen to look another direction, but I understand that I can make something for my life. I don't want to die miserable. The blonde paused and glanced Konan with wide eyes. If you can't find anyone to love you, I have a big heart. Konan stared for a while before shaking her head. She was not flustered. Naruto couldn't even tell if she was surprised. There was just no reaction from her. When do you begin? What a difficult woman, Naruto said with a shake of his head. I'm going to see Wagakure and then Suna. I will rest for a couple of days and head to Kumagakure. There will probably be chaos in that village. I will see Kirigakure after that and then come back here to see the reaction. Remember, if you need anything, don't forget to come to me. Naruto smiled. I will not forget, he said. Well, let me depart before I stall for more time. If I don't begin now, I never will begin. He glanced at Konan with his head tilted to the side. You are the angel and Nagato was the god, right? Yes. Then I will become the new god, he said before jumping away from the balcony. He twisted his body, which was in a horizontal position, to face up with his back facing the streets. He smiled and waved at Konan as gravity pulled him down. Konan did not wave, she just stared at the blonde with her expressionless mask. He was starting to be something else, wasn't he? He certainly didn't look like someone who could cause chaos and destruction. The blonde had life in him, he spoke of happiness. It was truly a different atmosphere to one that she was accustomed to. But there was no harm, was there? She had loved and had been hurt by death and pain. It was just as Naruto said, because we are hurt, we mustn't stop trying to live. Humans were not perfect, so they will make mistakes, they hurt you. One just had to accept things and try to be happy again. Konan had to try that. But she didn't think she could. She has even forgotten how to smile. Has she smiled since Yahiko died? No. But Nagato had died with a smile. She wanted to go in the same way. Unknown location. Sasuke was staring into the heavens with a narrowed look of his Mangekyo Sharingan. His life had truly taken an unexpected turn. He thought he would have been done with his revenge with Itachi gone, but another bombshell from a man who claims to be Madara meant that he could not stop. His brother had been ordered for Konoha to kill their parents but hadn't been able to kill him. It was a crushing revelation that had shocked him and left him with many questions. First, he wanted to understand why his brother would go that far. Why would he love Konoha to the point of sacrificing everything for it? What was even a shinobi? The hidden leaf had more darkness than what he had thought. Orochimaru had told him a couple of things, but he had never thought that things would have been to this point. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't even skin the man who gave the order to his brother. Sasuke truly felt contempt towards those people. For these past years, he had been hell-bent on hating his brother, but it turned out, his brother was innocent and wanted to leave him with the gift of the Mangekyo. The eyes were powerful. But he still had many questions that needed to be answered. It was in this case that he was curious about what Naruto was doing. The people here had said he had vanished off the grid once more. This uncanny ability of the blonde to just vanish like that off the face of the elemental nations was an ability he thought to be troublesome. Sasuke's Sharingan glanced to the side as he sensed Black Zetsu walking towards him. It has been more than a week since he left. He said he was going to collect something. Is he having some difficulties? He ran into a bit of difficulty and is resting. Black Zetsu said. He did need to know what to do from now on. Because Obito had failed didn't mean that he would stop with his ambition. No, there was still a way. He had come this far and the damn Rinnegan was in this world. It had manifested. But the 10 tails could not be revived without the Rinnegan. He knew Naruto had it and Obito had failed to obtain it. It was a problem because without Madara, there was no one to take things forward. He could rescue Obito from his death trap. But he would see what happens. What are you going to do? Where is my team? They are still in the fire country looking for you. Black Zetsu said. Don't you want to test your Sharingan against someone capable? He asked with a smile. Iwagakure. The hidden rock, it was his first time stepping into this proud village that nearly crippled Konoha. The last war had not been favorable to the hidden leaf. There was no doubt, Iwagakure had dealt much damage to the leaf. It was no wonder they had been quick to negotiate a peace treaty the moment his father's name brought fear into enemy lines. Iwa only agreed to end the war because of that single man. Why fight a man who could end the lives of 1,000 shinobi in a minute? But there had been some resentment towards the Yellow Flash. While he was famous in other lands, and hailed in the Hidden Leaf, this village felt nothing but contempt for the man. He had cost them the war. Still, Naruto thought by now they would be over it. It was a war after all. What happens in the war stays there. The village had a massive military presence and its 2 Jinchurikis were within the village. It has rebuilt over the past years. It was a pity that he wanted to destroy all that. For peace, it was a necessary step and Naruto would not be afraid to turn this village into chaos. Halt! Stop right there. Naruto had been walking straight into the village without a care for what the guards wanted. There was a point of entry into any village. He could have tried to sneak in, but he was here to be seen. Sneaking in would be redundant. Instead of focusing on the guards, Naruto looked at the unique buildings of the hidden stone. Every village's buildings were influenced by the environment that surrounded it. Suna could not have buildings they had in Ame. The heat would be unbearable. Suna and Iwa were a bit alike. Suna may be wind and this may be rock, but they used earth for their buildings. Seeing different lands was truly a special thing, wasn't it? You really got to see several beautiful things about other nations and you certainly learned a lot about other people and their behavior. Naruto has seen many PO. His thoughts were stopped when a shinobi stepped in front of him to stop him from stepping further into the village. Who do you think you are? The man demanded. He had a kunai on his right hand, ready to attack. There were 5 more shinobi surrounding them. They all had their hands clasped together. What had he said to Konan? Ah, yes, he would become the new god and she would continue her role as an angel. He was truly going to play the role of a god in this world, wasn't he? Naruto put on an expressionless look on his face, the Rinnegan slightly visible, but coldness just seeped out of it. When he spoke, his voice was powerful, yet he didn't raise it that high. A god of peace, Naruto said. Who are you to stand before me like that? He asked, holding out his right hand. The man leapt backwards as a precaution but his colleagues sneered at Naruto. God? Uzumaki Naruto, rated S. Former Leaf Shinobi. Wanted alive by the leaf. Another man said reading from a bingo book. You're also the son of Konoha's Yellow Flash. Naruto's eyes glanced towards the man who spoke. But that was about the only reaction he gave. What do you want? It was a demand. We have no reason to do the Hidden Leaf any favors, but we won't hesitate to capture you if you are here to cause problems. I wish to speak to the Tsuchikage. You don't need to show me the way. Kages always reside in the tallest building in the land, Naruto said and took a single step forward. A mud wall burst from the ground. The wall rose high enough in front of him to block his path and his vision of the village. A shinobi jumped atop of the wall and looked down at him coldly. Our Tsuchikage has no business with you. So we cannot let you pass. Seeing this, Naruto still didn't look up to the man. He just stared straight into the wall for a couple of moments before speaking to the Baijuu inside of him. I don't know if this is right or not, but humans don't look down on gods, right? They are supposed to look up, and doing contrary is a sign of disrespect. Kurama stared, trying to figure out if the blonde was serious about this. Really, since when did this start? He'd only said he would become the new god, and he was actually trying to fit into the role. I'm not playing this game with you, the Baijuu said in a flat tone. Naruto blinked and shook his head. I'm trying to play a character here, he said. But there was no response from the Baijuu, and so he returned his attention to wall in front of him. If he caused a commotion now and actually got the Tsuchikage out here, he would not listen to him, and that wasn't what Naruto was after. He wanted to speak first because blowing up things. That was the message he was trying to drive through after all. If he could not abide by it, could he expect others to abide by it? Before he could say anything, a powerful presence flashed into sight silently. Naruto's barely opened eyes still didn't look up to the person who was standing atop of the wall. What are you doing causing a commotion in this village? Do you have a death wish? Kurotsuchi demanded. Even if I had a death wish, I would not come here because you cannot grant me that wish, Kurotsuchi. Naruto's voice was calm, yet without emotion. Those words displeased Kurotsuchi. She wanted to get down and smack the arrogance out of the blonde. But what infuriated her more was the fact that although he was talking to her, he refused to look up. Their eyes never met. She could tell he wasn't looking at her. What makes you think I can't grant that wish? Consider it just my thoughts, Naruto said calmly. Would you like to test that? A smile spread through Naruto's lips, but he shook his head slightly. No. Not now at least. He held out his right hand, but when he straightened it up, another shinobi flashed behind him. The man wanted to say something to the blonde, but an iron grip slammed into his face, grabbing it in the blink of an eye. It had happened the second he touched the ground behind Naruto, and the blonde hadn't even moved his face. The mud wall suddenly crumbled, causing everyone to be on extra alert. But no one made a move toward the blonde. He hadn't moved and still held the shinobi in a tight grip. Kurotsuchi was now on the ground. She looked at the crumbled jutsu for a moment before speaking. Wind. She muttered. She could now see Naruto's strange eyes. He looked tall, and was looking down at her with a smile. We can talk now, Naruto said. He loosened his grip on the man he had caught and raised both his hands. Are you willing? What do you want? Kurotsuchi asked with narrowed eyes. To speak to both you and your grandfather. Naruto responded calmly. Kurotsuchi glared. Naruto's way of talking was pissing her off. And that look on his eyes. Those strange hypnotic eyes. Naruto's brows furrowed when Kurotsuchi went through hand seals quickly and then slammed her hands into the ground. He knew she was making a move against him, but he didn't move. He wanted to see what she had in mind. He could have moved towards her while was still doing hand seals. But he did not. He just stared with interest. The ground trembled slightly before two earth walls sprouted from the ground on his left and right side. It quickly became two halves of an earth dome. The two halves slammed together, trapping the blonde within. Within the darkness, Naruto was still for a moment, trying to process that he had been attacked, even though he wanted to avoid that before he got the chance to even say anything to the Tsuchikage. Naruto didn't look up as a hole opened up above the dome. Kurotsuchi was in position to launch her next attack. A white mass of lava was spat towards the blonde. It went through the hole that had been created above him. The mass of slime lava hit Naruto's body before sliding down. It stuck his feet to the ground. Kurotsuchi landed on the ground gracefully with a wide grin on her lips. She cancelled her earth jutsu and then spoke. I'm not stupid enough not to have noticed that you didn't even try to dodge. But I don't really care, she said, drawing out a kunai and took several steps towards the blonde. Once she was close, she pointed the kunai towards Naruto's neck and spoke once more. What did you say before? Oh, right, You said I couldn't grant your wish. Do you still think so? Naruto ignored the rhetorical question and looked at the black-haired woman's face. And then spoke his thoughts. You are a very beautiful woman up close, Naruto said with a smile on his lips. Do you have a man in your life? If not, can I be the man in your life? Although puzzled at first with wide eyes, Kurotsuchi's response was pure disgust and then a swipe of the kunai. She tried to slash it across Naruto's face in anger, but the blonde caught her hand in an iron grip. He was still smiling when he did so. You don't have to look so disgusted like I am a cockroach or a rat, Naruto said calmly. You are strong and very perceptive. Well, as expected of the next Tsuchikage. Stop blurting nonsense, Kurotsuchi said harshly. Naruto blinked and then let go of the black-haired woman. She quickly jumped back to make some distance with him. He glanced at the lava on his feet for a second before looking back at Kurotsuchi. It's not nonsense. You are a truly beautiful woman and strong, Naruto said without a smile. Kurotsuchi continued to glare. To be honest, this was the first time anyone was saying something like that to her. She was the Tsuchikage's granddaughter, not everyone said everything they had in mind to her. It was something else hearing those words. Yet, it was a bitter feeling that they came out of his mouth. What really do you want? I have already told you. As you can see with my actions so far, I wish to talk. For now at least. There would be something later on. Most likely, but he would not see. These people were stubborn and were unlikely to listen to him. He had to force them to listen to his message. Kurotsuchi sighed. It was going to be a new experience. She looked at the guard who had a bingo book and demanded it. She looked at Naruto's profile and then looked at him with surprise. You're the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? She asked with surprise. You attacked me without even knowing who I am? Naruto asked with the same surprise as Kurotsuchi. He shook his head. Unbelievable. There was no need to ask questions when you were making a commotion here. Kurotsuchi was quick to say. She would not apologize. Not to a rogue shinobi. Not to this person. Not for doing what was best for her village. She would always do everything possible to protect her village. No. The guards started a commotion and you attacked me. I haven't moved from my position. I have only asked to speak to you and your grandfather. For a second, Kurotsuchi's face flushed with embarrassment. She then folded her hands across her chest and spoke. If you try anything, I will kill you. Threats of death, they were very familiar in the elemental nations, weren't they? And very often people got down trying to execute those threats. It was their world of violence. A world not governed by rules or moral standards but by power. The weak certainly didn't have much say and they always were caught up in the middle when the giants do battle. Naruto sighed tiredly. Well, this was off to a good start. Everything so far hadn't been out of question. Except for Kurotsuchi attacking him. But now it looked like she was ready to listen and be mature. What was that about anyway? Trying to assert herself as the superior one? Naruto smiled at the thought. She was confident. That was certain. He had recently met another confident kunoichi, hadn't he? But things hadn't ended up well for her. It was fine to have confidence in your abilities, but knowing your limits was also a fundamental factor that could not be ignored. The blonde faced Kurotsuchi and then placed both his hands inside the pockets of his long black coat. There are many jutsus in this world. Yet, only one can make you stronger. It would have been better if strength was determined by the number of jutsus you have. Saying that, Naruto absorbed the chakra on the lava holding him down. It came stiff as a rock before shattering into dust. He slowly walked to Kurotsuchi, who kept her guard and hid her surprise over the fact that he got out of her jutsu without breaking a sweat. Shall we? He asked. If possible, I'd like to walk towards the Tsuchikage Tower. Of course with you to keep an eye on me. We can talk along the way. I won't try anything along the way, he said with a smile. This person pissed Kurotsuchi off. She was annoyed that he was talking to her so casually. He was a former Leaf Shinobi and yet he was here. Being casual. Shrugging off her threat. He wasn't even on guard. He was full of openings. Yet, there was this feeling. It was instincts. It kept her from attacking him. Kurotsuchi sighed and nodded. Just the two of them, they took the direction of their destination in a slow pace. After a couple of minutes, Kurotsuchi finally spoke. What are you after? She demanded. You didn't respond to my earlier request. I would really like to be in the company of a beautiful and strong woman such as yourself, Naruto said, ignoring Kurotsuchi's question. The black-haired Jonin sneered distastefully before responding. I don't like disloyal shinobi. Your father was a Hokage and yet you have betrayed the hidden leaf. For a normal shinobi, it's still a traitorous action, but from the son of a former Kage? She couldn't find the right word for it, but it was something she could not stomach. By that reasoning, if I was loyal to the hidden leaf, you'd like me? No. It was a flat response that came with a firm shake of the head. Naruto said nothing. He looked around the village. It looked peaceful. Really peaceful. I'm not a traitor. Nor am I disloyal. I have the freedom to choose what I want for my life. But if you think the freedom and right to choose what is best for me is treacherous, then yes, you can call me a traitor. Kurotsuchi narrowed her eyes. There was a lot more that was unsaid. She could feel it in her gut. It wasn't that there was something in his voice that made her think so, it was just the intuition of a kunoichi. She did not say anything to the blonde. She merely walked with him in silence. It was curious. It was an interesting sight. She didn't mind the questioning looks from the villagers. She didn't even focus on them. Her mind was wrapped up in trying to figure out the mystery around this person. The Sandaime Tsuchikage was an old man who looked frail and yet maintained a stern gaze. Naruto just stared at the old man. And he thought the Sandaime Hokage had been old. This was just taking it too far. You're still a Kage even looking like that? He asked. The blonde then shook his head. The shinobi system determines that the strongest become the Kage. But for good leadership and governance, it should be those who have leadership qualities, wisdom and knowledge to become Kages. Power doesn't make wise decisions. It makes violent decisions. If that was the thought of the Tsuchikage, then Naruto could understand why the old man still wore the hat. Wisdom was necessary to lead. A stupid person given responsibility would likely make reckless decisions without thinking clearly of the consequences. Being a leader wasn't for everyone. It's only those with qualities, regardless of power, who could lead properly. The problem with this world was that shinobi determined the strength of a village by its Kage. If the Kage was stronger, then so was the village. Strength determined everything. That was why the Shodai Hokage even thought of distributing Baijuas to balance the powers of the hidden villages. A young one that speaks sense, Anaki said to Naruto, but he was looking straight at Kurotsuchi. The black-haired clearly saw that not so subtle dig at her. You are just old. You need to retire. There is sense there. You're the one irrational. Anaki wanted to respond, but he was seriously too old for this crap. He turned to Naruto and gave the blonde a hardened look. What do you want? If your answer doesn't please me, I will send you to Konoha in 2 pieces. Naruto laughed at the thought. At your age? In battle? Impossible. But I can end you here and now so that Kurotsuchi can replace you. You have only grown stubborn with old age. The moment those words left his mouth, Naruto found himself surrounded by shinobi, 5 in total. They all had their blades pointing at him. A single wrong move and they would strike. Anaki was already standing on his desk, looking at him sharply. I don't take threats to my life lightly. Naruto was unmoved by the blades being pointed at him. He didn't even blink. He didn't even give them a look. His gaze remained on the Sandaime Tsuchikage. That was just a suggestion. A threat is, resign now or I kill you. The blonde said in a careless tone. The killing intent that was directed towards him by the shinobi surrounding him finally reached him. He hadn't realized it before. He could finally feel it. Just barely, but it was there. Yet, pitiful. Could these shinobi stand his killing intent? No. They were just children when it came to their intent. He was standing leaps above them. Yet, he did not feel need to go and release his intent. He has so far been civil and hasn't done anything to say he was looking for a fight. These people were just being overly sensitive. Is this what you came here for? To threaten me? Anaki asked with narrowed eyes. He was still a bit surprised by the lack of response from Naruto with regards to the shinobi surrounding him. The blonde hadn't blinked or even twitched. He was acting as if nothing happened at all. Naruto shook his head. I haven't threatened you. You interpreted my words in the wrong way and I was trying to correct you. This is all a bit dramatic. The blonde said with indifference. There was no emotion in his voice or his narrowed look. Anaki stared for a couple of moments before motioning for his shinobi to stand down. He returned to his seat and then spoke. Why did you bring him to me? He asked of his granddaughter. He said he wanted to speak to us, Kurotsuchi said with a shrug. If you don't want to talk to him, we can still get rid of him. She offered with a smile. He is a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and the son of Konoha's Yellow Flash, Anaki said in a calm tone before turning to face the blonde. I doubt you want to join us. Since you are a rogue nin, you could become our enemy. But I did hear that you were fighting against the Akatsuki. Either way, if I end up viewing you as an enemy, you won't leave this village. I guess I better run now, Naruto said, but he did not run. He simply walked over to a window, with his hands still on his pockets. He could feel the intense gazes, and the chakra being readied. Yet, he did not respond to any of it. He stopped his movements at next to the wall and looked down at the streets. Kurotsuchi walked over to him. She stood on his right side, watching him suspiciously. If I'm planning to attack, I will tell you, he said to the black-haired woman. I abandoned the hidden leaf in the pursuit of justice and peace. I thought of punishing the great nations for their actions in the past wars, but this would lead just more contempt than good. And so, I thought of another method. The current balance of power is based on the distribution of Baijuus and turning Jinchurikis into weapons. The first step is ending that. No village owns a Baijuu. And no village will have a Jinchuriki. At least for now. I want to take away all the Baijuus and give them their freedom. Of course this action will put me at odds with the great nations, but it is necessary. The great five nations need to learn to cooperate with each other. Without cooperation and one goal of keeping peace, wars will always break out over simple things. We also need to foster trust between nations. Without this trust and a sense of friendship, nations will easily betray each other. There was silence that followed those words, and when Naruto turned around, he saw that Tsuchikage floating in mid-air, hands together. Basically, you want to attack my village's security. Naruto shook his head. Basically, I want to take what was never yours to begin with. And force the elemental nations to seek a new path of creating stability to create a peaceful environment. It doesn't make a difference, Anaki said firmly. We will kill you and take the Baijuu within you. This should make our village stronger than others. This is a warning, release the Baijuus to roam free or I will do it for you, Naruto said in a calm tone. Anaki had nothing more to say. He simply released his jutsu in a flash. Jinten, Genkai Hikuri no Jutsu. The jutsu flashed towards Naruto in blinding speed. The blonde's right hand sped out of his pocket and the palm of his hand faced the jutsu. He absorbed it while Anaki watched along with his granddaughter and subordinates. I don't have the intention to cause any destruction at the moment. I still want to give you time to think without holding you hostage, Naruto said in a calm tone. The moment those words left his lips, twisting winds surrounded his body like a small gentle tornado, and then he was gone in the blink of an eye. After him. About 2 minutes later. Persistent bunch, Naruto thought as he stopped just outside of Iwagakure. He was standing atop of a large boulder. Kurotsuchi and 5 shinobi had followed him. I should have known you'd try to follow me, Naruto said with a shake of his head. Well, you threatened Iwa. We simply can't let you live. The black-haired woman said. You have shown restraint in not taking any action despite threatening us. Naruto shrugged indifferently. It was preferable not to do anything within your village and not fight today. The blonde said. I still prefer it we don't, Naruto said, taking his hands out of his pockets. He swiped his right hand in the air once and small gusts of wind started to pick up. Twisting winds formed, creating a powerful tornado that had the power to pull the surrounding rocks towards it before starting a rampage around the rocks. Kurotsuchi and her men were forced to jump away from the powerful force of wind that was even pulling them onto it. Naruto snapped his fingers and the rising tornado dispersed in the blink of an eye. Everything that it had picked up fell. And the winds calmed. Show off, Kurotsuchi muttered silently as she prepared to attack. She motioned for the man around her to charge towards the blonde. The 5 disappeared from her sight and surrounded Naruto. They then lunged towards the blonde in all directions, cutting off any attempt to escape. Seeing them, Naruto held out both his hands, and when they reached closer, he released his jutsu. They were blasted away from the blonde by a powerful Shinra Tensei that had been concentrated on them. There was so much force on the jutsu that the boulder he was standing on shattered within seconds. Naruto landed on the ground gracefully and looked at Kurotsuchi. There will be a day to fight. I still want you to think about what I have said. Attacking me will not solve anything. And I cannot afford to kill your men when you have not been given the time to think deeply about things, Naruto said. Do you think I will just let you leave? Kurotsuchi asked. Her men had been thrown quite the distance and didn't look as if they were going to get up any time soon. Yet, she was still confident. Naruto walked towards the black-haired woman. His gaze was intense. The aura coming off him was overwhelming. The chakra she was sensing made her senses go haywire. The sharp and focused intent from him made her mind scream that she run away, but her body failed to move. Each step he took was like a giant leap that even shook the ground she stood on. He arrived close to her and stopped just inches away from her. He placed his right hand on her right cheek. She couldn't feel anything. You are the future of Iwagakure. You need to think. Next time I come, I will speak to you some more. You need to understand that this peace will not last. And it is because the 5 Kages have no relationship. If we treat other villages as enemies, we cannot be at peace. But if the great nations were united, there would be lasting peace. Konoha would come to the earth without fears. Everyone is busy being selfish. You probably don't even care about what is happening in the outside. You don't care if Konoha invades Suna or another village. You'd only care if you profit from it or if you feel the action threatens you. Without that understanding and friendship, you won't care. You don't care because they mean nothing to you. Iwa is everything. If this world cannot change, if you people cannot understand simple things, I won't have a problem uniting the elemental nations by ruling over all of them. That said, Naruto removed his hand from Kurotsuchi and then just disappeared. Chapter 13. Tsunade. Gaara wasn't expecting Naruto's presence. Not when he had once again disappeared off the face of the elemental nations. He hadn't heard from Konoha that the blonde had returned. Or maybe the leaf didn't know. The last time the blonde had vanished, he returned a new person. Still, it was something that the blonde could just disappear from such a big world as this. Naruto wasn't exactly a silent person who one could not notice. And yet, he has been able to hide from everyone. The god Kazekage stared at the blonde for a couple of moments. It was official, Naruto had returned different once more. It wasn't more of his physical appearance. He still had the same height, his hair was still long, but there was a one difference that was small yet massive: his eyes. Not only that, Naruto gave off an oppressive aura about him. He looked more powerful than he had been before. The thought really made Gaara frown. Naruto settled down gracefully and faced Gaara. The Kazekage was in deep thought. Then again, there was something to question. Naruto was certain when he does leave here, there would be a situation that would lead the man to stop smiling before him. His mission wasn't necessarily going to settle all nations. Certainly, a nation like Suna would be weakened massively by losing its Jinchuriki. But there was no way about it. It had to be done. Regardless. Tamari had said you'd come to spar with her, Gaara said after a few moments of silence. She has been waiting. Well, that would be his mission at first before dropping the bomb. It was best to start with the good news. If he started with his mission, he was unlikely to even have that sparring session with the wind user of Tsunade. It would be a pity. But nothing was certain. Maybe Gaara would understand things. He wasn't just hopeful of anything. I got sidetracked by a couple of things, Naruto said in calm tone, and I had to go away for a while. Jiraiya's death, dealing with pain. It was something that had proven a little problematic. The death of the Sannin had been sad. Truly sad. The man had been family, and honestly, the thought that he has been killed by a former student had been a little infuriating. Naruto had still not let those thoughts cloud his judgment. He hadn't overreacted. He had been on a campaign against the Akatsuki. Going to Imigakure instead of coming here had proved to be a blessing. He ended up getting a very powerful dujutsu and got the Kyuubi to teach him many things about it. I heard about Jiraiya. I also heard he was very close to Miyu, Gaara said, watching Naruto carefully. Naruto smiled. It was a sad smile. He had cared for the Sannin as the man had cared for him. He had not shed tears, and he would not. No matter what. For his mission, he would have to be strong not just physically but also mentally. Things could have ended in the same way if Jiraiya was standing in the way. If it had happened like that, Naruto was sure he would beat himself up for it. The misery would cloud over him for the rest of his life. He was, Naruto said calmly. He did not say anything else, and Gaara did not ask further questions. The Kazekage changed the subject. I'm curious, he said without stating the obvious. Naruto smiled. He had no doubt the redhead was talking about the Rinnegan. But Naruto wasn't going to give many details regarding the dujutsu. Although he didn't wish for it to happen, he could still end up as being an enemy of Tsunade. It was best to keep certain things to himself. Jiraiya would often say that these eyes, the Rinnegan, are a symbol of peace. But it is also a symbol of destruction. One who wields them is capable of both creation and destruction. There is the firepower to cause massive destruction and the life energy to create life, Naruto said. It wasn't what Gaara was looking for, but it was a response that would surely get him thinking. The god Kazekage stared at Naruto for a couple of moments before asking, "What do you choose?" "I don't know anything about the Rinnegan, but I choose to believe your words." Naruto smiled. He didn't offer an immediate response. He exchanged a staring contest with the cage for a couple of moments before responding. "Both. I want to create. The power within me certainly has that life energy." Gaara tilted his head slightly. Naruto said power within him. He was mostly likely not talking about the Rinnegan. Could he be talking about the Kyuubi? The blonde hasn't been known for using the Baijuu's power. The Baijuu itself was infamous for destruction. There was nothing in the manuals that said the Kyuubi could create. As a Jinchuriki, he understood that Baijuus were more than just masses of chakra, but he could not understand if Naruto was referring to the Baijuu sealed within him. "But? I will end up destroying," Naruto said calmly. "Well, in order to build a new house, you need to destroy the old one. If the old house foundations are firm, they can still be used, if not they must be removed." The blonde paused for a moment and shook his head. "I was hoping to get on that sparring session with Tamari. I came here as part of my mission, but I'd like to see a couple of things first before I get to that." Gaara was almost certain he wasn't going to like what Naruto was going to say to him later on. There was no reason to even hold out on stating what he wanted to say regarding his mission. But Gaara did not argue with the blonde. The Kazekage nodded. But he didn't get to what Naruto wanted to talk about. "What of the Akatsuki?" he asked. The organization was a matter of concern. They had gone after him and nearly succeeded in getting what they wanted with him. No longer a problem. There was still Itachi and Kisame. But Naruto couldn't tell how things ended up with former. It didn't make much difference to him if Sasuke lost in the battle with Itachi. Whatever happened, if the winner tried to stand in the way of his plans, he would not give them a happy time. No one was going to stand in the way. He was going to do this. He had already started with his dream. The leader was dealt with. So Jinchurikis no longer have to fear for their lives, Naruto said. Well, he would be a problem soon when he does go after them. But he wasn't going to end their lives. He only wanted to free the Baijuus within them. Gaara managed a small smile upon hearing this. This was at least some good news he could live with. No Akatsuki meant there was no problem he had to worry about. He wasn't looking to making enemies with Naruto, so he was at ease. Tamari is at home. Gaara started. I can get someone to call her. Naruto appeared to think for a couple of moments before speaking. I want to see her outside of the village. I don't want to cause a scene in your training grounds. There would be no limits outside, and although he would put some limits on himself so no to end up killing Tamari, he would still be utilizing the element he manipulated naturally. Well, the Rinnegan gave him greater degree of control over the 5 basic elements, but wind was still his comfort zone. Gaara nodded to this. My sister says you are strong. Very strong. Would you have a problem if I joined? When was the last time he was pushed? The Akatsuki aside, he hasn't had a great deal of battles. Gaara didn't want the situation to repeat itself, him getting captured. He had made some improvements in his jutsu and he wanted to test it against someone who could supposedly take it in without any problem. Naruto smiled. Not at all, he said happily. It will make things a little interesting if it is that way. Siblings versus me. I like the idea. He hadn't thought of this. And it would be a good way to judge Suna's strength. Gaara nodded and then stood up. I will send for Tamari, he said, walking away from his desk. A couple of minutes later, Tamari found Naruto standing motionlessly outside of Suna's walls. He had his face looking up into the sun. Her brother was standing a distance away. Baki was watching with a couple of shinobi from a distance. There was no fight, but they were observing everything. It looked as if her brother was ready to do battle with Naruto. She almost screamed it wasn't fair because Naruto had said he would come for her. But she did not. The blonde walked toward her brother in a slow manner and stood next to him. She did not speak to him but to the blonde Uzumaki standing a distance away from them. Where have you been? She asked. Somewhere safe, Naruto said. I had to go away on a training timeout. There was a new boost in power I was gifted. I thought it best to disappear for a while. Tamari nodded silently. Naruto had responded without looking at her, but she did not mind it. She turned to her brother and asked. You are joining? Well, stated rather. Gaara nodded. I suggested it. Tamari glanced toward Naruto for a moment before adopting a thoughtful look on her face. Well, from what I saw last time, it's not a bad idea, she said. Don't take us lightly, she said to Naruto. It would be a good opportunity to train. Nothing gave you a stern test than going against someone strong enough to push you to your limits. Knowing the limit was also important, as you would know when you are dealing with an opponent you cannot win against. Nothing was more fatal than overstating yourself. Naruto thought of unsheathing the sword on his back but decided against it. He didn't want to kill the two. Besides, he wanted to fool around with wind jutsus. He would use any other element he chose if it was convenient. Naruto held his hands together. Futon, sandstorm. The blonde inhaled large amounts of air before exhaling. The powerful force of wind he released was merely to form a basis for the jutsu. He hadn't done it before, he just thought of taking advantage of the sand around him. Gaara watched as winds picked up along with sand. The winds began to violently hit through the terrain with much force that the sand was being expelled in different directions. He could no longer even see the blonde when the sand rose so high that it started moving towards him and Tamari like one huge wave. If it was just sand, Gaara would have tried to defuse it, but there were powerful gusts of wind within the sandstorm, so he couldn't think of a proper jutsu to counter. The Kazekage controlled his sand and created a dome around him and Tamari. The dome was hard as a rock and covered them perfectly. Doesn't this leave us blind of his movements? Tamari asked. She was shielding her eyes as she felt something slam into the dome. Dust fell on them as if the dome was breaking apart, but it did not. It held firmly. He hasn't moved, Gaara said. He closes his eyes, trying to feel the atmosphere outside. He held out his right hand to break away the dome. Naruto was floating above the dome when it opened at the top. He had a tornado violently twisting on his right side. The moment Gaara opened his dome, he hurled the tornado straight into the hole that had opened up. The tornado wasn't stopped. It burst through and slammed into both Tamari and Gaara. The jutsu had enough force to slam the two through the crumbling dome. They were sent into the air, flipping backwards. The siblings managed to regain their balance quickly and both landed gracefully on the ground. Tamari landed on Gaara's right hand, both her hands holding firm onto the fan. Daikamatachi no Jutsu. Tamari's fan flashed open as she swung it. The air currents blasted off the fan, causing havoc on the ground as the powerful jutsu rushed towards Naruto, who was standing still. Seeing the jutsu, Naruto held his hands together. He knew the jutsu would do him no favors if he allowed it to hit him. Earth style, mud wall. A shield of earth sprouted off the ground to stand in the path of Tamari's jutsu. Naruto tried to jump back to prepare for his next jutsu, having known that the earth jutsu would not hold. But he didn't get to jump as sand quickly wrapped around his legs, keeping him grounded. Tamari's jutsu sliced through the mud wall in a second. Watching it come towards him, Naruto shook his head and slowly held out both his hands. Shinra Tensei. What happened next was an insane explosion. The sand around the blonde was blasted away and off into the air along with Tamari's jutsu. The sand siblings had to even run for cover when a large dome of sand picked up into the air, surrounding Naruto's body. The sand was so high up, even a Baijuwu would have to jump high to get over it. The sand didn't immediately settle down. It took a couple of moments for everything to calm. When it did, Naruto was standing inside a large crater. What the hell was that? Tamari asked, a bit wide-eyed. 30 minutes later. Gaara's house. When was the last time he was actually invited to someone's house? Not in the Hidden Leaf. Not anywhere. The little experiences certainly weighed more into one's life. The past life had been blessed with bitter experiences, but now it was easy to make friends. It was easy to familiarize himself with other people. It was easy. Everything looked as if it came easily. But it was not. He made it possible by making an effort. Of course, other people had to reciprocate the feeling. Naruto looked around the house with a warm smile on his lips. He was truly happy to be here. He had wished his life had been gifted with experiences such as this in the past life. It was bitter knowing that he would soon see himself being hated once more. Well, at least this time around, it would be for his own actions, not something he didn't have control over. So it was okay. Tamari turned around and looked at the blonde with a raised eyebrow. Are you missing something? She asked. Well, with the tone of her voice, it sounded as if she was demanding. Naruto's eyes met with Tamari's before he responded, his head tilted to the side. It's perhaps a little thing to you, but this is the first time I have been invited to someone's house. I had friends in Konoha, but we were never close enough for me to be invited to their homes. Tamari stared. It was a little sad. But she had never experienced that herself. The younger days were horrible. Treacherous. She was the Kazekage's daughter and a brother to the bloodthirsty killer that was her younger brother. It hadn't been easy. But things changed. Not because her father died. Not because she did anything to change it. But because of his person in front of her. He changed Gaara. Perhaps in those days, Tamari had never gave it much thought. She was older now. She was mature. She understood things differently. She knew that Gaara had changed because of Naruto. Tamari shook her head, clearing her thoughts. She didn't respond to Naruto's statement. She led him towards the sitting room. She sat across him on a couch and stared at him for a long minute, trying to figure out what he was thinking, but she could not. She sighed. You look happy though. Considering everything. You mean being a missing nin, hunted, Jiraiya's death? And my past, Naruto said. Well, I'd always been happy, or perhaps trying too much to be happy. You know, being sad and lonely makes you stand out when you desire to be with other people. He said those words with indifference. You did have friends in Konoha and they did care about you. Tamari paused. She stared for a moment before correcting herself. Well, they still do. I know, Naruto said. He didn't say anything further about it. So, Tamari. Any marriage plans? Tamari blinked. Caught off guard by the question, she merely stared at her fellow blonde without any word escaping her lips. I was certain that one was going to happen with a certain Nara. Both liked each other, but for some reasons, here we are, Kankuro said as he walked into the room with Gaara beside him. The two settled down under an intense glare from Tamari. Kankuro looked nervous, but Gaara had no response to it. His expression was just flat. Are you interested? Gaara asked Naruto. It was Naruto's time to blink in surprise. It came out unexpectedly. Of all things the Kazekage could ask him, he asked that? Naruto shook his head and glanced at Tamari. The blonde glared at him. Don't even think about it. She warned in a hardened tone. Naruto chuckled lightly and did not say anything to respond to Gaara's question. Love is beautiful. Or at least I hope so. I have never experienced it mutually. But I know from one side, it's a beautiful feeling. We are humans, we love, we live, and we die. Is that your mission? To spread love? Tamari asked with a look on her eyes. Once more, Naruto laughed before shaking his head. You are actually good people. I wish I had a good family as this. I wish I had a family. I can make one. Anyway, I truly hope that I am able to maintain a good relationship with you even with everything I will potentially do. Gaara's eyes turned sharp. He had feared that things would take this kind of a twist. Naruto was saying that because he could make a decision that would see him being resented in the elemental nations. And perhaps even by them. Gaara was still curious about what that would be. The blonde had said a couple of things, but he hadn't been specific. Can't you do things in a way that will not get you to fight us? Tamari was the first speak. You are sitting with us because you like us. We don't have any problem with you, and if possible, we'd like to continue with the friendship. Tamari was hoping for a good response. She didn't know what Konoha would think about this, but it was not a time to be thinking about the hidden leaf. This was about her family and Tsunade. Gaara had already said he would not betray Naruto for Konoha, and she wasn't going to do it either. She didn't think that Naruto would go on to attack Konoha. If he wanted to do that, if his goal was revenge or simply destruction, he would have attacked the leaf long ago. He hasn't because there was more to his departure from the village and his actions thereafter. I agree with Tamari, Gaara said. Kankuro said nothing. He just watched with a careful eye. We can work something out. Not only did you change my life, but you also saved me from the Akatsuki. I don't know if I can fight you. Naruto smiled. It was a bitter smile. Things change in the blink of an eye. If I become responsible for Tamari's death, or seriously harming her, you would try to snap my neck without thinking twice. I have saved you twice. The first was simply because it was who I was. It was in my nature to do so. The second time was because I didn't want to see you die and I didn't want the Akatsuki get a Jinchuriki. I have saved you, but you mustn't let that stop you from doing what is best even if you have to fight me. I think what I am doing is best, but you might think it's wrong. Ideals will fight. That happens. Gaara shook his head. What if I don't disagree with your plan? He asked. I have a duty to the hidden sand and its people. But I also have my moral principles that I cannot forsake. At hearing that, Naruto smiled. I know that. Well, you are a rational person. Perhaps the world would be better if people were willing to uphold the moral standards instead of abiding by shinobi rules, Naruto said in a calm tone. Are you going to tell us then? I did consider that you might not come to hate me. But there is the chance that you will. I have no intention to cause this village any harm. Or even fight you, Naruto said. I was at Iwagakure. I'm sure they will be hunting me down. Anaki has probably sent a message to Konoha demanding action. It was likely. He didn't know how Tsunade would respond to it, but he would not give it much thought. Tsunade's response wouldn't change anything. He would still go after Iwa's Jinchuriki for the first step. Anaki could try to hide them or even try to fight him, but he would end up doing what he wanted. There was no one who would stop him. Kumagakure was certainly going to be a problem. If Anaki informs the Raikage, his visit to the cloud would certainly be one with chaos. He would not shy away from it nevertheless. What did you do? Naruto looked between Gaara and Temari. Only they appeared interested in engaging him in the conversation. Kankuro looked content with just listening. He was perhaps the one who would be first to lunging at him if things got to that point. I am going to free all Baijuas. Gaara, you are a Jinchuriki, so you know that they are more than just masses of chakra. Freeing them all will destabilize things and the great powers will certainly try to capture them once more, but I will not allow them. I will hide them if I have to. Without Jinchurikis, I wonder what kind of world we will see. Will it be a race to create the best weapons in terms of technology, or will the Kijas try to form balance by sitting together? They'll probably sit to say I am a threat and must be eliminated. If it goes that far, stage 2 of the plan will have to be enacted. There was silence. Complete silence when Naruto said those words. All eyes were on him, but no one jumped on him and no one looked as if they wanted to attack him. Are you going to the Baiju'u inside of Gaara as well? Naturally, Naruto said. I can't let that happen. I know the Baiju'us desire to be free. We are all brought in this unfortunate situation by people who wanted more power, but I will not give my life away, Gaara said in a firm tone. Temari nodded to this. My brother still has much to do in this world. I don't even know what I'd do without him. She sounded bitter. Are you going to force the issue? If so, we will fight you. Suna will fight you. Naruto tilted his head to the side. Who said Gaara was going to die? He asked. When they all blinked, he smiled. You assume too far ahead. He added. Wait, Temari said. She nearly stood on her feet. If you are going to remove the Baiju'u from him, Gaara will die. Even though I am not familiar with seals, I know that much. Do you have a method that doesn't guarantee death? Gaara asked cautiously. Naruto shook his head. There is no such method. You will actually die, he said, but quickly raised his right hand. But I will revive you. I can just kill you and the Baiju'u within you will resurrect in due time. The one inside of you is a little crazy, so I have to prepare myself to stop it in case it attempts a rampage. You'll have to trust me. I don't want to use force, so I'd prefer it if you trust me. If you are concerned about being weakened, I have no problem in helping you train or protecting Tsunade if there is a need. Naruto explained lightly. There was too much to think about it. What is stage 2? Although Konoha doesn't have a Jinchuriki anymore, if you do that to Iwa and Kumo, they will declare war on you. You will know eventually, Naruto said without emotion. He then stood up. Think about what I have said. I will return. Your answer will determine things. If we are still in good terms, we will talk about trade. Trade? Naruto just smiled and disappeared from the sight of the Sand siblings. Gaara was a little relieved that things were not that bad. He could see Naruto's side of things. He too wanted peace, but he knew that nations as Kumo and Iwagakure would put up a fight. It was no wonder he said that Tsuchikage would be speaking to the Hokage. Kumo and Iwa both had 2 Jinchurikis, a loss of those 2 would put a dent on their military strength. They would fight Naruto to death. It was perhaps good that Naruto didn't look like he wanted to shed unnecessary blood. But it was certain that if he was pushed, Naruto would do it. If it went to that point and Suna was a known ally of the blonde, he would be targeted. Should Konoha refuse to help, it would lead to tensions between the Great Five Nations. Nothing good would come out of it. Gaara would not fight any war. Not against Naruto or even against Iwa. If the great powers wanted to target them, They would have to deal with Naruto. But could he handle it? You're not really thinking about it, are you? Kankuro said, looking between both Temari and Gaara. We should be grateful for everything, but we can't let him dictate things for us. Nobody is going to dictate things for us. I will take decisions I feel will benefit Sunagakure as its Kazekage, Gaara said. That being said, Temari, you head to Konoha and see what they say about this. If the Tsuchikage did take Naruto seriously, he would have sent the Hokage a letter. You will find out Konoha's position in this. Are going to look for Konoha's approval? Temari asked. Gaara shook his head. Konoha is our ally. We have rebuilt our economy and gained new allies, but the Leaf remains our biggest ally. If we lose that, we will be affected negatively. When thinking about this, we must consider all things. A day later. River Country. Naruto sitting under a tree in a meditative position, his form was before the nine-tailed Baijuo sealed within him. We know that the two leaders of the Akatsuki had different purposes for trying to gather the Baijuos. But I have still not figured out why. Nagato wanted to create his weapon, but given everything, he said, it is safe to believe that he was deceived into trying to gather the Baijuos. But what happens when you seal all the Baijuos in the Geto Mazo? You have not been forthcoming in telling more information about the statue, even though you were willing to tell me about the Rinnegan. Kurama stared at the human before him a long minute before closing his eyes. Was this going to be another interrogation from the blonde? He didn't have the patience for it. There was the danger that if he told Naruto about the 10 tails, the blonde would try to revive the Jubi once more. Naruto's dream required power, and the Jubi could give him enough power to enslave all humans in this world. When am I going to get my freedom? You are going to free others, but I won't be freed. You know I can't free you without dying. Naruto said calmly. Part of the reason I am asking you about the statue. Because I am attuned to natural energy, certain things I can sense. The Geto Mazo has a tremendous life force. So much than what you can give. It's also eternal. If I connect myself into it and seal it within me, I will share its life force and perhaps its power. I could then release you. But I don't know more about it to simply just go on ahead to do what I think. Kurama opened his eyes. You want to live for all eternity? Naruto shrugged. Are you going to speak? You'd be creating the same problem. If you seal the statue inside of you, you'll remain a Jinchuriki and you can never be free from it. If you want to remove it, you'll die. Kurama said. But you'll be free to do whatever you want. You won't have to see my face every time. Humans desire freedom. We want to be free to do what we want. Baijuos don't have that because we humans, we see you as nothing more than weapons we can use for war. I want to change that. I have spent my entire being close to you. I admit that it will not be the same without you, but I promise to give you your freedom, and I will do so. I don't know how the other Baijuos will react to being forced out of their Jinchurikis, but I plan to speak to them. If they like their Jinchurikis, we will make a way for them to keep contact. Perhaps a contract. Either way, they will have their freedom. Once this has happened, we can focus on trying handle things in elemental nations. I would not have a problem if war arose around that time. Baijuos will not be used and I will protect them against anyone who may try. Humans will fight human war without Baijuos. Perhaps in due time, people will start trusting them and you will trust them. Naruto paused and stared at the Baijuo for a long minute before speaking once more. Will you tell me? If Kurama said things would be normal without this person, he would be lying. Naruto was something else. He was going to gather the Baijuos, not for himself, not to use them, but to free them. Kurama knew, there was no other reason for the actions. Naruto wasn't speaking lies. The blonde wasn't planning to seal them all up and use them for his own ideals. He just wanted to free them. The Geto Mazo is merely husk for something terrifying. Sealing all the Baijuos into the husk revives this beast. I assume they wanted to do it. But it cannot be revived. It must never be revived. The beast has enough power to end mankind. Naruto looked thoughtful. Explain in detail. Please keep in mind that I will not change my plans because of this. I'm not that power hungry. If this threatens peace, then I will what is necessary to stop it. Kurama was silent for a moment before going on to explain about the Sage of Six Paths and the Jubi. We will talk about this after I have freed all the Baijuos. But I will end up sealing the Geto Mazo inside of me. Since the Rinnegan is the key, I have to make sure that I keep my body away from people even if I play dead. Both the Rinnegan and the Geto Mazo will remain sealed in my body for all eternity. Naruto walked away from the Kyuubi after those words. For now, he had a mission to Kirigakure and then he would have to return to Amigakure. Since he would be going to sea and wasn't sure where exactly Kiri was located, Naruto felt it was best to take an aerial view of things by flying over to the hidden mist. Konohagakure. Tsunade placed the scroll from the hidden stone on her desk and leaned back her chair with a heavy sigh. This just got better. Everything was silent. She knew Naruto was still lurking. But he wasn't making noise. So it suited her. She wouldn't have even minded him being out there if he didn't make noise. But this letter from Aniki changed everything. He was making a move. Tsunade wanted to quit her job and allow someone to take over. She'd thought Naruto would replace her, but it wasn't going to happen. If he came back now, it would simply be risking war with the stone. Naruto had pissed off Aniki. That stubborn old man wasn't going to let it go, especially when it occurred in his village. But of course, Tsunade wasn't going to do anything. Naruto was no longer a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. What he did out there was no longer her problem. It was perhaps cold, but if Iwa had a problem with the blonde, they could handle it themselves. She would not take part in it. Shikaku walked into the office along with Kakashi. The former was the Jonin commander and possessed a very sharp mind. His presence at this time was necessary. Kakashi was perhaps the Leaf's light at this stage. Without Jiraiya, the man had to step up. I called both of you because I received a message from Iwagakure. Naruto was there a couple of days ago and demanded Aniki freeze the Baijuas. He doesn't want any village possessing a Baijuu. Aniki says he threatened him and said he will use force if his demands are not met. The Slug Princess said in a very calm tone. I assume Iwa is just the start and he is going to every village that has a Jinchuriki. Shikaku sat down before offering his response. This was just going to be a mess. Assuming that he does succeed, what does he want to do with the Baijuas? I don't know, but Konoha isn't affected by this. But if it does become a bigger incident, we will have Kumo and Iwa looking over our shoulders and refusing to help. Will probably see animosity between the villages. Tsunade thought it was rather ironic that someone who wanted peace was taking actions that would lead to conflicts. There was peace now, but Naruto's actions were going to destroy that. What do you think, Kakashi? Shikaku asked the Jonin. It was going to happen. Naruto was strong. But was he strong enough to fight an entire village? Well, the fact that he had gone and left Iwa without harm proved he was strong. What was Naruto thinking though? This was just going to cause them more problems. Kakashi didn't know why the blonde would want to free the Baijuas. From the way Tsunade put it, it didn't sound as if the blonde was concerned about the Jinchurikis but the Baijuas. One would be quick to think that the blonde was being manipulated by the Kyuubi. A more paranoid mind would even go further to suggest that it is so that the Baijuas can get their revenge on humans for the years of imprisonment. If Naruto wants to stop the fate of Jinchurikis, I can understand. We all know how his life went, Kakashi said. But if he does that, the great nations will simply enter into a race to recapture the Baijuas once more. If such a scenario occurs, then a war would start soon with the spoils being the Baijuas. Thinking of things this way, it seemed like Naruto's motive wasn't peace but simply chaos. There is no peace in this. I don't think he is naive enough not to have thought about the outcome of his actions, Tsunade said. Well, if he is going through the trouble of freeing the Baijuas, do you think he is going to sit back and allow them to be captured again? Shikaku asked calmly. I don't think so. He will fight to death and perhaps might even use the Baijuas' very power to destroy anyone trying to capture the Baijuas. What is Konoha planning to do about this? Konoha will defend itself, but Naruto is no longer a shinobi of this village. What he does isn't our responsibility, Tsunade said in a hardened tone. Shikaku, I want you to set up a war room and consider how this approach will affect the Leaf. I also want you to handle our diplomatic relations. To say we are not working with Naruto will not be good enough. I will share a couple things I know about him. Kakashi, I want you to head to a place called the Emperor's Palace. According to Jiraiya's intel, it is Naruto's spot and he frequents there. You can apparently attain any information you want. Get every information you can get about Naruto and also try to find out what you can about Iwa's movements. Hi, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said. Do you think he can find anything about the stone and Naruto? Jiraiya said the place operates under certain rules. It's a neutral ground that is warded with barriers that make even the strongest shinobi become an unarmed civilian. People sell and buy information. They sell it to anyone who is willing to pay for it. Such a place. It was dangerous. This just meant that secrets of the villages would be available there, and as long as you have the price, you could get it. If Iwa turns on the heat along with Kumo, will we change our position? If it avoids war, yes. Shikaku nodded. But you also do understand that Naruto is not normal. He has been coming and going in this village. He did the same in Iwa. He spoke to the Tsuchikage and then walked away. You understand that isn't normal, right? Tsunade frowned deeply. I understand that. That is why Konoha will no longer be trying to capture unless he threatens us. Later that day. Shikamaru wouldn't ask because it was all just troublesome, but Ino appeared happy for some reason. The last time she had been close to this shine was when she said she was in love. Of course that had been for a week. She has tried relationships. Not that Shikamaru pried, but he hasn't heard of anything going on in that department for the Yamanaka. Yet, she appeared happy. There was something happening in her life and she wasn't sharing it with anyone. But if it was a relationship, it couldn't be helped. Even Kuji had a girlfriend, he would probably marry in a year. What about him? Shikamaru shook his head. His situation was just a pain in the butt. Such a drag, but what could he do about it? Have you noticed that we don't do many missions these days? Kuji said as he shoved meat down his throat. It's relatively quiet, but other teams are being given missions, Shikamaru said. His last big mission had been in the one he encountered Naruto. Since then, it has been small missions. Shikamaru wasn't complaining. Not even when the missions would take him away from home. Doing dangerous things was overrated and tiresome. He would rather spend his time in the village. I doubt you are complaining about it, Shikamaru, Ino stated with a pointed look. Shikamaru shrugged. Why ruin this peace? It's not going to last forever. We will probably be doing more missions in the next weeks. From what my father told me earlier, things are about to get dangerous. She was saying that and her father had painted a grim picture, but Ino wasn't that worried. If it was Naruto, she wasn't worried about him. He was a big boy. Shikamaru sighed. He'd hoped Ino wouldn't bring it up. But he should have known. Even his father had talked to him about it because it involved Naruto, their former friend. It increasingly looks like Naruto will not return to the Hidden Leaf, Shikamaru said in a slow tone. I wonder if Sakura will accept that. She has to do it, Ino said in a firm tone. She can't have it her way. Naruto isn't going to come back. And with what father said, it will be difficult for him. Why didn't we gather the others? Ino shrugged. Sakura is hopeless. Kiba has some unresolved issues with Naruto. Team Guy hardly offers any input, she said. Are we going to be forced to fight Naruto, Shikamaru? Ino wasn't worried about Naruto, but she didn't want to end up fighting him. That was her biggest worry. She didn't know if she could even manage to do it. We might have to, Shikamaru said. Will you have a problem? We have already done it before. It wasn't to harm him then but to bring him back. Since when have you been this concerned about Naruto, Ino? Kuji asked, eyeing the blonde carefully. Ino stared for a couple of seconds before shrugging. Since he became my friend, she said. That isn't the reason I called you here, I want to catch up. Kuji, I hear you might be getting married soon. The Yamanaka asked with a wide smile. Kirigakure. The village was truly hidden in mist. Naruto couldn't see anything. Ever since he landed on the rocky terrain, he was welcomed by thick mist that hid everything in the surrounding area. Not even the Sharingan would be able to see anything in this mist. Perhaps he shouldn't have abandoned his aerial approach. He would have landed right at the heart of the village. One thing was certain about the mist, it was man-made. The Rinnegan could see chakra within the atmosphere. Even for someone like him, staying in this kind of environment would be hazardous. Naruto took out his sword and channeled chakra through it. The engravings on the blade lit up brightly before he swiped it in front of him. It began to absorb the mist. It didn't absorb it all, but it did enough to leave the atmosphere visible. He was surrounded by a number of shinobi. He hadn't made any noise and they had greeted him like this. They weren't attacking, which was good. The security was good in the village, but was it strong enough? Ao stepped up very cautiously. The Byakugan was already active. He could see the flow of chakra from around the sword. It didn't seem as if it had been absorbed by the blonde. It was stored on the blade itself. This person wasn't normal either. Hence the caution. Who are you and state your business? According to intel, the Mizukage was a reasonable person. She wasn't as stubborn as the Sandaimate Tsuchikage. So he could be in for a warm reception. That is if she is in the mood to speak to him. But Naruto was sure that things would be fine. He wasn't going to kill anyone after all. He was here to talk. Naruto sharpened his gaze, his eyes barely opened. He allowed a slight bit of his chakra to leak, creating tension in the atmosphere. He took a single step forward and a kunai whisked past him just inches away from his left ear. It was coming from behind. He halted his movements. There is no Jinchuriki in this land. Kurama said to Naruto. We have to look at other lands. This makes it 2 Jinchurikis missing. Well, Intel hadn't painted a picture of the mist having a Baijuu. Its last Jinchuriki was Yagura, but he is dead. Couldn't you have just asked that woman if you knew Yagura was dead? She was hunting them, she should know. Naruto blinked. You know, it never crossed my mind. You are still an idiot. If you insult me, I will increase your sentence. It won't be months or weeks, it will be my entire lifetime. Kurama shrugged carelessly. Maybe you can increase your lifespan with the Geto Mazo, but you'll still grow old. Your body will be weak, so I can still break away. Naruto was silent for a couple of moments. Mei, I can increase the strength of the seal. He said with a shrug. This just reminds me to finish working on my clone. Once completed, even in old age I won't have a problem because it will not age and can be armed with my power without limit. Just make sure you don't create a weapon of destruction that will get controlled by someone else. Those cursed eyes are very good at that. Speaking from experience. I see. Naruto was kicked out after saying those words. He found himself surrounded by 7 blades, pointing at vital parts of his body. This was just being careless. Just because he sensed that none of these people had enough power to threaten him didn't mean that he had to ignore them like they were flies. Well, in a world of power, they were. There was really no need for him to even fight such people, was there? Not unless they forced the issue or could stand his killing intent. Don't make a single move or you will regret it. He was being surrounded a lot these days. It did always end in his favor, but it didn't change the fact. Then again, this was a working hazard. He could not complain about it. He could simply blast them away by a shockwave or using the Rinnegan. But there was no need to go that far. Only this man with the eye pack seemed capable enough to cause problems. Naruto's eyes glanced down at the man. Those hypnotic eyes stared at the man without emotion. I can see your chakra. Ao said to Naruto. Such a damn shame. Naruto wanted these people to greet the Baijuu inside of him. Well, he couldn't have everything go his way. The dujutsu you have there, Naruto said. You're saying you'd be able to read the buildup of chakra and you'll be able to react fast enough to stab me. You get the point, Ao said. If you don't tell us what we want, we will treat you as a spy. Naruto moved his left hand slowly and deliberately so that Ao could see it. He placed his fingers on the kunai that was pressed against his throat. He then held it tightly before it snapped in half. These are just toys before me. If you are going to threaten me, bring heavy weaponry. I came to speak with the Mizukage. Lead me to her or I will find her myself. Can't do that, Ao said firmly. It's fine, Naruto said carelessly. A shrill of a bird racing down the earth and forced the men to look up. They saw a large bird blasting down toward them in blinding speed. They were forced to flee from Naruto. Boom! The bird slammed into the ground in a loud boom that gave a rise of debris before it sprung to life. The bird burst up into the heavens with Naruto sitting on its back. The bird raced towards the village, causing the men to give chase on the ground. Naruto arrived at the village safely and once more left his bird in the heavens before flying towards the rooftop of the biggest tower in the village. The moment he touched down, he was forced to do a 360 twist with his sword facing held firmly across his chest. Chojuro had lunged at him while swinging his sword in a horizontal slash. The 2 swords clashed with Naruto's held defensively. Chojuro was surprised that Naruto didn't even budge after his sword slammed into his. The blonde had reacted quickly, but he had still expected something. Naruto's eyes didn't focus on the shinobi who'd attacked him. He stared at the redhead woman who was standing a couple of feet away. You must be the Mizukage, he said. And you are? Mei asked without confirming or denying Naruto's statement. How long has she been the leader of this village? And when has someone attacked? The last attacks were from some people who supported Yagura, but that had been a couple of years ago. This person wasn't from this village. He didn't wear a headband, which made identifying him difficult. Mei couldn't think of someone who would simply try to attack the hidden mist. They haven't been doing anything against anyone. Kiri has so far been minding its own business. Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and a former shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. Naruto responded calmly. I mean no harm. Then what do you want? To talk to you about certain subjects, Naruto said. He pushed Chojuro away and sheathed his sword before expelling his summons from this world. I have been told you are a reasonable person with whom I can hold a fair discussion with. Mei thought about things for a couple of moments. She couldn't sense any form of deceit from this powerful shinobi, yet she was still wary. She could sense his overwhelming power, and not to mention that he was a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Speaking of which, hadn't Konoha sent a message about 3 years ago requesting cooperation in case this person called Naruto Uzumaki appeared? The god-eye Mizukage stared at the blonde before speaking. But I will have to keep your weapon. Naruto tilted his head for a moment and then took out his long sword. He stared at his precious piece. He had invested a lot for this to be made. Someone had made it for him, but he had spent hours engraving the seals on it. This was his precious third arm. No. I can't do that, Naruto said with a shake of his head. I can however give it to a blacksmith to service it while we talk. It won't be in my possession and I will not leave without it since I don't know when I will return. Mei nodded to this. She didn't have a problem with it. Chojuro, show him to the best. When done, bring him back to me. Hi, Mizukage-sama, Chojuro said. Naruto was led to a small shop that was far away from others. It was a bit secluded. The shop had all kinds of swords. It was truly the kind of weapon storage one could desire. This wasn't a storage of course, but Naruto could see himself owning something like this. An old man came out from behind the counter. He was small but with stern eyes. A new customer and one not from this village. The old man said, watching Naruto, who was looking through the swords on display. Yamato-san. Chojuro greeted the man. This man is a guest of the Mizukage. He has brought his sword in. The old man faced Chojuro for a moment before facing Naruto, who was walking up to him. The blonde took out the sheath on his back and handed it over to the old man. I just need to make sure that it doesn't get dull, he said, handing the sword over to the old man. The old man took it with both hands. He nearly dropped it, not expecting it to be heavy. It's abnormally heavy. The old man before taking out the sword from its sheath. He placed the sheath on the floor and handled it with both his hands. Abnormally long even. He examined its blade. He could see his reflection. It was rather sharp. It will require some expensive materials for me to service something like this. This engravings will make it difficult even. I will have to spend hours on it. It's fine, Naruto said. Don't ruin the engravings because there is a large amount of chakra inside the seals. If you make a mistake, all that chakra will destroy everything in here. Why do you store chakra on the blade of the sword? Naruto smiled. It's for important purposes and keeps the sword special. The old man sneered. It's likely that you keep the chakra there so that you can absorb it in case you run out of chakra, or just to be able to use its special features in cases you are not able to use your own chakra, he said. Is there anything I should know? Those engravings are a set of complex seals. Be careful with it. The old man nodded. Give me between 36 to 45 hours. I will begin working on it now. Mizukage office. Mei wasn't doing any work. Not when she was waiting for Naruto to return to her with Chojuro. She couldn't focus on her work because she was curious. Perhaps way too curious for her own good. But this whole situation was just something else. Ao didn't have good impressions of the blonde after their encounter about an hour ago. He was wary because the blonde's strength made him uncomfortable. The hidden intentions didn't do anything to steer the nagging questions he had. But Mei had tried to wave the fears away. This didn't mean that she wasn't going to be cautious around the blonde. A moment of weakness could be the difference between life and death, success or failure. When the blonde finally returned, Mei smiled and showed him a chair. She stared into his strange eyes. She couldn't read anything from them. What can I do for you, Naruto-san? Naruto could feel Shinobi watching him from the shadows. One wrong move from him and they would pounce. He didn't see any wrong in being cautious. He was an unknown factor and they had a job to protect their leader from any threat. The blonde leaned to his chair and rested his head on the palm of his left hand. There was no emotion expressed on his face. I have been traveling around. I went to Iwa. Their reaction was expected but disappointing. In any case, I have some time in this village since it will take some time for my sword to be ready. I have seen many people. Studied cultures for better understanding of humans. On my journey, I came across this village that stopped focusing on military for economic activity but chose tourism, trade and other business mechanism for business. I thought this method was peaceful for a peaceful nation. But I have also come to realize that shinobi villages do need a military force. We are imperfect beings. There will always be someone who does wrong. At this case, the military might is needed. When you have too much power, you will use it for good or for bad. It is truly those with power that are able to force change. Don't you agree, Mizukage-sama? Mei wasn't expecting this kind of talk from this person. She was honestly expecting something different. He said so many things, but she heard him and it made her smile. It looks that way. Power is everything in this world. Missions, business, alliances, they are formed with those who are powerful. Keep in mind that we define power by military might, Mei said. Naruto nodded. Which is a flaw in our thinking. There are different kinds of power: economic power, military power and political power. Daimyos rule by political power. Small villages rely on trading and business to keep economic activity. Shinobi villages focus on military power. It is because we think we are all powerful that we can kill, steal and rape without any problem. Peace treaties are nothing to shinobi nations. They are just words written on a piece of paper that can be burnt at any moment. What do you think makes villages do that? Because there is no consequence for such actions. Naruto smiled. There are no consequences. I left Konoha mainly because of this. I have said I want peace, but peace is merely a result of something else. Mei nodded. I thought I could foster closer ties with other nations to create an environment where Kages are able to act together rather than against each other. But I failed. It was a bitter feeling, but she had yet to give up. She would try until her says it can't do it anymore. What I have told you is my line of thinking. You still don't trust me. I understand that. But I want you to think about what I have said. I will come back to you tomorrow to discuss your thoughts and what I truly want, Naruto said as he stood up. I'll be at the outskirts of the village by the sea. I want to meditate. You can have your shinobi watch me. Minutes later. Your story really changes. Kurama said with a shake of his head. It leads to one point. Naruto said with a shrug. I know my actions will create more tensions and will probably pit hidden villages against each other, but like everyone else, I need a reason to justify my actions. Or perhaps I don't really want peace but a reason to rule over the elemental nations. But what do you really want with her? All that talk, it isn't anything that has to do with your true objective? I want to buy Kiri's ships and utilize some of its trade routes for myself. It is part of a greater plan. If destruction doesn't work on them, I will starve them. I will cut their means to fund wars. This can only happen if I monopolize trade routes. Chapter 14. Mei was sitting on a small boulder, with a bottle of sake on her right side. She was watching Naruto, who was sitting in a meditative position just below her. He came here every day and sat like that. He could sit like that for half a day without moving. Without opening his eyes. There would be just massive amounts of chakra fluctuating around him. It would change elements every now and then. This activity was the reason the Shi came here. His chakra movements attracted too much attention. There was just too much chakra for one person. It was dangerous. Truly dangerous. Yet, there was no evil intent she could feel from it. It wasn't to say it was pure. Far from it. She didn't expect it to be pure. Nobody was truly pure. They all had their faults. Despite the overwhelming power that Mei has felt, there was no sign of power of the Baijuu inside of him. He was a Jinchuriki in name. She didn't sense that. Why would someone obtain such power? Mei understood what he was saying, but she was also missing what he hadn't said to her. That wasn't the main concern though. She wondered what he wanted to do with all that power. What he wanted to achieve. And if someone so powerful turned out to be an evil person, who would gather the forces to fight against such a person? To have such a serious look, you must be thinking hard. Naruto's voice pulled Mei out of her thoughts. The Mizukage's eyes met with Naruto's, those strange eyes once more. She had never asked. But she knew it was a dujutsu. Then again, Konoha has always been blessed with such bloodlines. The leaf was much like Kirigakure in that regard. Though, Kiri's fortunes have fallen. But the same could be said about Konoha, it has lost its once feared Uchiha clan. Mei took a sip from the sake on her right before speaking. Why do you spend so much time meditating? She didn't know anyone who spent time like this. Perhaps monks would be good at this kind of thing, but not shinobi. Shinobi didn't have that kind of patience. It wasn't so much as meditating. It looked like that in the outside and he really did meditate. But it wasn't for most of the time. He spent much time locking horns with the Kyuubi. He battled the Baijuo every now and then to increase his battle experiences and to sharpen his instincts. Fighting against something so powerful really made fighting against weaker opponents somewhat dull and unnecessary. Those of weaker strength ought not to be fought by him, but he should beat them while giving them some lessons. That way, it would make things interesting for him. Because I have large amounts of chakra, I must always keep it in balance for better control. If I slip, it becomes a problem using ninjutsu. You should know, the better your understanding of a jutsu and your chakra control, determines the amount of chakra you will use. Poor control means excessive use of chakra. Meditation helps me regulate chakra through my chakra system. Always striving to improve, huh? Mei said. How strong are you? Naruto adopted a thoughtful look on his face. But there was really no need for him to think about anything. He was simply thinking of a better adjective to use. He couldn't find it, so he simply said. Strong enough to destroy a shinobi village with one jutsu. Naruto responded. Mei didn't seem surprised or shocked. She seemed to believe him even. It was surprising to Naruto. But he didn't say anything. He waited for the Mizukage to respond. Is changing the world that much of a mission you felt you needed to gain that much power? Mei asked. I told you, some people will only listen to power. Not that only, but if you want to take on powerful foes, you must make sure that your power matches them. If you cannot be stronger than the mountains before you, you will not climb them. I realized that on my journey, I needed to have power. It was necessary. It will be necessary for both my survival and the realization of my dreams. That was the sound of a person who was expecting a huge battle. You did not gain this much power not expecting an epic battle. Mei had a feeling that Naruto was someone who would use power to force people to listen to him. He has been saying it, people only listen to those with power. It was perhaps true. The likes of I would never recognize anyone who isn't strong enough. But wouldn't it be for not to use force to get people to listen to you? Naruto was obviously prepared for battle. He was always preparing. Even now, he was looking forward to battle. But this method would only get people angry and it would just cause conflicts. There would only be tensions and those with him would be at odds with those against him. It was a situation Mei didn't want to see. In fact, she was willing to try to talk him out of this mindset. Force isn't always the answer to everything. It makes your case pointless if you are going to argue that nations choose a more diplomatic method of solving their problems. If you are going to use force, then they will be right to say being armed is good to be able to battle such enemies. Naruto didn't attempt to argue with Mei over what she had said. He understood her clearly because this was something he had thought. It would have been careless of him to do things without considering his actions and the kind of message they sent to the elemental nations. Perhaps he had been in some way ignoring it. Hence his thought of living for a little while longer than most humans. Force will only result in anger, war and bloodshed. It would cause this world into a scenario of imbalance. Even if he does manage to get them under one roof, as long as he was alive, they would never forgive him. They would always be fighting him in some manner. People desired freedom to such lengths that they were willing to die seemingly pointless deaths in order to get this freedom. Naruto smiled at Mei. It wouldn't be wrong to say she was making him think more. He had advocated this to Nagato, telling the man that there would be no peace in his method. He had smiled at said the old Akatsuki had been doing the right thing under Yahiko's leadership. The blonde shook his head. You are right. But sometimes our own desire to see things through blinds us from seeing certain things. I'm still human. I make mistakes, I ignore facts that point to a flaw in my thinking because I want to succeed. But ignoring facts will only lead to failure. Mei said those words in a hardened tone. You'll only be frustrated in the end. When frustrations hit, one was likely to end up going on a rampage in anger. His kind of rampage would not be pretty. Perhaps even freed Baijuas would step in to stop him. But if that happened, would he die a villain and the Baijuas continue as heroes? Naruto thought of it for a moment before nodding. Yes, if he died in that style, with the shinobi nations watching, then all could be well. He would die the villain he was and the Baijuo would be seen as good. As long some conditions were set for shinobi to say that they are comfortable with Baijuas roaming free, then there would be no problem. He could live his life normally under false identity. He could manipulate his chakra signature and his scent to ensure that no one recognizes him. Regardless of how much you have seen, you can never really say you have seen it all, Naruto said with a shake of his head. You never do stop learning, he said standing up. I want us to head back to my office so that we can talk. You are leaving soon, I don't think we will have more time to talk if we don't use it. The Mizukage said. Naruto looked up into the heavens for a moment before nodding his head. My sword should be ready, he said. Let us. Mei thought for a moment before nodding to herself. How about we talk as we eat? I haven't had the time to know you personally. It has been business, she said slyly. Naruto smiled. It was the same smile as the Mizukage. The woman had a rather charming smile. A seductive gaze. She was a dangerous woman. She wasn't only smart but she knew how to handle herself. This was not the kind of field he wanted to play. He was always the one trying to use those charms, not the other way around. I have been rather respectful to your position, Naruto said. He had noticed though. The woman openly flirt. He hadn't responded openly. Perhaps because his mind was burdened by too many thoughts. A little unease at my own thoughts has made it difficult for me to be personal. But can we really understand each other if you do not see the kind of person I am? There will be a lot of guessing work. It only plants seeds of doubt, Mei said. She took Naruto back to the village and led him to a very fancy restaurant. There wasn't much noise in where they sat, it was just the two of them. The food didn't take long to come. You don't look like a lonely person even though you have abandoned your village, Mei said. Normally, missing nins tend to live in their own and always on the run from their home villages. But this one didn't look like he was on the run. He was different. Naruto smiled. Despite being a wanted person, I have an interesting life, he said. I might get hated along the way, called names. Maybe I might find myself struggling with madness. To conquer that, I decided that I needed to have a normal personal life. Relationships? Relationship. Naruto corrected. It's a bit of a secret. But that is what makes it interesting. The sneaking around, the sense that you could get caught, it is happiness. I envy you, Mei said with a slight frown on her lips. Everyone does deserve some happiness. Nothing much like being in love. I was once. It was a bitter experience since it was unrequited, Naruto said with a bitter smile. Those days had been horrid. He never wanted to put himself in that position again. Mei raised an eyebrow. Unrequited love, huh? She paused and looked thoughtful. What is best? Experiencing love but with disappointments or desiring to love someone yet your heart can't find someone to love? Naruto stared at the woman with an expressionless mask. She was being honest but so was he. He didn't lie much but he still expected other people to lie. He didn't expect this person to be this honest. With unrequited love, you at least experience love. You know what it means to love. You are filled with warmth and happiness when you see the person to love. But it can also be bitter and turn into a murderous intent if you are not pure. The other part would be just frustrations. Story of my life, Mei said with a sigh. No man has loved me in a long time. Naruto shook his head. That is an impossible scenario. Regardless of how twisted and evil you are, one will always have that one person who loves you, he said before adding. You are a beautiful, charming woman. You possess power in the mind to use it. You have people who love and worship you. The question you should ask yourself is, who is brave enough to tell me? Mei raised an eyebrow in surprise. She didn't expect those words from someone younger than her. Then again, Naruto was a Jinchuriki. He would know. He understood the pain of love. Looking for love when everyone around you hated your very existence. The Mizukage smiled. It may happen that nobody will ever be brave enough. That is a possibility but it is you who wants to be happy. Perhaps it is a little unnatural, but if there is someone you like, you have to take it. Don't steal, you'll get burnt, Naruto said with a smile. Mei giggled at this. Being burnt would be part of the risk, she said. That is one way to look at it, Naruto said with a shrug. But if it is worth the risk, why not? I'm also taking a risk. If I get caught, things won't be good. But for my happiness, I'm willing to continue. For your happiness, huh? Mei looked thoughtful for a moment before speaking. What more am I missing? Your spies must have already told you about a place called the Emperor's Palace. Yes? I built that place. For my dreams, I figured intel was vital. But I'm not a spy and even if I created a spy network, there would be information I could miss. So I built a place that utilizes other people's spy networks. Any kind of information you have can be sold at the information desk. We are connected to spies from all nations and the information at large is available to us. Mei's smile disappeared. I was told about the place and its many facilities. But doesn't this mean you are capable to manipulating information for your end? It means that, but we have rules, rather strict rules. Naruto did not elaborate on those rules. I want to start a trading company. I need ships, and things to sell. I have what I need to get the Fire Feudal Lord to make me the custodian of most trade routes in the Fire Country. What are you selling? What do you need? Are those ships not going to be used for war? Naruto shook his head. I don't need an army to fight a war. I'm a weapon built for both creation and destruction, he said in a serious tone. We have the funds to buy at least 3 vessels and 2 small ones that will be used for fishing. Aside from a new trade partner, what do I get from this? Assuming you also want to use our trade routes. A share of the spoils, Naruto said. I have made enough connections to get the merchants I can sell things to. I have also made many friends in the elemental nations. People will be ecstatic to do trading with me. There might be challenges though. Mei eyed the blonde carefully. She was certain it was going to be something that wouldn't make her smile. It was just the tone that he used. But hadn't she had the feeling that this person was capable of a lot of things? Challenges wouldn't be in the form of competition but enemies. It would take him some time to establish himself in the trading industry, but making enemies only took a single day. What challenges? Iwagakure sees me as enemy because of a certain demand that I made. I will do something similar in Kumagakure. They too will likely make me their enemy, Naruto said. I want Baijuas to be freed. I don't care for their power. I don't want future generations to be faced with the thought of being Jinchurikis, and Baijuas too deserve their freedom. Mei stared at Naruto. He sounded almost crazy, at least on last part. She knew what Jinchurikis were made to go through. Naruto was the better judge of all that. Yet, she couldn't see the need to free Baijuas. They were indeed captives, but wasn't it also safe for humans with Baijuas sealed away? Why would you want to free Baijuas? Naruto smiled. A Jinchuriki would understand. In simple case, we who contain Baijuas know what is it like to host them and what it means to cooperate with them. Most of all, in our loneliness, Baijuas are the ones we can talk to. We understand their intelligence better. To us, they are not just masses of chakra, but partners and friends. Naruto paused. Would you like to meet the Kyuubi? Mei wasn't given the chance to respond because those hypnotic eyes of Naruto pulled her away from her body. She was welcomed by darkness and 2 huge silted eyes. There was an ominous evil feeling that gave her a chill on her spine. A low dangerous growl nearly made her jump back. Mei was smart enough to know that this wasn't a genjutsu. Naruto, why did you bring a human before me? Do you want me to eat her? Kurama's deep and powerful voice echoed through the space around the Mizukage. Naruto clapped his hands and everything became visible. The god-eye Mizukage widened her eyes when she came to face a huge beast. The Kyuubi had its head resting on its paws and its tail slowly swinging. The blonde was sitting on the Baijua's head. Mei Terumi. This is the Kyuubi, Naruto said calmly. Mei didn't know what to say, but before she could even say anything, she was flushed out. The woman had a sweat on her forehead as she stared at Naruto's smile. He doesn't like humans very much. But that was the Kyuubi. If you are familiar with summons, then you can put a Baijuu in a similar category. I mean this in terms of intelligence and power. Baijuas are a lot more powerful and can't die. It took some time for Mei to gather her thoughts and formulate a response. So you want to free that? Naruto nodded. Each Baijuu had a certain place where it lived peacefully before humans started hunting them down for their power. My clan didn't help matters by being the first to come with sealing methods. If I strip away the Baijuas from these villages, they will hunt me down and the Baijuas I freed. But I will fight them. Even if they send their entire military might upon me, they will not win it because Baijuas are not their property. The Shodai Hokage made this mess by giving and selling Baijuas to other villages in an attempt to balance the powers. I will correct that error. Mei shook her head. You're courting trouble. Naruto nodded. I know, but I will not back down. Either way, my trading has to go on and I will protect my merchandise. Those who threaten it will pay for it. Once more, Mei shook her head. Are you sure you want to do something like that? Naruto nodded. I want to do it and I will do it. Nothing will stop me. Humans have to admit that they are wrong in the treatment of Baijuas. It is because of this that Baijuas don't really like humans. Like the Kyuubi, it would have no problem in wiping out an entire village because its hatred for humans. Even now, the Baijuu's hatred of humans is something else. It is because of the injustice suffered in the hands humans. I must correct it. We must correct it. That is just the beginning of my plan, but I can't free the elemental nations without freeing what the nations have bound. I can't tell if you are a good person or not. But your actions will not be well received. You are taking the side of Baijuus. You will not be liked. I can't tell you to stop, but business I will do with you, Mei said in a serious tone. Just be careful though, you seem like an honest person, don't let your path drive you into a dark path. This is why I said I needed to be happy, Naruto said. I will let you be the judge of my character, Mei-san. You will decide whether I am good or bad. Whether intentions are good doesn't mean that our actions will be good. But I am trying in all ways to ensure that there is no fault in my actions. Should there be fault, I am willing to pay for it, he said with a sad smile. That sounded like a death alarm. Mei frowned at the thought. But she couldn't say anything about it. What will happen to the Baijuus? They will live in freedom. And will not be involved in human battles fighting as weapons. They will only involve themselves if there is an enemy that humans cannot handle. Would that enemy be you? Mei asked with narrowed eyes. There was emotion in both her eyes and tone. Naruto couldn't tell what it was. The blonde just smiled though. Who knows? Kumagakure. It was early morning, the sun had yet to even rise. Yugito was going through her morning exercises to keep in shape. Since her loss to the Akatsuki, she had upped her training. She wanted to improve on her abilities so that she doesn't end up in that situation once more. The Jinchuriki always came up here and sometimes when Killer Bee was around, she would spar with him. He was stronger than her, but she wanted to cut the gap. The fact that his Baijuu was stronger than hers didn't matter to her. Even she could defeat someone with a Baijuu with more tails than hers. In the end, physical prowess was always everything if you could use it. Yugito's body tensed when a person crash-landed right in front of her. The person looked to have come from the sky and landed like a bullet. The blonde held up her guard as she watched the debris disappear. Naruto walked out of the debris with an expressionless mask on his face. He was walking slowly, his movements seemed to be purposeful. Naruto? Yugito asked in question. She wasn't expecting him. His eyes. His chakra. It felt different. The signature was still the same but its potency had sharpened. It was almost frightening. There was a big shadow that was behind him and if this had been the first time she was seeing him, she would have taken a step back. In the flesh. Naruto responded calmly. He finally reached Yugito and touched her with his right hand. The touch was cold and made Yugito feel uncomfortable. She took the hand, looked at its palm, there was no flesh, it looked like a mechanical lining meant to shoot something. There was a blue circle with ripple patterns. Almost like his eyes. What did you do to your hands? I can change at any time, Naruto said with a shrug. The Rinnegan lit slightly before the blondes found themselves in an endless world with their respective Baijuas standing behind them. Kurama, Matatabi said, looking at the nine-tailed beast lying behind Naruto. She was surprised. But the human had the Rinnegan. She was still surprised about what this human wanted from them. Even last time, there hadn't been any harm intended for Yugito. It was still the same now. Don't go saying my name so casually, Kurama exclaimed in a hardened tone. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He then smiled and turned to face the Baijuu before him. Kurama. So that is your name. Kurama. He repeated it once more. Why didn't you tell me your name? You never asked. What is with this attitude of yours? I must always interrogate you for you to tell me things? I'm starting to feel that you don't trust me, Kurama. Even after all these years. Kurama glared at Naruto. He sneered. Since when did you become so emotional with me? Naruto smiled. You told me many things when I asked about the Geto Mazo but you did not make things clear about your relationship with other Baijuas. The fact that this one knows your name means that you have a relationship with the others. You are the strongest. They should be able to listen to you. Or not. This is rather shocking, Matatabi said. I never thought the mighty Kurama would get along with a human. Who says we get along? Kurama said. He paused before speaking once more. Anyway, you should see that this human is a bit special. I can see those eyes. The Two-Tails said. I guess we are not being hunted anymore. Naruto nodded. I have taken care of the Akatsuki, he said. This Baijuu behind me has a name, so I assume you too have one. Matatabi. Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of Kurama and wielder of the Rinnegan. Naruto introduced himself politely. I said I got rid of the Akatsuki, but I may still become a problem depending on how you look at things. I want to remove you from Yugito. Wait, what? Yugito exclaimed with wide eyes. She knew she would die in the process. Did he just save her from the Akatsuki because he wanted the power for himself? Yugito gritted her teeth in anger. She'd actually thought that he was a good person. He had been nice to her. Instead of thanking him for saving her, she now had to fight him? What a treacherous world this was. We will have this kind of reaction each time we say those words, won't we? Naruto said as he jumped over to Kurama's head. He settled nicely. You're not phrasing it right, Kurama said. What does that mean? The Two Tails asked. The two were speaking as if it wasn't there. We have no interest in your power, nor do we want to kill Yugito. The Shodai Hokage sold you to Kumagakure in the founding of Shinobi villages in an attempt to balance powers. But that took away your freedom. I want to restore your freedom, even if it means I have to be hated by this village or any other village. I want a world where humans are no longer used as sacrifices and Baijuas are not treated as merely weapons. I don't hate my Jinchuriki and I would not want to leave this Yugito if it would mean killing her. Naruto shook his head. At the end of the day, Yugito will be alive. These eyes of mine can make that happen. You will still be able to keep contact with her through a mental link. I can create a contract that allows her to summon you when she needs you. Another method would for you to leave her with some of your chakra for her to be able to use some of your abilities, but she will not be able to transform. She will still be able to communicate with you and use your power. This was just too much for Yugito. She did wonder what life would be like if she was no longer a Jinchuriki. But she was already used to this life, she no longer had any reason to hate it. The Baiju that was inside of her had become part of her life, she didn't know if she could be away from it. Didn't Naruto say there would be a mental link? That would mean she would be able to keep contact with Matatabi at any time, and if she needed the Baiju, she could always use the chakra that would be inside of her. Ultimately, she would not have a say. Not when she didn't want to turn out to be a traitor. The Raikage would not agree to any of this. The Baiju inside of her was a property of Kumo, he would not have it any other way. Sama will not agree to any of this, Yugito said. How can I even trust you that I will not die? The Rinnegan has the power, Matatabi said. But I don't think he cares about what your Raikage thinks, Yugito. He will do it regardless. That is correct. I don't even want Baijuas to be fighting human battles and wars. Perhaps in time, they will only fight against me. The decision to say Matatabi has to leave some chakra is for you to be able to fight on your own, Naruto said to Yugito. Kurama will also be removed from me. There will no longer be any Jinchuriki. You want me to keep it a secret from Sama that I can summon Matatabi? Yes. It is necessary, Naruto said. If you tell him, he will try to get the Baiju sealed again because those humans who have not been close to Baijuas cannot picture them making decisions on their own. Sama will hunt you down, Yugito said. Are you going to be as well? He has a good bond with his Baiju. It doesn't matter to me. Humans will no longer decide the fate of Baijuas. I will do to him what I will do to you, Naruto said calmly. I will give you time to think about it. You can also express to be what I have expressed to you. When I come back to this village, you must be ready. If I'm not? It won't matter. I will do as I have said, Naruto said with a shake of his head. Do you still think you can thank me for? There was a violent force that separated the two parties. Naruto's reaction was instinctive. The Yondaime Raikage had appeared in a lightning blur. The man flashed on the left side of Naruto and his right fist flashed in lightning speed, heading towards Naruto's chest. Naruto's instinctive response was to cross both his hands across his chest hastily. A's fist collided with his hands. Naruto winced when the brutal fist connected. He hadn't prepared himself for the force it came with. The fist sent him rocketing backwards like a bullet. His body was blurred before loudly crashing into a large boulder. The boulder broke apart after Naruto crashed into it. This caused debris to pick up. Are you okay, Yugito? I asked Yugito, who looked dazed as if she couldn't put her hands on what was happening around her. The words from the Raikage snapped the blonde out of her thoughts and she responded with a nod. But why was the Raikage attacking Naruto like that? Did he already know about what her fellow Jinchuriki wanted to do? A couple of seconds later, Naruto stood up and walked away from the debris whilst dusting himself. He was unharmed. You are truly fast, Raikage-sama, and well-deserving as being the fastest man alive, Naruto said in a polite tone. By that you mean you don't know how to use your father's jutsu, said with disappointment. I'd wish to test myself against that jutsu one more time. Perhaps you will get a chance to test yourself against the Yellow Flash himself in the near future, Naruto said mysteriously. What is that supposed to mean? The Yondaime Raikage demanded with narrowed eyes. Who knows? Naruto said with a careless shrug and a small smile on his lips. Attacking me like that Tsuchikage must have reached out to you already. Not surprising, but Naruto would have rather left this village without into contact with the Raikage. It may have been better if he had sent a mere clone. The Raikage wasn't simply going to let him leave. He told me. I assume you are here for the same purpose, said. Let me warn you that my Jinchuriki are not for the taking. I should have seen this coming. You wanted the power for yourself. Akatsuki was just in the way. Naruto looked at the man as if he was being ridiculous. I don't need the powers of the Baijuas. I have the most powerful Baiju inside of me and I don't even use its power. The blonde said, shaking his head. He looked at Yugito. He didn't want to fight her, but she could be dragged into the fight. Well, if the Raikage he doesn't need help from her, then she will be put away safely from him in case he tries to do something. Overconfidence, sneered. Daru was ready to back him up at any moment. But he could do this on his own. Stand back, Yugito. I will handle this, he said sternly. We will take the Kyuubi and send your body to Iwagakure. Naruto looked amused for a moment. He shook his head. Pitiful. His voice was cold and stern. There was no emotion in his eyes. You do not have the power to defeat me, Raikage-sama. Those words came out with power. The moment they left his lips, Daru appeared in a blur in front of him. The man was swinging his sword above Naruto's shoulders. Naruto's response was faster. His right hand grabbed his sword from his sheath and swung it vertically, all while he was watching Daru's sword move towards his neck. The speed of his blade was so fast that it went on to cut through the dark-skinned man before his sword could reach him. The moment Naruto's blade cut through Daru, there was a burst of lightning behind Naruto. Was slightly above the ground, facing the blonde's back. He drove a right punch straight towards Naruto's back. Simultaneously, Daru burst into black lightning. Naruto only had a second to think. He only activated the seal on his sword to absorb the lightning. But brutal punch from the Raikage slammed onto his back. There was a sickening sound of a bone cracking when the punch connected. It was so brutal that Naruto's body blasted off in blinding speed after being hit. The blonde didn't even stop from his momentum until he burst through two boulders. Buried on a rock, Naruto felt the pain on his back souring through his entire body. He quickly shook it off and stood up. He still had his sword on his right hand. He sheathed the sword and took several steps towards the clear field. But a suddenly appeared in front of him in a blur. There was the sound of lightning as the man's body flashed through the air, his right fist cutting through, heading straight towards his face. Naruto responded by forcing himself to fall backwards. Everything appeared in slow motion as A's fist went past his face. As this was happening, Naruto held his hands together, just above him. The palms were facing the Raikage's gut. He released a pale blue beam from the palm of his hands. The beam shot out in the blink of an eye, heading straight towards the Raikage's gut. The man blurred out of sight and the beam shot up into the sky. A flashed below Naruto from behind. He attempted to knee the blonde on his back, but Naruto disappeared in a blur. A flashed into the clearing and stretched his muscles a bit before speaking. Your speed isn't that bad, he said. But he didn't sound impressed. Not even the least. Naruto didn't respond. He started darting towards the Raikage. I did the same. And then the two suddenly disappeared from sight. They suddenly appeared just above the ground. Naruto tried attacking with his right fist, but the Raikage's movements were faster. Managed to grab the blonde by his face with an iron claw. Simultaneously, another Naruto burst from the ground. It was the blade that came out first and it was heading towards A's gut. The man's grip on Naruto and he burst in a puff of smoke. The man gritted his teeth as he shifted his body towards the right to avoid the sword. The sword only managed to cut through the left side of his stomach, just slightly, but its other effect was absorbing the lightning. It did just enough for Naruto's left palm to slam onto A's gut. The man hadn't been able to move as he had been trying to avoid the fatal blow from his sword. The Raikage gritted his teeth in pain when 6 black rods suddenly sprouted from his back. Naruto allowed the man to hit the ground in a thud with his face. The moment the Raikage hit the ground, Daru flashed behind Naruto just above the ground, but the man's momentum was halted by an open palm of Naruto's left hand. The moment he had appeared, the hand just flashed in front of him without the blonde turning to face him. Daru felt that his body was completely frozen. He couldn't move. I'm very much aware that you are not a Bunshine, Naruto said calmly. If you move closer or do anything smart, the Raikage becomes a cripple or he dies. Now go away. He blasted the man away in a brutal force that sent the man rocketing away like a bullet. Naruto didn't even look. He didn't care if the man was going to find some sharp spikes waiting for him. He just looked down at the Raikage. What did you do? I demanded through gritted teeth. His lightning cloak was no longer around him as he had lost control over his chakra and he couldn't move his body. There was another chakra suppressing his movements. No matter how hard he shouted for his hands and legs to move, they ignored him completely. Your speed is rather troubling. And you were not at your full speed. There is a difference being able to perceive an attack and being able to react in time to stop or dodge it. Although I can see your attacks, doing something against them is a different matter. With an opponent like you, I don't have the time to weave hand signs. Since my fastest jutsu are lightning based, I figured that wouldn't work because of that lightning cloak. Naruto explained lightly. You won't get away with this. If I was really fighting you with everything I got, you wouldn't have touched me under these terms. Naruto shrugged carelessly. I will get away with it. And I can either chop off both your legs or just kill you now. But I will come back another day. On that day, I will be ready for battle. You can give me everything and everyone you have on that day. It will be the day I show you the power of a god. I just come to speak to Yugito today. She will pass on the message. I narrowed his eyes up a bit as he sensed something coming down in high speed. There was a large bird charging down. Know that your life was spared today, Raikage. The blonde disappeared in a blur as the bird changed directions and blasted past him. It took to the air once more before disappearing. Raikage-sama. It was a shout from a couple of shinobi. They rushed over to the fallen cage but only Yugito and Daru got closer. A was able to move. He could no longer feel the chakra suppressing his movements. But the rods were still disrupting his chakra flow. Remove the rods on my back. The man ordered. Daru and Yugito removed the rods but when they each got out of A's flesh, they crumbled into ash. Being freed, I couldn't help but frown. We need more information about that man. Last time we saw him, C said his chakra was almost like that of B when he is transformed. Yet, he never displayed all that chakra today. We will have problems if we underestimate him again. A day later. Emperor's Palace. Money was being collected in ways that Naruto hadn't expected. It wasn't only from selling information but the other services made money as well. He needed to add a gambling place now. Addicts would surely lose money. And they always collected. His debt collectors knew how to collect. They were like hounds when one missed the deadline to pay their debts. Naruto didn't even have to worry about contacting merchants for stock anymore. He handled the first transaction but once he brought people in, he no longer had to worry about anything. They handled things for him. Naruto was looking at reports while sitting on the bar counter. There was no one around the place, it was just him. He wondered though, what would happen if he brought Ino to a place like this? What happened on this level, stayed in this room? People were sworn secrecy with severe consequences should they even say anything. Some people even paid money for avoid people leaking information about their activities. Naruto shook his head. Getting her out of the village would even be a hustle. It was better not to do anything. What are you doing so early? A woman asked, coming into view. She was a young red-haired woman. She was tall, with a sincere face, light skin and a ceremonial white gown as if she were a noble. Akira. Naruto looked at the woman for a moment. Reports. I'm going to stay in Amigakure. I need everything I need. He paused as the woman took a stool on his left hand. I will leave foundations for the Uzumaki Tower done before I leave. Akira nodded. We will take over then, she said. Your problem with Iwagakure is making our high-paying customers nervous. It is only them who know you frequent this place but they don't know you own it. They might suspect. The other people don't know. But if gets to know about this, then it will cause a problem if Iwagakure decides to attack. They are Earth users, they can harm us. Naruto looked thoughtful. In the inside, a person couldn't do anything. But the barriers kept people from sensing that there is something from the outside. For someone to do something, they'd have to randomly use Earth jutsus. I will create a defense, Naruto said. It would be triple layered. If one destroyed the first one, we would be alerted and would be here to stop the person before they even get to the last layer of defense. Anything else? I need the contract to add more names to the people we can summon to this chamber. There are new customers. I will get it, Naruto said. Is there anything regarding Orochimaru or his people that I must know? There is a woman named Guren. She has a crystal release bloodline. She was once considered to be closest to him, second only to Kabuto. She has been living with a teenage boy who has special powers. Naruto looked thoughtful. He would only care about destroying any hideout of Orochimaru he sees. It was perhaps best to remove the stain of that man from the face of this world. Yes, for a better world, those inhumane experiments had to be removed. That aside, his empire needed strong people to guard it. He was strong, but he wasn't omnipresent. These people he surrounded himself with were spies. Some of them, even though they were spies, they were no more than just genins in terms of power. He needed strong people. Information could control things, but raw power was needed. You'll give me what I need. I will hunt her down. Once the tower is completed, she should be working here, Naruto said without any emotion. Akira raised an eyebrow. It was either Naruto was going to use force or try to give the woman an offer she wasn't going to refuse. Hardly the blonde used excessive means. Oh, it wasn't because he couldn't use them. The blonde was very capable of every evil and dirty trick. He just preferred against using them when it wasn't necessary. I need money to buy ships from Kiri. If it isn't enough, we can rent the ships. We won't need carriages for moving our merchandise. I will go to the land of snow to understand how they make their trains. This will be an efficient way to move things throughout the elemental nations and makes our trading company a little more appealing. Well, we have sold the idea to our customers, we just need to go to them to officially handle things, Naruto said. What did I miss? Kumo? I went there. You can add the Raikage on our list of problems. The blonde said. Akira nodded. We have a certain visitor in the upper levels. Who? Konoha's Sharingan no Kakashi, Akira said with a smile. He is famous, you know. When a man like that walks in here, he is recognized. You spoke to him? Akira shook her head. No. But I did watch him. Naruto nodded. I will see him in the evening. I need to write letters to those I know and send them out before the day ends, he said. We must find out who dominates the trading routes around the Fire Nation and from the port city. We need those routes for ourselves. Once everything was set, he would change this world. The way the elemental nations do things will be changed. Even if he does become evil incarnate, the things he would leave behind would still influence how things are conducted. I will speak to Shinji regarding this. He should get the intel we need for the routes to be given to us, Akira said with a smile. Unknown location. Sasuke had found his team. He was considering heading straight to Konoha to demand to know if the current Hokage knew anything about Itachi's mission. Had it been a couple of years ago, he would have already appeared before the village hell bent on revenge. But he was moving things in a considerable rate because before he does anything, he wanted to find out why Naruto left the Hidden Leaf. Naruto had loved Konoha. The last time he saw the blonde, it had been evident that he was a different person altogether. Sasuke still could not understand why the blonde left the Hidden Leaf and everyone he had. The blonde had been the one on his back, trying to get him to return. Well, that was no longer the case. Who are we looking for now, Sasuke-kun? Karen asked. Since the Uchiha found them, he hadn't said much but that they had to go somewhere. Really, Karen wanted to settle. Sasuke killed Itachi, there was no need for the Uchiha to be roaming around the elemental nations. Naruto. I was told that he frequents some place. If we don't find him, we will go to the Hidden Leaf. What will we be going in Konoha? It depends, Sasuke said. But he did not explain anything. He simply continued walking. Later that day. Emperor's Palace. If it was Jiraiya-sensei, he would have been surrounded by young girls, with bottles of sake in front of him, Naruto said as he sat down beside Kakashi. The Jonin was sitting in a dark booth by himself, reading his favorite book. Saying those words, Naruto could remember seeing Jiraiya grinning perversely while he told stories of his legends to his victims. It was a sight he would surely miss. What he didn't miss was the Sannin getting him to try his sexy no jutsu for his own amusement. Kakashi looked at Naruto and then glanced around the large hall to look for a reaction. There was none. There was a word that Naruto did come here, but the people here didn't know he owned the place. Although they claimed to sell any information, not every intel was actually available. There was nothing about Naruto or about the leadership of this place. The only detail you knew about the blonde was the ones you already knew. As if he could read Kakashi's thoughts, Naruto spoke once more. I only come around here to make appearances. I spend my time in the lower levels. He smiled. But the people here don't know that, and those who know won't tell anyone. So you won't find that information here. Speaking of the exclusive club, it was as Jiraiya said, there was no going in there. Kakashi didn't even know anyone who went there. The entrance to the place was hardly used. He had never seen anyone going down. It led him to believe that there was another way of entering the place. I haven't seen anyone going down there. You'll only see people going down there by invite. Naruto responded. We can't have an exclusive club and still leave all people to see you go in there, can we? Rich people don't even have the time to walk over here anyway. What is that supposed to mean? Naruto smiled but did not respond to the question. I thought it was best to cut my ties with you people. Perhaps it was because my method before then had been extreme. It might, but it does make you feel human to speak to people you grew up seeing. You could return to Konoha, Kakashi said. I think we'd be at war with Iwagakure if you do that though. Tsunade-sama would not hand you over and the leaders there will think it was all Konoha's plan. Most likely, Naruto said. You can add Kumagakure in the equation. The Raikage will be most displeased, he said with a shake of his head. Kakashi didn't ask. He was going to hear about it. He was going to return to Konoha soon. Where is the money going for all these? I heard of a rule that allows you to pay a certain fee that demands that unless people are willing to match it, they can't get certain intel. You sure make millions from this. I have seen many people come and go. Some come selling intel to us. But the rules we make are to protect secrets and make sure that not everyone gets intel about everyone. If I don't want people knowing about me, I can even pay 10 million and say anyone who has less can't view the intel. Who has 10 million just lying around? Did you do the same? Naruto shook his head. What do you want, Kakashi? Kakashi, huh? The Jonin thought bitterly. Well, he'd never been much of a sensei to Naruto. The only person he truly taught something was Sasuke. But that didn't do much, did it? Tsunade-sama is worried that your actions will lead to war. We don't even know what you are planning. I doubt you will tell me, but can you at least tell me what the other nations are plotting? I don't know everything. I only know what I know, Naruto said with a smile. It's unlikely there will be war even if Konoha refuses to act on any demands from the other nations. If they try something, I will stop it. Annihilation will do if they do not listen. Both Kumo and Iwa can be turned into dust if I have the appetite, and I can do it. But I'd rather not go that path when other methods can still be used. Those words made Kakashi uncomfortable. He could even see the power behind those eyes. But did Naruto really think that he can destroy an entire village? Is it with those eyes? When did you even get them? This is the Rinnegan. The eyes that were once wielded by the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto said. He stood up. Tomorrow, I will talk to Tsunade about this situation. Kumo's letter should have reached her. We will leave together. The Jonin didn't say anything, but it was certain that Naruto knew the consequences of his actions. There was no talk of peace. Just destruction. It made Kakashi frown. He didn't get to ask why Naruto felt the need to free the Baijuas. He doubted Naruto even wanted their power. He hardly even used the Kyuubi's power. Kakashi hadn't even been able to ask more about the Rinnegan. It was a problem. But at least they had some intel about it from what Jiraiya gave them. It wouldn't make difference though. Another certainty was that the elemental nations were going to be divided over this. Smaller villages wouldn't have a problem with this. Disarming of larger villages made things a bit safe for them. Konoha. Temari had more or less expected things to go in the way that they did. Tsunade wasn't going to give in to the demands on any other village. She had said almost heartlessly that Naruto was no longer a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, thus what he did wasn't her problem. However, if there was a situation in which she had to do something to avoid a war, she would do it. This was more or less the same position the Sand had. Gaara was willing to do anything to protect the Hidden Sand. Of course, they too had to understand the dangers that could arise in this situation. Tsunade had spelled it out clearly in a way that Temari understood too well that things could go horribly wrong with a little action. Regardless, Sunagakure would be safe with Konoha in any position they took regarding Naruto. The god Hokage was trusting Gaara to make decisions that would benefit his village and make him sleep better without putting an explosive tag on his mouth. Naruto was your friend, do you perhaps know more about what he might be thinking? Tamari asked Shikamaru. They were walking towards the Hokage tower. Have you even spoken to him after your battle with him? Shikamaru shook his head. Naruto was someone he had watched. He had watched the blonde grow up in the hateful stares of the villagers. He had carried the burden of being the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki with a lonely yet kind heart. The blonde had truly been a good person who cared for his friends. Yes, he did care. He had chased after Sasuke. There was a lot that Naruto did. One thing that had stood out with the blonde back in the days had been his unpredictability and stupidity. Yes, Naruto had been both dense and stupid. That changed though. He was truly a different person from what he had been. I guess he does go to Tsunade, Shikamaru said in thought. I have never spoken to him. He hasn't been willing to speak to any of us even though he does come to the village. Well, I can understand why he decided to leave and cut ties with us. Iwa had declared war on Naruto and they would not stop until he was dead. Naruto's life was in danger. If he was in Konoha, Iwa would have declared war on the Hidden Leaf. Concerned friends would be going after him to try to protect him, but that would only leave them clashing with Iwa Shinobi. If that happened, it would to war. He does come, Tamari said. I can't sense any evil or hatred from him. He looks like a happy person. Ino can agree to that, Shikamaru said. Tamari raised an eyebrow. What? Shikamaru shook his head. Nothing, he said. Meanwhile. Leaf Gates. This feels like we are returning from a mission, Kakashi said to Naruto. The journey had been a silent one. They flew back on Naruto's bird. The blonde had been meditating along the way while he read his book. A long one like the one we did in the snow, Naruto said in a calm tone. That had been one hell of a mission. He paused. Do you think the princess is married now? Kakashi stopped his reading. He didn't even hear the guards talking to him as he tackled Naruto's words and what they suggested. There was a tone he used that said he hoped she wasn't married. If she isn't married? She was a very beautiful woman. She is also a famous person. Last time she kissed me on my cheek, I want a proper kiss, Naruto said with a smile. Kakashi shook his head. She was beautiful and you did leave an impression on her. I'm sure if you visited you'd be very welcome, he said. Naruto blinked. I wasn't actually expecting a response from you, he said. You're always hidden in a closet. Kakashi smiled. It was his iconic eye smile. We've never had a conversation like this, he said. And with Jiraiya? You know how he was when a woman passed by, Kakashi said. You stopped with Sakura, anyone new now? You're not doing anything like Jiraiya, are you? No one can be like that perverted Sannin, he said. Perhaps I should continue with his books. I did write one of his books. The blonde nodded. I will continue with the series. Really? Kakashi said with excitement. He had a hopeful look on his eyes. Naruto laughed. He was tempted to say no. Have you seen that Tsuchikage's granddaughter? I'm going to die trying to get her to like me. It will be difficult though since she looked disgusted when I asked her out. Kakashi laughed. He was surprised. Naruto would go that far? Was this before or after you made your ideas known? Before, Naruto said. He was saying that, but it was really important that Kurotsuchi likes him. If he was going to end the problems with Iwagakure, it would be through her. If he could win her over, then peace would be just a knock of a door away. It's going to be a tough one, Kakashi said with a nod. Iwa had already declared Naruto an enemy. When do you think you will start your own family, Kakashi? Kakashi went silent. I have never given it a thought. The Jonin said with a shrug. Chapter 15. Naruto was surprised to see both Tamari and Shikamaru in Tsunade's office. Shikamaru lived here, he shouldn't be surprised, but Tamari had left in Tsunade days ago. She must have been here to discuss what he had told her and Gaara. Konoha was Suna's main ally, so they would obviously want to know what they think before making a concrete decision on their future. The two were standing and so Naruto sat down on the free chair in front of Tsunade's desk. The god looked irate. When he sat down, she opened a drawer and took out a bottle of sake. She hurled it towards Naruto, straight toward his face. Naruto caught the bottle with his right hand. He didn't look at the Hokage but the bottle, it was an expensive thing. It was from the cloud. He did buy their drinks for the Emperor's palace. This is good stuff, Naruto said calmly. I wanted to hit you with it, Tsunade exclaimed with a glare. Naruto shrugged and placed the bottle on the desk. He smiled. It is good to see that you are still the same person I knew. It is such a pity that Jiraiya-sensei is no longer with us. I'm sure he'd still be looking at you lovingly. Temari blinked at this exchange. This was not a normal situation. Naruto was a wanted person in this village and yet, he just walked in here and sat down as if this was his home. He certainly didn't look like he was on the run. Then again, Tsunade wasn't actively trying to catch him. I'm surprised that you just walk into this village carelessly, Temari said to Naruto. Naruto shrugged. I can do it any time I want with how things are. I don't think it will be in Konoha's best interests or my interests to capture me. I guess with how things are, I shouldn't carelessly walk into this village in the open to avoid making it my accomplice. With what you have put me through, I can capture you and use you as a peace offering, Tsunade snapped. Naruto stared at Tsunade for a long minute. He shook his head and turned his head over to Shikamaru with a raised eyebrow. Your Hokage would do that? Shikamaru blinked. He wasn't expecting Naruto to bring him into the conversation. The blonde hadn't even acknowledged his presence when he walked into the office. Then again, he hadn't said anything to Temari. The blonde spoke to the Uzumaki casually. It was safe to assume that when Naruto visits the hidden sand, conversations were not hostile. Then again, things were not hostile even now. Perhaps it was good for everyone to keep things in this manner. Who would it benefit if weapons were drawn each time they met? Naruto wasn't going to come back to the hidden leaf. What he was doing made it especially a troublesome situation that could blow out of proportion if not handled carefully. Shikamaru knew this was where Tsunade's fears laid. If Iwa threatens war if you are not brought, she'd have no choice, Shikamaru said. I don't know how you can say those cold words in a lazy tone, Naruto said turning to face Tsunade. You received a letter from the Raikage? Tsunade glared heatedly. Really, A's tone in the letter he wrote spelled anger. The man was prone to emotional outbursts. He would react in a careless manner that would provoke war if Naruto actually ended up taking the Baijuas from both villages. And this would not be well for the hidden leaf. Tsunade had no care for the Baijuas. Konoha has never relied on them and it would not start now. Perhaps it would a bit of a relief if they were going to war without having to worry about the power of a Baijuu. It didn't make Naruto's right any less. She would not condone it. She couldn't stop it and she doubted voicing her thoughts into the matter would change Naruto's mind. Still, when Naruto left village, she wasn't expecting this. She didn't even want to continue in this journey with how things were at the moment. He said you attempted to take one of his Jinchurikis. And you fought, Tsunade said. He is demanding intel about you. I'm also guessing once they know you sit at the top of the Emperor's palace, they will seek to destroy it. Naruto snorted at those words. If I wanted to remove the Baijuu inside of Yugito I would have done it. I merely went there to talk to her. He just interfered and I left him kissing the ground, unable to move. I could have killed him if I wanted to. He should even be grateful that I didn't cut off his legs. The blonde said coldly. I only want to give the Baijuas their freedom. I will be taking that power and I will not allow anyone to take it. At the end of the day, even I will stop housing a Baijuu. Tsunade stared. Naruto was saying he fought and defeated the Raikage. The man was a beast. If Naruto was still able to walk into both Kumo and Iwa and leave without any damage, then he was truly powerful as she had feared. Maybe I will believe that you don't want to use the Baijuas, but if freed, what stops them from trying to get revenge? Or who will stop someone from trying to use them? I have thought things over, Buchan, Naruto said in a stern tone. I know what will happen. I'm prepared for it. I will make it impossible for anyone to seal a Jinchuriki as long as I am alive. I will stop anyone and the Baijuas will be placed somewhere away from humans. Even as we speak, the Three Tails lives in peace. It doesn't attack anyone. It's simply resting by its own with protective measures. It has been for a couple of years. If humans to go trying to capture it, it will fight to defend itself. Baijuas didn't even start after Shinobi villages were founded. They have been there for generations. But always stayed away from humans. It is us who started hunting them down for power. Your grandfather in particular created this problem by selling and distributing them. I will change this world. People just have to leave Baijuas alone and there will be no troubles. However, if you continue to hunt Baijuas for your wars, I will stand up and fight. You don't own Baijuas. You didn't create them. Claiming ownership over them is done out of ignorance and greed. But that will end. Tsunade laughed. It was a bit mad. She had never come across anyone who preached the freedom of Baijuas. Is this your piece? Naruto smiled. It is just the first step of my piece. I will change this world. It will change. The way you do things will change. There will be consequences to your actions. Tsunade had her eyes narrowed. There was a dangerous undertone in Naruto's words. She didn't like it one bit. She was even tempted to give Shikamaru the signal to bind the blonde down. Even if it would be for a second, it would give her enough time to slam a brutal punch on his forehead, and that would perhaps knock some wind out of him. Kakashi could perhaps deliver the fatal blow that could ground him. The god considered it for a second. It wasn't actually a bad plan and she could see it working. However, Naruto was still someone else. She couldn't confidently say he would be caught off guard by any action from her. Did you come here for this? Naruto nodded. I don't want you to misunderstand my intentions, and I have spoken to the other Kages. You were the only one I had yet to speak with. The blonde said. I thought it best to come here. I'm going to be busy for the next month or so with other business. I'm sure you also want to see Konoha's position, Shikamaru said. You have stated your intentions but have not actually done anything. You said it yourself, your visit to Kumo wasn't for the Baijuo but to speak to the Jinchuriki. My guess is that you went there to speak to her about your intentions and gave her time to think about it as you did with the Kazekage. The Raikage probably sensed you and attacked since he must have already been warned. You are going through the trouble to avoid battling. But you defeated the Raikage in his own backyard. You have the power. I just don't know if you are really trying to be diplomatic in your attempts or if you are just looking for reason to let loose. Naruto smiled. The Nara had always been bright. Naruto couldn't say he was anything like Shikamaru. The black-haired Jonin was smarter than him. He knew that. It was best not to be around people like that unless they were working for you. He could really use the genius in his plans. Well, at least he had Konan. She was smart. What do you think? Not sure, but if you went through the trouble of warning them and explaining yourself, you really want things to be done without battle. You want them to think hard about their choices, but it's not going to change anything on your side. You have decided and will use force if necessary. The great nations don't have a history of admitting to their faults, and they have always coveted Jinchurikis. Konoha has been the exception because we have always had skilled shinobi. Nevertheless, you must know that they won't simply give away their power. If you know that, why still go through this process? The Baijuo's power, it's not theirs. Naruto corrected Shikamaru. They won't, but you never know with shinobi. What is wrong with trying to hope for something? If you were a Kage, would you listen to me, Shikamaru? I would listen, but at the same time, I would still be cautious. If you free all the Baijuos, they are indebted to you. You can command them. I'd worry about you using them against the elemental nations. The Nara said. But I know you. So, I'd trust you. The problem here isn't just the lack of trust but the sense of ownership the leaders have about Baijuos. Not only that, but they are not willing to listen, Naruto said. Perhaps I will turn out to be the bad guy. Because really, I won't give up and I will free the Baijuos. What happens when they continuously fight you? Tsunade asked. Naruto smiled. There was no battle that didn't end. Things would end. Naruto would end them any means necessary. He wasn't above removing the Kages from their positions if it suited his ideals. Perhaps his peace was corrupted in that manner. Wars are not fought forever, he said before standing up. One way or the other, they eventually end, he said that walking over towards the door. He waved his right hand and disappeared via gusts of winds. Those words of his gave me a chill, Tamari said. That was perhaps the intended effect, Kakashi said. Wars don't always end with a victor, but sometimes end in draw. But there is always bloodshed. Naruto doesn't have an army, so he cannot speak of war. But if Kumo and Iwa fight him, there will be bloodshed. Because he just said he would use any means necessary to end it. But can he? Tsunade asked. If they kill him, it will be a race to capture Baijuos once more, and that might leave this world in a state of war. We might even have to interfere for our own security. This was something that Tamari didn't think she'd witness after coming here. It was interesting to see that they were still willing to draw the line with Naruto, but she still couldn't determine if they thought the actions of the blonde were right or wrong. The main concern was how it affected the hidden leaf. Wasn't this something her brother had said? Tamari could remember it well. Her brother had told her that Naruto complained that shinobi villages cared more for what was good for themselves than what was right. Aren't you missing the big picture? Tamari asked, looking at the god Hokage. What? What is the right thing to do in this situation? What is morally right? You can't correct what is right. It looks like we don't care about what is right, only care about our safety. The blonde kunoichi shook her head. Before any of this, Naruto's message to Gaara was justice. The moral of this situation would be to show concern for other nations. It should not be about allies, but about what is right. Perhaps that was a principle Kakashi would align with his teachings. He did teach his team to do what was right. Just because they were shinobi and killed didn't mean they had to ignore everything that was morally right for the sake of a mission. A mission was important, but the right thing was to save for your friends if they were in trouble, even if it would put the mission in danger. Kakashi had seen it. He had experienced both situations. His father had saved his comrades and the mission failed. He had been a bitch of the rules and had been willing to abandon his friends for the sake of a mission. If Naruto really looked at things in such a way, then Kakashi wouldn't have a problem with the blonde. I wonder why he didn't say anything to me about it. The Jonin said in thought. It is likely because at some time, Naruto will be willing to do wrong things. We have seen it that what is right doesn't always succeed. In this world, only winners are right, Tsunade said in thought. I don't know if our world can truly accept this principle. The result has always been our concern. Yamanaka compound. In her room, Naruto. This was the first man to enter into her room. Ino had never even welcomed a boy in her house. She went to dates and went around, but she had never taken anyone to her house. Then again, she had never been serious about anyone. Naruto hadn't been invited either. He just showed up. But she wasn't mad. She was happy he was here. She was happy to see his face. Maybe if he had still been living in this village, she would be inviting him to meet her parents. Oh, wait. They were not like that, were they? The thought made her smile sadly. Where was this even going to end? She had to think about it. It had been just fun at the beginning. But she liked being around this person. She liked him. She wouldn't go as far to say that she loved him. She didn't, but she did like him because he has been happiness to her. For a moment there I thought you were just waiting for me, Naruto said, seeing Ino's silence. But now I see that you are not. Were you waiting for someone else? He asked in a light tone. Ino sat up on her bed and stared at the blonde for a long minute before asking. And what if I was? Naruto took out a kunai and held it firmly. He put on an expressionless mask before speaking in a cold tone. Are you cheating on me, woman? At this, Ino giggled heartedly. Hey, I don't even know if you are faithful to me. I wouldn't be here if there was any other tree I could plant, Naruto said calmly. I do flirt, but my last attempt was rejected ruthlessly. Ino laughed, just trying to imagine Naruto flirt. You got what you deserved. You can't be flirting when you have me. I didn't deserve it, Ino. The woman looked disgusted. It hurt my pride and confidence. You don't seem to be lacking any now, Ino said with a raised eyebrow. Naruto smiled. Well, I figured you like strong men. If I acted all weak and sissy, you'd dump me in the blink of an eye. I'm not that ruthless. My memory of you at a younger age disagrees with that, Naruto said. The young you disagreed with everything. Naruto just smiled. Well, I guess I wasn't that appealing and you were the cool kid. And you hanged around cool kids. Yeah, Ino said. She then softened her gaze. Say, Naruto, what are we? Am I your girlfriend? This has been fun, but you know, I want to hang out, go out on dinner, maybe go see a movie with you. I can't do that and it makes me feel sad. Naruto looked thoughtful for a few moments. He had too many thoughts in his head. He went over to the bed and settled on the edge with his eyes staring at the wooden floor. That was a relationship. He was having fun with Ino, that was what he put into thought. He hadn't put anything else on the agenda. But this was a subject he couldn't ignore it now, could he? Ino had a life. He too had a life. He wanted to be happy but he didn't think of settling down. Not in his kind of life. If he thought of doing that, he would be forced to alter things just for the sake of family. While Naruto was still in thought, Ino crawled over to him. She hugged him from behind. Her chest was pressed against his back. Her hold on him was tight. Whether it's hot or cold, your body is always warm, Ino said in a quiet tone. Do you think we can ever live happily, Naruto? Even when you are no longer a leaf shinobi? I don't know, Ino. I don't know. Naruto responded in the same tone as Ino. Why don't we give it a try? If we fail, we tried. No hard feelings. Naruto went silent for a couple of moments before nodding his head. It will be difficult because I'm always moving around the elemental nations. I will especially be very busy in the coming weeks. But I will try to make time to take you out, watch the sunset at the Hokage monument with you. 2 weeks later. The village hidden in rain. Omigakure wasn't the biggest of the smaller villages, but it was certainly a huge village. Perhaps its population could be compared to that of the great nations. It, however, lacked in terms of raw power. The village certainly didn't have the same strength as the other nations. But if its shinobi ranks were raised, and it fought big battles, its leader could end up being recognized as a Kage. That was a huge mountain though. The current 5 Kages were happy with their balance. 5 was a good number, but 6 could split things. But if he based himself in this village, had the train starting from this point, it could work. Ame was already an industrial village. Once he gets the blueprints, he could have the village monopolize the new transport system. It, however, would be under the ownership of the Uzumaki. For added pressure, he could parade as the leader of Ame. Just in name only to add some weight on his name. Konan walked into the office that was hers but was now sharing it with Naruto. Her tower would be finished soon. There were just a couple of things they needed to handle before things could be set for her to move back. But in the meantime, she occupied this building for her duties as the leader of Omigakure. Naruto didn't speak much when they were in this office. He hardly spoke. He was always writing and reading letters. Some were instructions and future plans. Sometimes he just stared blankly at papers for about an hour before tearing up the blank pages in some frustrations. It was a scene that occurred every day. Konan sat in front of Naruto and gave him a stare. "Are you going to tell me what is going on?" Naruto's response wasn't immediate. He took some time to lift his eyes to meet Konan's. "I'm not a genius. But I'm trying to draw proper plans for the future so that I don't steer away from what I have to do. I'm also drawing up all connections I have to make a network I can use for the effectiveness of my trade business. You need suppliers and customers. You need your target market and study the demand of your products. It's like studying economics. That aside, I need a proper structure for my business. If I'm going to stay here, I also need to understand the risks that will come for both the business and this village." Konan stared before shaking her head. Naruto had a list of priorities. He had much in his plans. Nagato's goal had been simply to control things with a powerful weapon that could take out everything in existence. But Naruto wanted to dominate in terms of physical power. He wanted to weaken the great nations and insert himself as the dominant force. He also wanted to control the economic side of things. Very soon he was going to try to dictate how people behaved in the elemental nations. Wait, wasn't it the purpose of all this? To change how shinobi lived? If you explain things to me clearly, I will try to work out things for you. Naruto thought about it for a moment before smiling. "Well, we are partners," he said. "I have sent messages to most leaders of the small nations. I will present myself as the leader of Omigakure and try to unite them under one banner. They don't like each other, but if I can unite them under the Uzumaki Trading Company, we can work out something significant. They should respond soon. In the meantime, I will go look for a piece that could be useful to guarding the Uzumaki Tower once it's finished. After that, I will travel to the land of snow. To try to finish things with the trains. When are you going to start?" "Iwagakure and then Suna. I should have displayed my strength to them. Perhaps I will also bring Gaara into the picture if we are on good terms. Of course, this will require counterintelligence to ensure that nothing leaks to the wrong people." Unknown location. Guren looked at the teenage boy training in front of her with a smile. Perhaps things wouldn't have been different if she hadn't run off. No, Yukamaru would have ended up getting killed by Orochimaru pushing him beyond his limits. The snake Sanin hadn't cared much for the people he viewed simply as test subjects. She would know, she had disposed of many of them in the past. She has been training this boy over the last couple of years. He was weak and fragile, but she wanted him to at least be able to defend himself or run off to get help if possible. She wanted to protect him because she loved him and had her regrets. She had yet to even tell Yukamaru about what she did to his mother. Maybe making her doing those kind of things was Orochimaru's way of trying to keep her under control. Either way, she was now free. She wasn't sad that Orochimaru wasn't there to ruin everything. She was a little sad he was dead. Despite everything, she had worshipped the man through and through and would have given up her body for him. Guren suddenly stood up when she sensed a massive chakra close by her. She only had a small house behind her. They were surrounded by a large forest with a small clearing that was used for training purposes. She has so far been living in peace in this place. No one came here. Yet this person was here. This person wasn't even trying to hide their presence. They were more or less letting her know they were here. Guren couldn't let this person know where she was located exactly. She walked over to Yukimura and gave him a smile. I'm going to check someone, stay here, okay? Yukimura looked at the woman. He could tell there was something wrong. But he trusted Guren. Her trusted her deeply. Is something wrong? Guren shook her head. She maintained her smile. She wasn't sure if there was something wrong. Orochimaru was dead. No one should be looking for her. Nothing is wrong. I will be back shortly. Well, she did have to go away sometimes to get supplies. It was perhaps one of the difficult things she had to do. But this place was surrounded by traps that would make even Orochimaru proud. That at least gave her some level of comfort. With Naruto. Naruto was walking through the forest in a leisurely pace, hands inside his coat. He looked absent-minded, not worried about his surrounding. Then again, he could hardly sense any human in this place. If he took in natural energy, he would be able to sense the humans around, but he chose not to. Just to wind up the clock. Naruto. Kurama called the blonde. When Naruto appeared before the Baijuo, it spoke. What do you think will happen when the likes of the Hidden Stone learn that you are uniting the small villages with Amigakure? Aniki will assume I'm acting on their behalf to try to level the scores. Once this trade business hits the ground, he will likely wage war against the small villages. You have to know that they surround the Earth country. The stone cannot go to any of the other great nations without passing their borders. Aniki will likely feel trapped and as if I am after something. If he wages war, he will lose it. I will protect my allies and crush Aniki. He will live, of course, but his men will perish. Each time he tries it, I will crush them until he finally gives way for Kurotsuchi. I will continue my play with her until I am able to sit with her without fireworks. What do you think Konoha will do about this? Try to play the moral high ground? Naruto said a bit carelessly. You are becoming a little evil in your thinking. You don't even tell people the full truth. Kurama said. Either way, just be prepared. Your recent activities might take you back when you actually have to kill people. You are being too kind. It will haunt you when your name is associated with death. That will only happen as the last resort. For now, we are being diplomatic. But if things don't work out, we can be evil incarnate. Naruto said with a shrug. I will be ready for it. He paused. We have a guest. You are the guest in this situation. Kurama said. Naruto didn't offer a response to the Baijuo. His eyes looked ahead of him. Guren wasn't ahead though, she was standing on a tree branch. He just didn't want to look up. Who are you and what do you want? Naruto raised his right hand. He made motions with his fingers and the branch Guren was standing on was cut. The woman didn't lose her balance as she was dragged to the ground. She landed gracefully. Guren, you are a woman who once worked for Orochimaru. Doing despicable things with a sadistic smile, just like your former master. You have killed people, taken loved ones mercilessly. I have come here to rip apart that boy you care for as revenge for the actions you took, Naruto said, leaking a dose of killing intent. Guren's instincts were telling her to run away because this was dangerous. They were screaming loudly. Not even Orochimaru frightened her like this, and she had thought there was no one more powerful than the snake Sannin. Revenge? At this point, Guren felt no remorse for her past actions, except only for killing Yukimaru's mother. It was true she did many things, but she would not let anything happen to her or the boy she treated as her son. This person was dangerous, she knew that, but she could not run away. He already knew she had Yukimaru. Guren forced herself to stand firmly. She took a stance. I can't let anything happen to Yukimaru. I can't let you do anything to him. Then I shall sadistically torture you to death. Naruto in an emotionless tone as her took steps towards Guren. Guren gritted her teeth. This wasn't what she wanted, but she had no choice. She would fight for her survival. She would kill for Yukimaru's safety. Anyone who threatened him didn't deserve to live. Banshu Tenin. There was so much power behind the jutsu that Guren felt like she had been yanked by this violent force that had nearly crushed her body when it hit her. It took a second for her throat to be brutally gripped by the iron hand of Naruto. The hold was so tight, she was struggling to breathe. She tried kicking out to be freed as oxygen filled her lungs, her heart beating violently in fear of death. Naruto slammed her to the ground. The force buried her down and he pressed her further by slamming his right foot on her gut. Guren reacted to this attack by crying painfully. The blonde took out his sword and in the blink of an eye, the blade pierced through Guren's right shoulder, pinning her to the ground. The marks on the blade lit up brightly. Naruto bent over and stared at Guren's eyes. Once more, he grabbed her by her throat and started to strangle her. She kicked out, making some muffled sounds in her struggle. When she seemed to be losing energy, he let her go. You are afraid to die, yet you have killed many people. Even the mother of the very same child you love. What a despicable and selfish woman you are. Don't brutalize, if you fear being brutalized. If you kill, torture, abuse, always expect that the same can be done to you. He paused, and then teared her upper clothes. The woman quickly put her left hand over her chest to try to cover her breasts. She glared hatefully and attempted to spit on the blonde, but he avoided it. This is a cruel world. You should know that. Women are raped in the deep forests and in their homes by bandits. You caused many pain, it's only fair if you suffer the same humiliation before you are killed. Not in a million thoughts did she ever think this would happen. This was humiliating, embarrassing, and it made her furious. Yet, she was powerless. She couldn't do anything. This man was going to rape her. This cold-hearted piece of trash for a human was going to violate her. She was losing power gradually. Shikamaru. Kya. Naruto twisted his blade, seeing tears roll out of Guren's eyes. You have no right to cry after everything you have done, he said before standing up, hands on his coat. He was taking it off. Now then, let me enjoy myself. He smiled sickly, seeing her murderous gaze. I will be gentle. Bastard. You worthless piece of trash. Naruto didn't remove his coat. He smiled. And removed his sword from Guren's shoulder. He swung it once before sheathing it. I'm not a morally crippled person like you, he said with disgust. I want you to experience what other people feel when horrible people like you above them. Tell me, would you wish for that boy or anyone you love to experience such a thing? Guren stared. She was relieved. But she was still bare-chested. It was embarrassing. Naruto noticed it and threw her his coat. Do not do things to other people you don't wish for them to do to you. You evil people always fear pain and dying, yet you sadistically make other people suffer. I wanted you to feel it too. It's not pleasant. It is wrong. And you must pay for it, Naruto said in a stern tone. Work for me to pay for what you have done. I'm not giving you a choice. If you refuse, I will tell the boy what you did to his mother and then kill you. He took out a small scroll and threw it at Guren. Go to this place. They will welcome you. Take the boy with you. He will have a pleasant life and you will still get to watch over him while repenting. Without saying anything else, Naruto twisted around and started to walk away from Guren. That was sick. Kurama said. I have to agree with you on that one. I feel horrible. Naruto said with disgust. But I could not use an illusion. She had to experience it. She can't change if she doesn't know what other people feel. Besides, if has been able to love that boy, then she isn't completely heartless. She will change in time. I was starting to think that perhaps all this talk of doing good had twisted you, that you no longer had what it takes. With people like her? I have seen what Orochimaru does and she was an accomplice of his. She did not deserve anything less than that. I could not take it easy on her and start preaching. Naruto said in a flat tone. That solves that. When we come back from the snow, we show Iwagakure who is God. You sound excited even though you have been doing everything to avoid battles. Kurama said. There has been no fight worth fighting. Naruto said. My opponent so far can easily be crushed. I do admit Kumo might be difficult because of the Raikage's speed, but Iwa shouldn't threaten us with failure. Just make sure arrogance doesn't lead to your downfall. Downfall? There would be no such. If he fell before the dream was realized, everything would have been for nothing. The torment he put his body through, the mental beatings he gave himself. Naruto would not forgive himself. He would not forgive death. Well, if I lose myself, I have you to pull me back up to the right path. Naruto said with a smile. Konoha. Back in the hidden leaf once more. Sasuke had mixed feelings about his return to this village. He wasn't here to stay. He was just coming here to see things since he couldn't get a hold of Naruto. It would have been pleasant to hear of the blonde's thoughts before coming here. He'd also wanted to spar with the blonde to test his Mangekyo Sharingan's power. Sasuke had left his team at the Emperor's palace. They would head out to another location where he would meet with them in a couple of days. For now, he had a mission in this village. Sasuke the village one last look from the Hokage monument before vanishing into thin air. The moment the Uchiha appeared in Tsunade's office, he was surrounded by 5 Anbu who had their weapons drawn. The Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan blazed coldly as she stared into the eyes of the God-I'm Hokage. Tsunade adopted a stern look seeing the Uchiha. She had nothing to say to Sasuke. The leaf was fine without him. She wasn't looking for more trouble than what it was worth. Either way, the raven head was before her and it couldn't be because he wanted to return, not with the way he was looking at her. The slug princess sighed tiredly. She already had Naruto as a problem. She didn't need this. Though, Sakura would certainly be happy to see her beloved. At the thought, Tsunade snorted with distaste. I wish to speak to you, Hokage. Sasuke more or less demanded from the God-I'm Hokage. His tone was flat, expression without any emotion. Tsunade stared for a long minute before shaking her head. She motioned for the Anbu to leave. What do you want? For now, she had no desire to try to get the Uchiha back to the village. She had none of that. There were bigger problems than Sasuke. Perhaps if he was involved in something, then she would be inclined to fight. What do you know about the Uchiha massacre? Tsunade blinked. That was an odd question. No, it wasn't odd. This was the last member of that clan. I wasn't associated with Konoha when it happened. You'd have to speak to the Sandaime or Danzo. But unfortunately, none of them are alive. Sasuke frowned deeply. He could tell Tsunade really didn't know anything. It was just as he was told, very few people knew about it and apparently the people who knew about it were all dead. Someone still had to pay. Was it Konoha which had to face higher revenge? It was for this very village that Itachi gave away his clan. But wouldn't destroying Konoha undo Itachi's sacrifice? Someone still had to pay. Your expression tells me that there is something that I don't know. Are you willing to tell me? Tsunade asked. Sasuke thought about it for a moment. Who else worked with? There was a major explosion that occurred in the village before Sasuke could finish talking. The explosion nearly shook the village and both Tsunade and Sasuke were alarmed by it. Sasuke didn't stay around for too long before disappearing from the office. Tsunade disappeared off to the top of the Hokage tower. Her Anbu surrounded her within seconds. The God-I'm saw a large mushroom of debris and flame where the hospital used to stand. Her eyes widened in shock as fear gripped her. What happened? She demanded in a loud tone. The hospital. It has been involved in an explosion. I can see that, Tsunade snapped. What happened? She demanded once more. We don't know as yet. Tsunade furiously before darting away from the rooftop. She appeared close to the mess where debris was falling, people screaming in fear and many crying for those who were in the hospital. Shinobi had surrounded the building. Tsunade ordered civilians away from the place and other buildings. It took a couple of minutes for everything to calm down. Once it did, the entire hospital had been destroyed. Tsunade cursed loudly at this brutal assault. It was a cold-hearted move that was just inhuman. This was worse than attacking their food supply. But attacking their sick and wounded. It was a sick move. The person who did this just wanted them to suffer. This was an act of war. I want suspects brought before me in an hour, Tsunade roared before ordering medical nins to start searching for survivors in the debris. About an hour later. Perhaps it wasn't a good time to rejoice, but Sakura was honestly happy seeing Sasuke standing in the hidden leaf. There were many people who had died. Some were he patients. She should be saddened and angry over whoever orchestrated this attack. But seeing her beloved Sasuke had made things happy. She had tried to talk to him, but he had ignored her. He had done it so flatly. Sakura blamed the Anbu who were visibly around him, watching him as if he was the one who planned this horrendous attack on the leaf. Someone is going to have sweet dreams today, Ino whispered into Sakura's ear. The Yamanaka was a little excited to see the Uchiha, but not so excited she would jump on him as she would have done when she was younger. He still looked cool, but she had Naruto. She would not speculate on who was better, but at least Naruto made her feel like a girl. Sasuke had truly grown. He was still a beautiful man, but that cold indifferent look on his face just reminded Ino of the brooding boy she had admired. Sakura glanced at Sasuke, who was standing a distance away from them. Maybe, she said. She didn't bother denying it. I thought you were going to deny it, Ino said with disappointment. I'm not a little girl anymore, Ino. I have grown. Well, most of you has grown, Ino said staring. She glanced at Sakura's chest for a moment. Naruto was here a couple of days ago and now you have Sasuke. We know Naruto isn't going to come back, but there might be hope for Sasuke. Just convince him to stay for her night and who knows, maybe things can happen for you. It took a couple of seconds for Sakura to get Ino's message. When she did, she blushed madly. What are you suggesting, Ino? Ino grinned. Why are you blushing, naughty Sakura? Meanwhile, Tsunade was staring at a white humanoid creature, well at least what was left of it. There were a couple of them and they all looked the same. Same body structure, same composition. It almost looked like they were clones. These things were responsible for bombing up the hospital and they had come from the underground. It was ridiculous, but it was why nobody caught anything until caused this disaster. The loss of life aside, the village was in panic mode because there was another chance an attack like this could happen again. It could. The villagers had this thought. The person responsible hadn't even been caught and they didn't know as caused it in the first place. It was a nightmare of a situation, but Tsunade doubted it had anything to do with Kumo or Iwa. They wouldn't attack Konoha like this. Someone else had done this. I don't suppose you know something about this, Tsunade said, with a hardened gaze staring at Sasuke. The Uchiha shook his head. No, he said before twisting away. But I think I know who did it. Just like that, he disappeared from sight. Just outside of Konoha. Sasuke. Kakashi called the Uchiha who was speeding away from the village. Sasuke stopped and waited for the Jonin. He didn't have anything to say to Kakashi. But perhaps the man could tell him a couple of things about Naruto. Do you know where Naruto is? I was told he was in this village. Kakashi looked thoughtful for a moment before responding. He spoke about seeing the snow country. I don't know if he went there or not. Sasuke wasn't going to visit the snow. The land was far away from here. Besides, he had a lead to follow regarding the attack on Konoha just now. He knew there was something familiar about those white clones and he would investigate until he gets to the bottom of it. Why did Naruto leave Konoha? He said something about changing the world for the better and peace, Kakashi said. Sasuke. The Uchiha was no longer listening to the Jonin. Perhaps we might have something to talk about. The Uchiha said. He turned around, giving Kakashi his back. Turn to the leaf, Kakashi. I think I might know who attacked it. He blasted off after those words left his lips. Kakashi could have given chase, but there were much more important things to do than chasing after the Uchiha. Within the sea. Black Zetsu looked around the room he could categorize as a throne room. Naruto was sitting on the throne, it was dark, his head was resting on the palm of his left hand. It looked as if he was sleeping with his eyes closed. Truly like an emperor, he said to the blonde. But one without subjects. Or do you perhaps consider the elemental nations as your subjects? Naruto's eyes opened slightly. I had a feeling that someone was snooping around here, he said. Who are you and what do you want? Those eyes you stole, Zetsu said. But you are not going to give them back, so this is going to happen. You dream is peace, but you will not see that. I will drive the elemental nations into war and people will die. The Great Five will fight. This world will be thrown into chaos and it will not stop until you hand over the Rinnegan. If you have freed all the Baijuas by then, it will be even better. Really? I have already attacked the Hidden Leaf. You don't need to take my word for it, I will make it happen. Naruto watched Zetsu walk away without saying a word. He hadn't revealed any of his emotions. There was no need. Whether this person was telling the truth or not would not change anything. He was still going on with his plans and he would not give away the Rinnegan. But would need to speak to Konan about this because surely this person had connections with the organization and was still driving the agenda. He would not let it happen. Naruto had a plan and regardless of what happens, he would see it through. He could watch a war happen and only interfere to end up and also ensure that Baijuas don't take part in any of it. Perhaps it was those kind of conditions that came after war that would permit him to manipulate things easily. The elemental nations would be reeling and crying over their losses. He could move in their time of need and wrap his hands around them. Naruto shook his head, smiling bitterly. Have I really become this indifferent, Kurama? I think of nothing to loss of lives that could happen if war does happen. I am even willing to take advantage of it with cold efficiency. You just need to think about what you can do now. Naruto nodded. The snow then. We will have to go back to the Emperor's palace when we return. I have a feeling there will be much happening that we will have missed. Likely. But this problem. How do we deal with it? Konoha. Still no answers on who attacked the hidden leaf. Tsunade was on a bad mood. A coward. An immoral person with no heart had orchestrated this attack right under her nose. The Anbu didn't see anything. She didn't see anything. People died. The village was in shock. The situation was tense. The villagers were demanding blood. Someone had to pay for this. But there were no answers coming. She only had those clones. Nothing. No one was taking responsibility. She couldn't accuse either Kumo or Iwagakure of this attack. She didn't have proof. But they both were suspects. If only Jiraiya was here. If he was here, he'd have information. But he was dead. She was alone in this mess. In this village her grandfather founded and the person who brought her here had abandoned her and the leaf. Things were on edge. The elemental nations were on edge. It wouldn't be surprising if shinobi start attacking each other when they come across each other during missions. The situation out there would be dangerous. Genins couldn't leave the village. It wasn't safe. If things get any worse, she didn't know what might happen. Perhaps war. Perhaps not. At this moment, Tsunade missed Danzo. He would have had something to say. Something to do. He always had a plan. And they were always evil. No doubt he would suggest they target Kumo and Iwa's hospitals. Just to even things out. If something like that were to happen, she'd have both Iwa and Kumo marching to this village in vengeance. They were already on her case over Naruto's actions. Now this. The enemy was laughing. In her pain. In the leaf's pain. It was unforgivable. Unforgettable. One of her fears had been that Sakura might try to run after Sasuke once she learned that he was around and then left. With how the girl was infatuated with the Uchiha, it was truly something else that she had chosen to remain behind and complete her duties. Tsunade hadn't bothered trying to look for the Uchiha. She didn't need a Sasuke problem now. She had a bigger problem. The Godime looked up when Kakashi walked into the office along with Shizune. The black-haired woman looked worn out. Her footsteps were even heavy. She threw herself on the couch in the office and laid still. Tsunade didn't bother her. In times of emergencies, medics worked around the clock. Those who were skilled were especially burdened. They had a duty to save lives. A duty to stop death. Playing God? No, they healed what was possible to heal. What did you find? Tsunade asked Kakashi. He was her only champion now. Jiraiya wasn't here. Naruto wasn't here. Sasuke wasn't here. If the blonde had stayed, he would have turned out to be one of Konoha's greatest assets. But he was roaming around the elemental nations sowing seeds of panic and confusion. The Uchiha was likely to try to join him if they had something in common. It was unlikely, but she didn't know anything these days about those two. At any rate, Kakashi was her best piece. She could not discount the likes of Guy. Neji had to be in the picture. The Hyuga was perhaps the best Jonin of his generation. The honors would have gone to either Sasuke or Naruto, but they abandoned the leaf. Nothing. There was nothing. Not a damn thing, Kakashi said. He had gone through the situation with the Anbu. There was no trace of shinobi from their village or any other village leaving evidence on the scene. At this rate, it was safe to say whoever did this was very skilled. I see, Tsunade said in a subdued tone. For something of this scale, you'd think we'd be able to find some evidence that links any other village. There is something, it just doesn't lead us to anything. Don't remind me, Tsunade said sharply. I will have to study it. Shizune is already working on it. She shall have something in the coming days, she said. Who do you think could do something like this? I have already informed Suna, but I am sure Kumo and Iwa will know about it soon. I want to see their reaction. Perhaps it will be more suitable if the Kiges gather. Kakashi suggested. I have already discussed it with Shikaku. For now, we need to focus on restoring order in the village. Once things have calmed, we will look elsewhere, Tsunade said. What did Sasuke say to you? Nothing much, Kakashi said with a shake of his head. He inquired about Naruto and then said he had an idea about who did it before leaving me. I'm surprised he'd come here. Before the explosion went off, he was standing before me, demanding answers regarding the Uchiha massacre, Tsunade said. What do you know? Just that it was Itachi who did it. I don't understand the reasons, Kakashi said. The leaf hadn't been in a very good relationship with the Uchiha then. The clan was being pushed away from the village by Danzo and some people suspected they were the ones who manipulated the Kyuubi. I'm familiar with that, Tsunade said. Well, at least he didn't appear like he wanted to fight. Kakashi nodded. What happens if it is Iwagakure? We will go to war. Scene break. Ino had a love for her home. Without doubt about it. But she wanted Naruto. She wanted to be with him. He wasn't living in this village. He was somewhere doing his things. It would certainly cause problems for her family if she decided to make a run with him. Then again, she didn't think that he'd be happy with her following her. Her father would at most be heartbroken. Her poor father. Ino didn't want to hurt him like that. Naruto's activities were dangerous. Ino wasn't concerned much about it. She didn't even question him about it. But she understood that following him would mean following his path. Those after Naruto would be after her. A dangerous life. A life of running away. There was no fun. Perhaps some thrills, but for how long? Of course she wanted a family. She had already grown. Her friends had grown. She had to think about it. Ino glanced at Shikamaru. He was lying down, head resting on both hands, facing the heavens. He seemed content. She did wonder, did he also think about a family of his own? Temari had been around. They spent some time together, but that had been it. Lately, the Nara has been spending time in the Hokage's office. The situation called for it. Her teammate was a smart person after all. Perhaps he was also being used for insight on Naruto. Ino followed Shikamaru's example and laid down. She felt at peace. Their air around was relaxing. There was no noise. It was pleasant. No sound of Kuji munching chips or grinding a piece of steak. An added bonus. They could forget that the village had been in panic mode yesterday. The hospital crumbled down in an explosion. People died. People were angry. People wanted someone to pay. They wanted revenge. Some wanted justice. There were many emotions. At least today was calm. But there was still fear. Fear that another attack might come. And yet, they were here, ignoring the world. Ignoring everything around them to enjoy some peace. I almost certain that Sakura would run after Sasuke, Ino said to Shikamaru. The Nara didn't glance at the blonde. He spoke without looking at her. She has also grown, you know. I know. I just thought she would have failed to control herself given her desire for him. You know, he was here and no one seemed to care for him. It was slightly ironic and laughable. A couple of years ago, a team had nearly been killed chasing after him. Her friends had come back with fatal injuries. Naruto himself had nearly been killed by the Uchiha. And yet, when he comes back, no one attempted to do anything. They even let him leave without anyone trying to get him to stay. He did appear to have a couple of words with Tsunade though. But nothing she knew. Sasuke couldn't have changed the situation. A hospital had exploded. So many people inside. They were more important than Sasuke. The god could have just assumed he wasn't here for trouble, Shikamaru said. If we are going to measure his strength in the same length as with Naruto, trying to capture would have just given us more problems. That made sense. Still, this whole situation was troubling. What is going to happen now? Shikamaru was silent. The situation was just troublesome. Even his father didn't appear to have an appetite for it, but they had to dig in anyway. War was coming. Unless things change quickly, they would be fighting bloody battles. If it was going to be Kumo and Iwagakure versus Konoha, they would lose that war. There would be massive losses for the Hidden Leaf. It wasn't a sure thing nevertheless. There was a chance that they might not have that war, but it was a possibility. Shikamaru couldn't guess what Sasuke would do in that war. His reasons for leaving had been for power. Revenge. Nobody knew if he has already achieved any of those things. But since he was moving, he was likely to have done so. Naruto wasn't a problem. He had a good idea on what Naruto would do if forces started to march over to the Hidden Leaf or if the Hidden Leaf took action first. The village is going to be careful. I doubt Genins will be allowed to leave the village now. We don't know who orchestrated the attacks, but perhaps the Kages will meet to discuss what will happen next, Shikamaru said. Not everyone would be willing to go to war like this. An attempt to remedy things via a Kage summit would be necessary. I wonder if Naruto will fight for Konoha, Ino said in thought. That would make things easier for her if he wasn't an enemy of the Hidden Leaf. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.